All right, so last time we opened with a memory of the day of Elizabeth's birth, which the sweet memory then quickly transitioned to Fort Bragg, where the unit was unaware of the death of Benny. Just about 2 weeks had passed, and due to their constant maneuvers, they hadn't found out. Hunk and Davine came to inform them, and Clive and Scar actually seemed kind of normal and took it very rough and seemed to be trying to help comfort the family. Meanwhile, the other family members were out and about trying to deal with things as best as they could. Back at Clive's house, they continued to seem pretty normal, discussing how they could try and help, until they fell asleep and seemed to share a vision of and Cliven, Rommel, and Skardolf took over the control of their consciousness, and the Fourth Reich began to form. Later, as the squad was up at Gateway, they were given news from Sasha they were not being disbanded and would get another crack at Spender when they were found by Ash, but were stuck for now. Speaking of Ash, he was on a rampage across the galaxy, brutally killing any strat grunt he found at any of their bases, which confused Kaz. Eventually, they reported back to the adults of the Rainfall family, and he was informed that he needed a break and had to come back. We saw Lorelei and Sylar help Zap finish a new suit of armor that they hoped might lift Elizabeth's spirits, and they both counseled the adults of the family about the risks of attempted resurrection. After talking to Sasha in the office, the kids went back to the apartment with her. Marianne and Sol helped cook dinner they believed they'd be having at Clive's that day, while Ricky, Carter, and Cole trained in the gym. That is, until the Reich came in and offered a ceasefire to Carter until any situation is resolved. The Benny situation is resolved. It was accepted and they left peacefully. Clive later brought the unit to a cliff overlooking the lake that Carter's house borders. He informed them that there was no truce, that they would wait and the Reich would attack Carter from that cliff when he least expected it. They then left and stole 2 Luftwaffe interceptors and a Tiger tank from a museum, killing the receptionist in the process. Sam, as well as the adults of B Squadron, went out and tried to have a good day, but Sam insisted that she go home and get her gear, afraid she may be kicked from the family, seemingly. JJ had her talk to his parents, before they went up to the triple office, and she said that she lost and that Rangers don't lose. She wanted to have regular, standard issue gear and weapons and work with Ash. They were told yes, but they would have to wait the weekend to get their head on straight. Then then the Rainfalls went to a pretty nice dinner at Clive's house, although very awkward because everyone had to greet Uncle Skardolf before they could eat. Partway through the unit left and they laid a blitzkrieg upon the firefighters that Carter had donated to help with the aftermath of the volcano. They devastated them and left victorious. Finally, Icy, Pequod, and Julius went to see Elizabeth. They talked with her for a while and tried to raise her spirits somewhat before sitting with her and trying to have a good night, and I believe that is everything.
Hunk looking in on young Elizabeth, baby Elizabeth, newly born Davine, and Icy spins Elizabeth in the air with kinesis.
She starts to giggle as the little young Elizabeth, I like to imagine she's completely flipped upside down. She starts to try and reach for Icy's goggles to take them from her.
She'll pull Elizabeth in and onto her stomach.
She starts to giggle even more. Davine, with her arm around Icy's shoulders, big wide smile on her face. Elizabeth gets the raspberry on her stomach and she grabs a hold of Icy's face and gives her a kiss on the forehead.
Well, the time tombs didn't lie, smiling at Davine.
No, they did not. Look at that. Davine will go ahead and stand up and put her face right against Elizabeth's face and smile at Icy. Look at that. Isn't it just a wonder of nature?
And I thought Julius looked a lot like you, contrary to what Malcolm thought.
Oh, please. Comparatively, the little Elizabeth here and Julius, out of the two of them, I do believe looking at Elizabeth is like looking in a mirror. That de-ages me, of course.
That's a happy man. Gesturing with her head to Hunk.
Davine looks out the door and looks at Hunk. She gives him a smile, a wink. She's gonna pick Elizabeth up, give her a kiss on the cheek, and sit down next to Icy. Put her head on Icy's shoulder, all the while looking right at Hunk.
Julius, Pequod, and Suletta walking by with some fresh popcorn for movie night.
Julius flicks a piece of popcorn into Pequod's mouth. He looks over at Hunk. God damn, look at that man smile.
She's typing on a wrist computer, chewing the popcorn. Siletta looks up.
Julius nods towards him. Have you ever seen that man more happy? Because I don't think I have.
She squints, looking at Hunk. No, actually I haven't. Clears her throat.
Julius smiles. I'm glad to see him like that. He deserves to be happy like that, most definitely. He looks at Suletta. What do you think he's looking at?
I can take a guess. 3 people, his girls. Looking at Julius.
Julius starts to laugh. Davine 1, Davine 2, and Nicole Rainfall.
I would bet all my wealth on it. Yes, those are his girls. His words, actually, upon the dismantling of the black hole.
Julius chuckles again and nods. Hey, you know, I believe it. That, in all fairness, those are his girls. Literally, one of them, 2 of them are literally his girls, and the other he's always been with, basically. So they are his.
He was not this happy at his wedding with the hag. That's for sure.
I thank God every day the hag is no more for him to be with.
Weirdest wedding ever in a bunker. One of the few times you were lucky to be on the Majestic.
Julius chuckles again. I'm glad I was on the Majestic for that one, because honestly, I don't know why, but I feel like me and the hag would have gotten into a fight of some kind while I was there that time around.
At least you would have been invited. I didn't even get invited. Pequod laughed.
You gotta be kidding me.
We were having some arguments at the time.
When weren't you 2 having some arguments? All of them her fault? Just putting that out there, all of them her fault, but when weren't you 2 having arguments?
When she was 2, maybe 3.
Right. Julius grimaces a bit. He puts an arm around Soletta's shoulders and brings her in for a hug. Oh, now you have a very loving family who loves you and holds you very dear to us, Soletta.
Yes, a very loving family. He looks down at Pequod. Hey, Julius, popcorn.
And Julius holds the popcorn out for him, as with his other hand he puts it onto Hunk's shoulder. You having a good time there, Dad?
Yeah! Runs his hand down his face, smiling in here. Yes, I am. Ready for movie night. Let Mama Lan and Zap watch the kids tonight. Memory Ann can look after the kids as well.
And Julius smiles and nods. This day is for us. This night, I should say. This night is for us to watch a damn good movie and eat some damn good popcorn with... He nudges Hunk a bit, with your girls, right?
Yeah, my girls. Smiling in. Pequod will smile in, look up at Hunk. Plus, if you take Carter away from Memory Ann, he just cries nonstop, so it's better this way. I don't want to deal with that. I'm sorry.
And Julius shakes his head. No, neither do I. It's, I hate to say this about my own son, but it's a bit annoying when he does it. He looks back at Soletta. I'm sure you agree with it.
I'm in the boat with Uncle Scar. He's quite a little biatch.
Julius starts to chuckle. It's bad that I don't have a refute for that argument. I can't argue at that point at all.
Give him time. By the time he's in his 20s, he'll be good to go. God, I hope. Pequod grimacing, looking at Icy, as out here at the newly built Eagle's Nest. Bewegt das Ayaya Ruba Himla. Scar pointing crown, okay. Just not even understanding what Scar's saying. In here, the robot setting down, Herr Rommel, your espresso.
Danke, Herr Robot. It is looking quite delicious. Did you know that the leader, I believe his name was Castro, Fidel Castro, used to cook me these espressos himself? Just because I was such a good leader back in the Second World War. As he takes a sip from the espresso, he looks to his side and spits it out. Oh, disgusting. Takes this back, it is not cooked correctly.
My apologies, Herr General. Walking off.
Was it really that bad? He can't even make true eye contact with Clive, but he does look over towards Clive Rommel. How General? It was disgusting. I do believe they accidentally burnt the beans and then added far too much cream to it. He shakes his head. I do wish that they could cook the espressos as good as Fidel once did.
Machen Sie Eisenpasa, Himmler. Oben Sie sei Signat. Does that mean take break? Da. Okay. Walking in here.
Oh, Quellen, it's so good to see you, thank God.
Hell, saluting Clive.
Ah. Clive also stands, clicks his heels together. Hail, Skardoff.
Hail, Skardolf. Great leader of men. Big statue sitting down next to Frederick.
The Führer is the greatest leader of all time. That is for sure. As he sits down himself, crosses his arms, and looks at at Krellin. Himmler, how is the building of the statue going?
Excellent. Samuel carved it beautifully. Fine detail on the mustache.
Von Ron was always a whiz with his chisel, was he not?
Ho.
Oh, God.
These good times, Frederick. Putting his arm around Frederick. Ceasefire with Carter.
But the ceasefire with Carter, it's... He just shakes his head. You know what's about to happen, Quellin?
Maybe Clive let it go, right, Clive?
9. There will be no ceasefire. It is all a ploy. Lull him into a sense of security. Then, Blitzkrieg.
Like those dumb people at fire station?
Yeah. They're almost like those dumb people at the fire station. I sort of want to go over the plans that your great general has created for you today.
Did have to kill them though, Clive?
Must you kill a cockroach before the infection spreads? Yeah, we had to kill them. If we let them survive, then I don't know how you describe it. The cultism of Carter would have spread across the continent until the point that they could have probably overthrown the Fourth Reich. And if the Fourth Reich is anything, it is proactive. And proactivity means that we overthrow them before they can overthrow us.
Why people on Gateway laugh at me when we walk around in me uniform?
I do believe it is because they are nervous. To be in such great presence as you, Himmler, you are greater than all of them put together and multiplied by 6.
Da. Sitting down.
Oh, hell, Führer.
Da. Nodding his head.
Fudwig just looks at Krellin and then at Samuel. And he mouths towards Samuel. I don't even think da is a correct German word.
It's Russian. Looking at Scar.
I knew it. Fudwig just looks down at the table. Clive crosses his arms, looks at the Führer. With your permission, Führer, I'd like to start to go over my plan for the invasion of Carter's household.
Da.
Well,
Schnell!
Clive looks around. Who must sit, my Führer? Who must sit?
Points at Samuel. Pulls out a chair, sits down.
What are you doing? Not sitting down, von Braun. You always sit when the Führer sits. It's a sign of respect. Just keep that in mind.
Wie fühlst du dich diesmal Tag des Führer? How are you feeling on this fine day of the Führer, Frederick?
I'm feeling Honestly, I'm feeling sort of depressed, but that's that's just a me thing. You guys don't have to help me out with that. None, please, God, don't try to help me out with it.
Oh yeah, team! Putting his arm around Frederick again. Team help each other out with many things. Just maybe not shooting innocent people.
Yeah. Victory at any cost, Herr Himmler. You must understand that.
Don't you think family be angry at us if attack Carter during these depressing days?
Nein, they will be thankful for it. You of all people must see how oppressive this quote-unquote rule of Carter is, Herr Himmler. If we stop this oppression, another threat that he might kill after he has already killed Benjamin, they will be happy with us. And that is a guarantee from Herr Rommel himself.
Sie wollen nach Jugahiden Leduba von Soberscheiben. They will write songs about us for years to come.
They will. Because what do I always say? The Fourth Reich will rule for 1,000 years, yeah?
But think it's very bad right now, Clive. Hear whispers of things from Julius and Pequod. Nicole doing drugs. Forced to resurrect Benny cause Elizabeth weak. Ugh.
Obviously, Carter's side piece, Elizabeth, wants Benny back so he can finally take her away from Carter and she won't have to be used by Carter anymore. Which, it might be rough on the young Nicole. I don't agree with her using the drugs and such, but
He shakes his head.
she's doing what must be done to save her little sister from Carter, and that I must respect, Herr Himmler.
Die zeigst du die Drahugenim, das ist Lakshardhima. The time deity doing drugs, that is ridiculous. It's true though, Fura. Shaking his head.
Frederick nods. And it's not just like marijuana or anything like that. Like it's hard drugs, guys.
Coke. Methamphetamine, probably you would know a thing or two about that. Nodding his head.
Ja, we would. Ja, we would.
Yeah, coke, methamphetamine, crack cocaine. Pretty sure I saw some angel dust or something like that, or I always heard about it. Frederick shakes his head. It's just not going great for her right now, guys.
Not good at all. Krellin shaking his head.
Well, it must be a combination of a great many things. Trying to resurrect Benjamin to save her little sister. Trying to fend off Carter from, having his way with her, as he so obviously does want to all the time. It's... We will help her just a small bit, or at least try to. But the Fourth Reich never tries, does it, Herr Führer? We succeed.
Always. Nodding his head.
Yeah, always we succeed.
Wie wäre dies Familie van Kader, Bosom, Brafinum, and Nicole as deciden? We will deliver this family from Carter's evil and save Nicole from this nightmare. Wow, so brave. Clapping.
Frederick nods. I really wish it was that simple.
But it is that simple.
Clive stands up and he holds out what looks to be a hand-drawn paper map of the lane itself, and he points towards the hill where they've already set everything up.
Jetzt dies Wachsgeber. The battle plans. Air quoting.
Yeah, the battle plans. There's going to be 4 phases, my good gentlemen. The first phase, we are going to overwhelm Carter with LMG firepower, pinning him down so he cannot move. Quite simple, yeah? Secondly, in phase 2, mortar fire. We are going to mortar fire to crack the cabin's defenses. After that, phase 3. That is when we are going to get on our boat. And using our boat, we will...
boat? Looking confused.
Yes, the boat. The boat fitted just for this operation, Herr Himmler. Führer.
Don't tell me you have a U-boat. Who did you kill to get a U-boat?
Herr Rommel looks down at Clive.
Should we tell them, Führer?
Nah. Da 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 da.
Clive looks at Samuel.
Well, they did not let us take a U-boat, as usual, for whatever reason, so we had to kill 3 people for it.
Jesus Christ! Looking at Clive.
2 guards and 1 receptionist.
What about using paintball guns, Clive? 9.
Why would we ever use paintball guns? Herr Himmler, inform me of your reasoning behind this, please.
Well, people don't get hurt.
Clive tilts his head.
9. If they don't get hurt, and they don't die, then they could obviously inform the police about us, and of course the police are in Carter's pocket. So they will come after us, and we will be arrested for harming these, yes, I understand, innocent people, but they die for the cause, Herr Himmler.
Is true. Watch the news. They don't know who attacked firefighter, but 8 million credit reward for information that lead to arrest. Jesus. Face bombing.
I really hope they never find out who it was.
They won't if Towns has anything to do with it. Assuming they even know.
Fudwick looks up at the sky. Please have Towns have something to do with it for our sakes.
Exactly. No one will ever find out if we continue the plans as they are. Kill anyone who opposes the Fourth Reich, and we will be golden, good says.
Okay, after boat, then what do to Carter?
After the boat is the sniper phase. Cutting off all fire in attempt to lure Carter out. And then
He looks down at
Samuel, Von Braun, I do believe you will be doing the sniping.
Okay. Looking up at Clive.
Very,
If you insist, my general.
very good, Von Braun.
He slaps Samuel on the back pretty hard and nods towards him.
I always knew I could count on you, as always.
How going to avoid memory and get hurt, though? Is she just collateral damage? 9! Slamming his hand on the table.
Well, it's quite simple, actually. In my opinion, Carter won't let his favorite side piece go out and directly get hurt. But if he just so happens to, try and push her out to not allow us to shoot her, or he uses her as a shield, so on and so forth, yeah. We have a plan for that.
As he holds up a syringe with a chemical concoction there within.
Going to roofie you daughter again?
It is what must be done. We will roofie her. Carter will most likely bring her back into the house or wherever they are stationed for their defenses. And then she will be out of the way for the time being. Because, laying down behind the windows or anything like that, I'm sure she will be fine and won't be hurt after that.
And what happens if sniper phase fail?
Well, it is quite simple, actually. After this sniper phase, we will unleash phase 5, where, if Carter is not dealt with, we are going to smoke him out using smoke grenades, and then we are going to infiltrate and bring him down face to face with full force of the Fourth Reich.
Wow. Clapping! I'm not that big of a fan of Carter, but kind of think this overkill.
What do you mean, Herr Himmler? Honestly, I think this is underkill, and the Führer will agree with me.
Nodding his head, putting his hand on Clive's shoulder. Okay, fine. Führer on your side.
Yeah, the Führer is on my side, and as we all know, the Führer has the final say. If any of you have any problems with that, speak now. He looks at all of them with a pretty threatening look on his face.
Krellin will lace his clawed hands together and sit back in his chair as Samuel just face palms again, shaking his head.
Fredwick just crosses his arms over his chest, leans back in his chair, and shakes his head. No, so no comments about the Führer or anything like that.
Ah, mein Gruber, Gruster General, ein Mexik Gischetchen, and Savun Vada, aus dem Astin. Scar says as he pulls out a Japanese World War II saber and hands it to Clive. My greatest general, a mighty gift from our allies from the east.
My Führer! Clive will stand up out of his chair and then get down on his knees, put his hands out, and accept the weapon. This is the greatest honor that could ever be gifted unto me by you, mein Führer. He stands up and salutes Scar like 3 times with the Nazi salute. Hail Skardorf! Hail Skardorf!
Hello, Scardo.
Hail Skardorf!
Benutze des am Katas Kafzu bin Apaskussen. Use it to claim Carter's head.
I will, mein Führer. I will use it to claim Carter's head, and you shall have it hanging over the mantle. That I swear to you.
Benito Mussolini's favorite espresso. Ah! Scar sits up happily, going in, giving him the espresso. Drinking it.
Is that good espresso, mein Führer? The last one that they made for me was very subpar.
Chef's kiss, sips the espresso. Schnell, schnell! The robot walks away quickly.
Clive, hearing Schnell, sits down after wrapping the belt of the sheath around his waist, and he nods towards his Führer. Again, thank you for this gift, mein Führer.
Da. Patting Clive on the shoulder, the robot hurrying in with more espressos. Wow, espresso, drink of fascism.
Yeah, drink of fascism. As Frederick just shakes his head in a very depressed-looking manner.
What is this place, Clive? Or we spent 90 million credits to build it.
Oh, right. I never told you the name of this place. Mine apologies. This is quite simply the Eagle's Nest, or if you so wish to call it, the Unit's Nest. But me and the Führer personally prefer the Eagle's Nest.
Nodding his head, sipping his espresso, gesturing for Frederick to drink with him.
Frederick looks down at his espresso. He sighs. Oh, God. He holds it up, clinks his glass together with Scar's, and then starts sipping the espresso. I hate to admit it, but it does taste pretty good.
Okay. Krellin sips his. Wow, not roofied with drugs to make me shit.
Why would we ever roofie a member of the Fourth Reich, Herr Himmler? You... God, Von Braun, is he not just the best joker we have in the Fourth Reich, yeah?
Oh, he's so funny. Lightly clapping his hands, looking at Scar as he sips his espresso and then takes some foam off of his mustache.
Oh, mein Führer, if you would allow me. Clive picks up a bit of a napkin and starts to wipe down Scar's mustache.
You do still have a bit more foam on the mustache, mein Führer.
Ah! He lets Clive wipe his mustache off.
Clive gives him a bow of the head, crumples up the napkin that he used, and tosses it in a trash that's nearby somewhere.
Bring sie zum Zepiana. Take them to see the Zeppelin? You people
Oh.
have a Zeppelin? Nah.
We should make them see the Zeppelin. Yeah. He looks at the Three Stooges. Would you want to see the Zeppelin today? We have been working on it for some time. My great gentleman here.
Where you get Zeppelin, Clive?
Clive squints his eyes at Krellin.
Must I answer that question, Krellin?
Oh God. Putting his hand, how many people?
16.
Clive, I think you need to take your foot off the gas a little bit here, man.
Why would we ever take our foot off the gas? If we take our foot off the gas, you know who puts their foot on the gas? Answer me, Von Braun. You should be smart enough.
Carter. Looking blankly away at Clive.
Exactly. Carter and his allies. They put their foot on the gas. Like I always say, they died for the cause.
What happens if Ricky joined Carter? Ally with Carter? Gets angry.
Never say that. Never say that about Ricky Valorius. He would never become allies with Carter.
Don't know, spends a lot of time with him. Saw him down here other day hanging out with Memory on Carter, Soul, and Cole. Stop looking at Krillin!
Clive's hands slap down onto the table.
Is this true, Herr Himmler? Is it?
Ah, nodding his head. Samuel, he was down here passing time. Ever since the death of... Ever since Carter killed Benny, they haven't been doing a lot in terms of military action.
Clive shakes his head.
That is just as how Carter would want it.
Brainwashed, Ricky?
Exactly. He brainwashed Ricky. Mein Führer, we always promised we would not let this happen to his son, to Asherian Valorius' son.
Scar puts his hand up. You can tell Scar is deciding Ricky's fate.
Whatever you decide, mein Führer, I will carry out with the greatest capabilities that I can muster.
Ricky is just ein Feind des Vaters. Ricky is now an enemy of the fatherland, Krellin. Oops. Putting his hand over his...
God damn it, Quellen.
So be it. Words that I never wanted to hear come out of the Pharaoh's mouth, but words that came out anyway. It will be done. If he fights against us, I will pierce him with this exact blade here, mein Führer.
As he slowly unsheathes the sword, looks at it, and then resheathes it.
He brings Ugruba Shada Obashina Vata. He brings great shame to his father, Krellin. Uh-oh. Putting his trying not to laugh.
He does bring great shame. Valorius, he would have never been able to be, brainwashed or anything like that, like how Ricky is. Maybe if Ash was still around, maybe Ricky wouldn't have been, but so be it. We cannot change the past nor the future. We must just carry on with what we must do.
Schnell, Zeppelin. Schnell, schnell! Gesturing to Clive.
I will take them to the Zeppelin, mein Führer.
Where are you hiding this Zeppelin? Scar just points to the ground. Oh, in an underground bunker? Sounds fun! Standing up, putting his hand out for Frederick.
Ludwig will take Krellin's hand, stand up, smile at him, then look down at his armband, and the smile immediately just leaves.
Lead the way, General.
Yeah, I will.
As Clive will stand up and start leading them towards the Zeppelin.
As the Führer fatly sits in his chair, sipping his Mussolini espresso, as out here on a frontier planet, Laz, stopping the gunship, Laz sees two guys raising their rifles to Kaz's back, who's about to kill some guy running away from him.
Laz will spin up her Gatling guns and shoot them across the chest body, basically turning them into red mist with her Gatling gun.
Huh? Kaz looking over his shoulder, he will shoot this guy with a laser beam that disintegrates him a la Fallout. He looks up at the ship. Thanks, nodding his head.
No problem, Kaz. Remember to watch your back, please.
Got it. Looking at the guy's dusty remains being disintegrated. What's Ash doing?
He is going to look at the one who's closer to him and use the underbarrel shotgun on Shatter to blow the bottom jaw off of his head, and then turn to the one behind him and fire a single acid round right through the guy's visor so it melts his face inside his helmet.
Up here, JJ rounding the corner, coming out of a building, no blood on his sword, nothing. He hasn't even done anything yet. Sees his wife let out a shriek, slide between this guy's leg. He actually tries to shoot her, going between his legs, hits the ground. She gets up, backhands this guy. Ash seeing this guy staggered over here, dazed, confused.
He is going to look over at him, pull the taser he keeps out, shoot the guy, and just hold the taser until his body starts to smoke.
As Sam lets her chainsaw rev up, rip, and JJ sees her scream loudly and lodge the chainsaw into the guy's shoulder.
JJ watches on, in his mind, feelings of worry, a bit of disgust at the gore he's seen at the moment, but mainly just worry overfilling his mind as next to Ceres he just sort of unsheathes his swords into his gear and shakes his head.
She continues to let the chainsaw rev through the guy, cutting down into his upper chest area. Ceres will put up her hand, go to say something, then retract it and just watch. Clears her throat. Nate?
Ash will walk over to the guy who's still barely alive, look down at him, pick him up, move him to the wall here, remove his helmet, and just crush his head against the wall.
Ceres looking at Ash, then Sam. She cuts the guy all the way down to his stomach, keeps cutting. Oh boy. Looks at JJ.
JJ looks like he hasn't slept in a couple. Even when he has been sleeping, it's been a rough kind of sleep, just out of just all the worry that he's been feeling for his family around him. He raises an eyebrow up to Ceres, looks at her. Aren't you having fun with them, ma'am?
I'd say they have the job cov as she kicks the guy's body down in two pieces. Covered. Pulls out a flashbang. Pulls the pin out with her teeth, chucks it in the building, goes in. Loud screaming abates from inside the building. Oh boy. Puts her arm around JJ.
JJ reaches up and pinches the bridge of his nose.
Tell me, Ceres,
Has this happened with your husband before? And if so, how did you deal with it? Because I'm sure you don't like seeing him like this, just as I don't like seeing Samantha like this.
No, nothing's ever happened quite like this. This is a first for all fronts, Valorious and Rainfalls, I'd say. Looking at JJ sadly.
First time someone so close to the family died.
Yeah, and we've been in it to win it with Strat for a while now, and Ash was in charge of all those guys that died. Ash's whole squad died. It's been a long haul for Ash.
JJ nods. I don't doubt it. If he puts his hands in his pockets. Honestly, I don't know if this is true what I'm about to say, but if I was put in his position, I'd probably be reacting the same way.
Now her, on the other hand, how is she when she's home, as she's disappeared inside the building, grown men pleading for their lives?
She's... He scratches his chin. How do I describe it? Fine, I suppose. But not nearly normal, I would have to say. He looks up at Ceres. If that makes any sense, ma'am?
Failure is a hard thing to accept, and though we might not think she failed, it doesn't really matter. It's what the person themselves feels, unfortunately. Biting her bottom lip, rubbing JJ's shoulder.
JJ nods. No matter what I, say to her, or anything like that, I think I comfort her, most definitely. That happens. I just don't think it really gets through to her, and it doesn't stick with her that, it isn't her fault or anything like that. Like you said, it's up for her to decide, and I can only offer my opinion on the situation there.
Thought she was gonna be kicked out of the family.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She was quite worried about that. I had to bring her to my parents just to, ease those feelings about that situation.
When Ash first got her as his little trainee, Ash would come down when he was at Gateway, teaching her the administrative side of things, and bring her down to the flower shop to hang out with me. And when I first met her, I thought, well, I met her when she was a baby, and I had seen her when she was young. But I'll be damned if I ever saw her between the ages of 8 and 16. She chuckles. Always doing some type of sport or something.
JJ chuckles and smiles. This is a weird question, but how similar is she to, like, 7, or when you previously saw her last, when she was a young child, to... Looks in the direction of the building that she's now in. Well, I suppose not now, but previously, I suppose.
She grew and blossomed into a miniature version of her mother. Not similar at all from the child I met when she was a newborn and then a 7-year-old. She's literally a mini Sasha.
JJ chuckles. Well, I guess I got damn lucky in that one, didn't I?
I would say so. She'd come down, hang out at the flower shop while Ash went to get lunch. One day, it was probably the second or third time Ash brought her down. She didn't talk much. She was very quiet. Much like her mother when we first met. She was going through her wrist computer, looking at pictures, and I was like looking over her shoulder. She was in front of my counter. I was looking over her shoulders, spying as what she was doing. I thought maybe she was talking to a boy, given her looks. And she was just looking at a picture of some guy on an ODM poster. She smiles at JJ. Some very handsome guy.
JJ starts to chuckle. He scratches his chin. I used to do basically the same thing with her. I would pull up a picture that I'd stolen from my brother, believe it or not. And
Oh my god. She rolls her eye.
don't oh my god me. I was a young lad. Well, youngest relative, I suppose, but I liked what I saw, and I would just stare at a picture of her.
The first time I saw her looking at the picture, she quickly put it away and didn't say anything. The next time Ash brought her down, she told me she had a crush on you. Like a big, big crush. And she was gonna somehow, some way bump into you somewhere if you ever left the ODM Academy.
JJ chuckles and he shakes his head. Well, we did technically bump into each other once. I was proctoring a test. You know the story, I'm sure, but I was proctoring a test and I, like a dumbass, overlooked her. Yeah, not my best moment, I have to say, but after that we ran into each other again. Bumped into each other, and well, the rest is history at this point.
I was shocked when I found out she failed her test, but it was a clerical error, apparently.
Yes, it was a clerical error. A clerical error, I believe that was made by Mr. Weiser.
Ah, nodding her head. Well, we always had an old saying back in Alpha 9, don't question Tommy's ways. Maybe he was just biding you time till you were prepared to handle her as a man comes flying out of the building, a whole huge gaping hole in his stomach.
JJ watches the man fly out of the building, hit the ground, and slide a couple feet. And he looks up at Saris. You know what? If that was the reasoning behind it, I have to thank him for that, because I think I definitely needed it. Just given he looks back down at the body. That.
She was born and bred to fight, to kill, just like her mother. In a good way, not a bad way. She was born to do this, JJ. It's part of who she is.
I know, and I'll support her through it all, but well, your husband was sort of also born and bred, given what little I know about him, forgive me if I'm wrong. But he was also born and bred to fight, but I'm sure you don't like to see him like this, and he nods towards Ash.
No, I don't. But Ash has tasted the sting of failure more times than he can count. This is the real first one for her. And hopefully the last. This winds down, and you guys go work at the studio.
I work at the studio, and she could just... He closes his eyes, almost as if imagining what's gonna be happening after they're out of the military. She can just try on dresses for me, and be the face of the companies, and be so cute for me. Oh god, how I wish that was happening right now.
Is she gonna be the face like the logo? That is good. I don't think Scar will take that too well. She chuckled.
JJ shakes his head. No, he isn't. I believe what we're gonna do is, have her kiss the camera, and then it like fades to black, but the kiss remains, and Rainfall Studios next to the kiss and everything like that.
That isn't. She's nodding her head slowly, thinking, an excellent idea. I saw the Oscars speech. That crowd. Oh my god. When she said, "People tell me I'm hot."
JJ starts to laugh and nods. Well, she most certainly is hot. Trust me, I realize how lucky I am to have her. I'm quite thankful I do have her as well. Someone as good looking and as sweet and nice, and everything is her. Just I love that I'm able to rub that in people's faces, by the way. Like at the Oscar ceremony, I'm so happy that I can rub it in their faces that she's mine and they will never have a chance with her.
You sure you're gonna be able to handle Scar when he finds out he's been replaced?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be able to handle him. Whether or not he's still a Nazi or not, or, if he makes some kind of mean comment about my wife that hurts her in some way, even though she won't show it, but I know it'll hurt her, I might just have to kill him. He shrugs, and there's nothing he can do to stop me.
You are a lot like your father. You look like him, you act like him. All good things, seeing Sam come out with a laptop in hand, and then JJ sees, boom. Kind of like the resemblance between Sam and Davine. Short hair, covered in blood, a visage of Davine.
JJ blinks a couple times and his head recoils.
They say boys go after girls that remind them of their mother. It's true, Ellie is a lot like me. The non-military side of me.
Fair enough. I think it just hit for me how much I went for someone like my mother.
Well, you hit the jackpot, my friend.
JJ chuckles. I think that is an understatement, ma'am, that I hit the jackpot. I hit the multi-billion-dollar jackpot.
Wiped. Putting the laptop in JJ's hand.
JJ will take it. He looks up at Sam and nods. That means we'll have to hit up another one, yeah?
Yeah. Looking back at Ash, finishing up what he's doing, Saris comes over. You're too pretty to have blood on your face, honey. Wiping it off, Sam blinks twice.
JJ smiles at her. He holds the laptop, but, holds it in his arm instead of his hands, and he walks up to her and smiles at her. I mean, it is true love. You are far too pretty to have the crimson on your face.
He starts breathing heavily. Yeah. Sorry. She lets Saris keep wiping her face off. Just like her mother. Told her mother the same damn thing our first deployment to the frontier.
JJ looks at Saris, and she reacted in pretty much the same way.
Yeah, only there wasn't a handsome boy to. Saris will step out of the way.
And JJ walks up to her, actually hands the laptop off to Saris, and starts wiping her face off for her. I have always loved your eyes, Dem. You know that, right?
She'll snap out of her heavy breathing and flutter them at JJ.
He smiles at her, leans forward, and gives her a kiss on the clean spot that he just made on her cheek, and smiles at her. Even now, you still look smashing, love.
Smashing? Really, like this? She gestures down to her armor.
He looks down at her armor and up at her.
I'm a dog of war.
He shrugs. Yeah, but you're my dog of war.
Wanna fuck me doggy style? Saris? Okay, putting her hands up.
I wouldn't mind it, love. I truly would not mind it.
Well, if you guys want to go home, we can take you home. And I do think rest would be good, right, JJ?
It would be good, and
This is the 15th hit of this 2-day span.
I think that is a great idea. Maybe we should go home.
No,
Rest.
no. Looking at JJ. Not while I still have fight left in me.
JJ closes his eyes. His head falls a bit and nods. Whatever you want, love. I'm going to support you through this, okay?
She'll pinch JJ's chin. This is proactive. Do you know what we would be doing back on Gateway? We'd be sitting there with Carter. Doing nothing.
And JJ nods. It is better to be proactive than reactive, yes.
Crossing our arms. Yeah, but rest is good now. Okay.
JJ looks at Saris and sighs.
The lane is so depressing. 5 minutes late. Everybody's life has been ruined because I was 5 minutes late. I saw JJ's mother just crying the other morning. Oh, she shakes her head. Yeah, the Nicole Elizabeth thing is taking a toll on Davine, I'm sure. Contrary to what a lot of people say, she always had it in her to be a good mother. You could see it in the early days of her and Nicole.
She is a good mother. She really is. I know I've dogged on her in the past a bit, but she is a great mother, especially to those two.
Ash coming up. She probably feels like, and this is just my guess, but the weight of her past life sins coming down on her. And you know what? No woman deserves, no mother deserves that.
Nobody deserves to be confronted with a monument to their sins, darling. Did we find anything?
Wiped, gesturing to the laptop that Saris is holding. Kaz jetpacking over, landing next to Ash. Can we get out of here? We good? We find anything? Nope. Patting the laptop.
Nothing this time. We're going to hit up another.
You know, we could be out here for decades at this rate. These guys aren't told anything. They probably hear us come. Well, hell, this group didn't even hear us coming. They're kept in the dark. Then we'll just kill them all.
Exactly.
Ugh. He's scared of what she just said.
You never played Risk, Kaz?
What's that?
It's an old board game. You win by conquering the world. We're taking away their little spaces on the board every single time we do this.
And theoretically speaking, sooner or later we'll find Spender.
There's only so many of these bunkers left, Kaz. If he's associated with any, we'll find them.
God, I hope. Kicking this guy's body.
As do I. Any injuries to report, JJ Samantha?
No, sir. No injuries on me. You? Love?
Clean and ready to go.
Wonderful. We'll get back to work. I'll radio and inform Julius and Pequod and Sasha.
You know, a shower might not hurt Samantha, and there's a shower on the ship. Walking off! JJ walking off. Oh, God.
She's a lot like her mother. She needs to be out doing this, or she'll drive herself crazy like she was when she came in to ask us.
Banshee Queen, don't say that, Kaz. Looking scared at him.
Not in front of her, and she's the Banshee Princess. Her mother's the queen.
Good to be on the right side of things. Shrugging.
It really is, isn't it? I'm very happy that you're on our side.
Better to be at the right hand than, I forget the rest of the saying.
6 feet under?
Yeah, that's about... Gesturing at this guy, it's about right.
It's impressively cut. She used the lancer, right?
Yep, I'm sure she's making JJ more worried than he's letting on to, but... Oh well.
I'm sure she is, and I apologize if I am giving you the same worry, darling.
No, it's fine. I just would like this to be over soon.
That's why I'm staying out here as much as I can. I want it done. And the only way to do that, to look between the two of them, is to keep at it now. Because if we don't, they'll dig in and get away like the roaches they are.
Typing on the laptop he took from Sarah. Oh, get lucky, maybe. One of these guys will forget to do whatever encrypted data wipe thing, and I'm sure a lot of these guys are pretty klutzy. These can't all be ex-EarthGov. He had to hire out, recruit out, colony grunts. Somebody will make a mistake, hopefully.
They aren't all ex-EarthGov. Look at how much of a pushover some of these idiots are.
You can say that again. As this guy's arm is still twitching slightly as flashing to the apartment on Gateway. Ricky and Carter sit on the couch together. There's not a Scardolf here quite yet. On the couch together. And John Kevin Miley. Back in Garden City. They're watching a documentary on the Saint. Back in Garden City. The Great Melee Civil War. It was sparked by Lord Namaste. Researchers have found. One of the many Namaste's, incited the war, drove the Irish and/or the domestic menace mad. As Tommy pauses and you see footage of the domestic menace running across the screen.
It always comes back to the Namaste's, doesn't it?
Somehow, someway, it does, yes. Carter just shakes his head and rubs his eye, looking at the screen. You know, I don't know why, but I feel like if something like really bad were to happen, what if the menace was like brought back to life and he was sent to fight after like Spender or something? Do you know how confused he would be?
I think that would be just enough dumbassery that Spender wouldn't know what to do.
Why do that when you could just send Father?
Carter looks overhead his shoulder. Hi, honey.
Hello. Coming up with breakfast sandwiches you have to eat, whether you're depressed or not. Giving one to Ricky and Carter and sitting down next to Carter.
She sits down next to Carter, and Carter sort of leans on her, rests his head on her shoulder, and looks at the sandwich. You ate, right?
I ate while I was making the rest for you two, and I have more for old... I don't want to say old Smokey, but the chimney up there who's chain smoking and your sister.
Carter looks up and sees the smoke wafting off and nods. Thank you, honey, as he leans up, gives her a kiss on the cheek, and takes a bite of the sandwich.
You two work out a lot. You need the protein, that's why there's extra ham on there.
Thanks. It's, hard to remember to eat right now. He'll slowly take a bite.
But why? Back to my question, why send the Menace when you could just send the Fourth Reich?
Carter just sighs and shakes his head. God damn it, the Fourth Reich. Honestly, that would probably confuse old Smokey way more than sending the Saint here. Because at least with the Saint, he probably knows something about him. When it comes to the Fourth Reich, well, he would probably be more confused than anything has ever confused him in his long, terrible life.
And I guess...
Have you heard? Oh, good.
And as you two can attest, personally, the Fourth Reich or the unit actually are sometimes effective.
Have you heard anything from Samantha? Anybody? JJ, Laz, our pilots, Oz, and anybody? Your parents? And nobody has.
Nah, they've been out doing their thing.
Must be nice.
Yeah, Carter closes his eyes and shakes his head. Is it bad that I sort of wish I went out with them as well? Like, be more proactive than anything. I understand why we need to be here and stuff just in case something comes up, but sometimes I do wish that I went out with them.
I wish I had, but I think it's a difference between, and I hate to say it about myself, minor league and major leaguers.
Carter chuckles. I'm not afraid to admit about myself. I have never been as much of a killer as Samantha has always been.
Nor have I.
I just wouldn't want to get in either of their way when her, my dad, mom, any of them, when they're, serious about something.
I was actually quite upset when I found out we were being separated as a squad. I won't lie. I was hurt. Not angry at anybody, but we'd been together for so long, and now here we sit, split.
It felt like the life we had for the last, almost 2 years now, almost? Is just gone.
I certainly felt hurt by it, but she's always gonna be my greatest warrior. I don't think much is ever gonna change that.
Do you think we'll ever actually be a squad again, though?
He nods. Most definitely. We're gonna
For
do
our
some-
time is up, Carter?
He looks at Marianne and takes a hold of her hand while he takes a bite of his sandwich. Most definitely. We're gonna be a squad again. We're gonna fight on the same lines. No matter the incursion or fight against Old Smoky when we get the chance to go after him, so on and so forth. We're gonna fight again, together. Like we were always meant to be as a squad.
They were given leave to hang out down on the lane, not have to be around Gateway with us, but they were always, for the most part, here. Especially as time went on and we all became closer. Even Samantha, ultra stressed out, was still here.
Because we were a squad together, he's gonna finish polishing off his sandwich. They wanted to be with us. I mean, for some reason, I think they like us. I don't know why.
Very good question. Laughing, thinking about it. Oh god. Given some of the things Carter and I have done to the poor family.
Mainly me. I honestly would completely understand it if they just really hated me. Especially JJ with how much stress I put on Samantha over the past couple of years.
I'm just glad cooler heads somewhat prevailed and Father has called a truce. And the lane is depressing, but you know what? It is, I wouldn't say relaxing, but at peace in some extent of the word peace.
Carter nods. It is as peaceful as it can be right now. At least none of us have to worry about being roofied or shot at with paintballs or, having to look out across the lake every so often just in case another underwater excursion is happening and I'm about to get shot up.
Mother was so dejected when she saw them dressed that way that she told me she can't believe what happened to Clive.
I mean, can you? Dude's living the life of the Fourth Reich, and somehow that's the most reasonable version of him.
And Uncle only speaks in German now. And Russian. Some words he says in Russian for some reason.
And he's got the toothbrush mustache.
And it's a perfect representation, too.
And sometimes he doesn't even speak in either version. It's just gibberish when he speaks sometimes.
Sunday dinner with them. This past Sunday was so odd as we all sat there and Father praised the American fast food giant of McDonald's. We ate McDonald's. We all, me and Carter got McDonald's from Gateway because we got sick of authentic German cuisine, and Father praised the American Big Mac for its innovation.
You could sort of tell just by looking at him that it was like he just ate something from the Holy Grail itself and started to de-age or some crap like that.
He said that Big Mac rivaled the best burger place in Munich.
He said that about, like, the worst burger on the menu.
I prefer the quarter pounder myself, but when you're a Nazi and you've never tried McDonald's, I guess.
One of the exact things he said, and forgive me, I'm about to impersonate Nazi Clive, I know, but
This burger, it was not made in Hamburg itself? Wow. And only in 5 minutes? The Americans, they do know how to create fast food, don't they,
I don't want to say that word, but
mein Führer?
And then Uncle Scar just said da, 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 which is the Russian way of saying yeah.
which I don't understand why he uses Russian instead of German. It's literally a one-letter difference for yes, ja and da.
Who taught him how to speak partial German? That's my question.
I got no clue. Do you think he just picked up an English to German dictionary, started reading it, got bored, and threw it out a window or something?
It could very well be. God knows what goes on out at Groom Lake and Bragg now that they've probably been turned into German equivalents, but...
I mean, who taught him how to be enough of a chemist to aerosolize roofies? Or enough of a mechanic to help build that fucking glider? Who knows where he learned that shit?
Ah, yes, the Clive Goblin, my favorite. Patting Carter's hand.
Carter sort of shivers when he hears the Clive Goblin.
I don't think Carter will ever let that one go. His own wife was kidnapped out of his own bed. Carter holds me very tight, I've noticed, since that happened. Like, some nights I struggle to breathe.
And she has to wake me up and tell me to loosen up my grip on her. He looks at her. I'm not letting you be stolen away again. I swear you that much, honey.
It won't happen again. The sigils are in place thanks to Aunt Nicole, and yes, we're fine.
Thank God. He shakes his head, and I swear to God, if they do somehow steal you again, I don't think even my mother can convince me not to kill them.
Yeah,
Well, thankfully, they're not concerned with you anymore, or so they say.
I hope he's telling the truth, because it would suck if he reenacts the bombing of Dresden over your house.
Oh, God. We don't need this right now as a family. We just don't. Grandmother is devastated. Everybody's devastated, but Grandma Davine and Grandfather Hunk are looking horrible.
I don't think I've ever personally seen them look worse. He looks at me around. Maybe you remember something about the apartment, Grandma Davine looking bad, but me, I don't remember a look of that.
She'll actually cross her legs, lace her fingers, and sit back. People ask me that all the time. Like, do you remember when this happened back in the apartment days of Alpha 9, this and that? And to be honest, I don't remember a lot. And I've come to the conclusion after studying some psychology that because this apartment, when they were here, was so drama-filled, I think my child brain blocked out most memories, save for hanging out with Ricky's grandmother and having fun times with the rest of you. Anything involving the adults, I struggle to remember. Except vague glances in the gym at grandmother either sitting there like a retard and or grandmother crying in a ball in a hoodie, much like Elizabeth.
And, I mean, let's be honest about what happened to your grandparents over the past month. They went from happy daughter, happy future son-in-law to, oh, happy daughter messed up the marriage proposal, to, oh, future son-in-law's dead and your happy daughter's a ball, to, oh, your other happy daughter is now killing herself trying to resurrect your dead son-in-law.
She groans. Just to finish off my last statement, though, the person I have the most adult memories, the adult I have the most childhood memories from this place from are Uncle Scar and Zap. They might have been crazy, but they were the most normal of anybody here, in my humble opinion.
Even when he was just walking around saying nice to everything?
And usually looking at pictures of General Lorelei, yes. And yes, I agree with everything you said, Ricardo. It's killing Grandmother Davine. The drug usage. We all know what's going on. We don't have to pretend.
I didn't want to say because I didn't feel like it was my place.
We all know it's happening. Even a time deity looks stressed out and strung out, I meant to say. Yeah.
And Carter shakes his head. Just putting myself in, Hunk's position, if my child started using drugs and was constantly stressed out, and another one of my children were, he just closes his eyes and shakes his head. I seriously would. I would probably be in a worse place than he is at that moment, and that is scary for me to say.
Grief is difficult, and everybody handles it, processes it, and evolves from it differently, but I would have at least thought Elizabeth would have gotten up by now. But she just sits in either the Jurassic Park room, the game machine, I should say, or her bedroom. She just lies there balled up in that hoodie. She hardly moves, hardly eats.
It's because she thinks it's her fault. At least that's what I think.
You might be right, but it wasn't. Nobody could have smelled that ambush coming. I haven't even tried to talk to her. I've seen others attempt to, and it's just like talking to a wall. About the only people she talks to are Aunt Nicole, Uncle Julius.
Yeah.
Carter nods. I think she definitely feels the most comfortable around her siblings, and I've also seen her talk to her father quite a few times.
Such a shame.
I mean, yeah. And even if I would know it wasn't my fault, if I were in her shoes, I'd blame myself because of. Please don't hate me for saying it, but if she hadn't walked away, they would have dropped together.
Yeah, no, you're right. I try to put myself in her shoes, but at some point, they try to get her to go for walks. She won't even go for walks. It's not good.
Is she at least showering? Because I've heard the stories of your grandma.
No. Looking at her nail.
Carter just sort of grimaces with it, like baring his teeth, not in a mean way or anything, just like in a grimace.
Uncle Julius, Aunt Nicole, and Carter's mother bathe her. As pathetic as that sounds, it's just the truth.
Oh, God, poor.
And she fights. She puts up a fight when they try, so Carter's mother was quite upset the other night.
Pretty sure I saw my father with scratches on his face a couple nights ago.
I mean, it's gonna sound ridiculous, but at least that's a thing. It sounds dumb, but I'm almost happy to hear that, because that means there's some oomph left in her for something, at least.
She should have never joined the military. She's not cut for it. I am sorry, but I get what my mother was saying. She might be good at it. Excellent. One of the best, but if you're not cut for it up here, she taps her temple, you're not. Look at us. We watched him die. He wasn't our love. I get it. He wasn't our husband or wife, but we had to keep coming to work.
I mean, I was thinking.
Carter nods. Even though, it's affected us all, don't get me wrong, and we're all sad about it and everything like that, we've still like continued living on, if that makes any sense.
She will not.
No, we, as much as I am not in a great way, we're able to put it to the back and do what we gotta do. We've got coping mechanisms like, working out or smoking. I don't think she has the ability to put together a coping mechanism for something that big.
No, and I think Aunt Nicole knows that, given what she watched grandmother do here in this very place. Downstairs, to be more exact. So, yeah. Resurrection's incredibly difficult. I don't know a lot about it, but the gist of it is you have to create somewhat of a, I don't know the exact word, astral projection of yourself, scour the afterlife for the person, guide the person's spirit back to what they call limbo and or purgatory, and then guide their body, their spirit back to their body, while simultaneously healing the wound that killed them, and also reigniting the life spark of their soul and brain, all at the same time.
Wait. They gotta seek out the spirit of someone. In the afterlife amongst the spirits of everyone who's ever died ever?
No resurrection ever happened overnight for a person. She shakes her head. At least so I read. I've been trying to read about it, but finding texts on it are not easy. They're all locked away on Gateway, under lock and key by Aunt Nicole, who is not in the mood to talk.
Carter nods. Hell, if you think about it, any resurrection, which we only know of animals at this point, but any resurrection that I've ever personally heard of, there's been at least 2 people doing it. Mr. Snuffles, there was 2 people doing it. I'm pretty sure Rolly died at one point. 2 people resurrected him, so on and so forth. So Aunt Nicole's doing it by herself, doing all of that by herself.
And I'm gonna guess a person's harder than a cat.
Extremely. Biology. The biology of healing and the brain. Yeah.
The more aware that a person is, or a thing is, the more difficult it is to resurrect.
Well, they're lucky I'm not. They're lucky I'm not the head of the family. I don't want to be. But they're lucky I'm not, because it would have been a pretty swift he is erased from her mind if she doesn't bounce back in the next 3 months decision.
I agree. I'm pretty sure if my brother was the head of the family, or not my brother, my father was the head of the family, it would be that would be his decision as well.
I don't even want to think about what I would want to do there. Because neither decision's good, right? They both suck, one just sucks less.
One sucks less, but at this point, scratching her nose uncomfortably, you stand to lose a lot more than just a son-in-law.
Carter just starts chuckling. He rubs his eye and shakes his head. Stand to lose Aunt Nicole, Elizabeth, and if Aunt Nicole fails, which I don't think she will, trust me, I have faith that my aunt will succeed, but if she fails, then we're gonna have to deal with... He just looks down at the floor and shakes his head. I hate even thinking about it, but Benny walking around haunting the lane, that'll be terrible.
Oh, God.
And think about it in the even bigger picture. If you lose your aunt and Elizabeth, I think it'd kill your grandma.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it would. Holding Carter's hand tightly, I think it would be the complete undoing of the family, slowly but surely. Yeah. No grandma means no grandfather, and yeah.
Yeah, it would be the destruction of the family. So he puts his hands on his knees and rubs them. Let's hope that doesn't happen, right?
I believe in your aunt. She's the most powerful thing, like, ever, right? She can do it. I have to believe in her, right?
Good old saying is hope for the best, pray for the worst. As she unmutes the Saint documentary, Soul coming out of her room, waking up.
She yawns a bit, scratches her cheek, comes out of her room, looks around, and immediately clocks Colt just smoking, the plumes of smoke rising above him. She's gonna walk up behind him and give him a kiss on the back of the neck.
He'll jump slightly and, oh, turn around.
She blinks a couple times looking at him, squints her eyes. You okay, Colt?
Cigarette? He offers her one.
She looks down at the pack. How many have been smoked out of it?
Like 7.
She grimaces a bit, looks up at him. Have you smoked all of those just this morning, honey?
And half a pack before this one, yeah.
honey. She reaches up and slowly closes the cigarettes and takes the pack out of his hands and walks up to him and puts a hand on his cheek. You know, I'm perfectly okay with smoking to get the stress out, especially right now, but this? She looks down at the cigarettes and up at him. That's really worrying, honey.
Just wish I signed up with Ricky's dad. My mom asked me if we wanted to go, and I said no. He looks at Soul, because I thought, like, we should probably be here. You can't take everybody from Carter, and here we are. Just sitting here, passing the time.
She thins her lips and nods.
They could use a Moon Maiden's hand out there, I'm sure. My sister is capable. Ricky's father's more capable, but they're not as capable as the Moon Maiden.
That is true. I personally wouldn't mind helping them out either. Think of it this way, though, honey. She smiles up at him. We're here, and we're ready to protect the family from anything. Not just the family, but other people across the universe. We need to have people like that, honey. Trust me, I would love to be out there killing some SIS sons of bitches. Maybe even finding Spender and killing him myself, but I think this is not only where we are needed right now, for the sake of the universe, but for the sake of the family as well, honey. She brings him in close by the face and puts her forehead on his. I don't think a lot of people realize how much Carter really cares about us or anything like that. I know that's probably the wrong way to say it, but he is thankful every single time you have his back. And so
Well, he's my best friend. That's what friends are for.
She nods and smiles. I think sometimes he feels like you're the only one who does have his back. Other than Memory Ann, of course. Hell, you have his back more than I do. And I'm his goddamn twin sister.
Well, when Mom offered me a chance to go, I just... Like, you can't take everybody from Carter, but goddamn, he comes over here, hands on her ass. I saw your aunt walking around with a crack pipe on Gateway the other day. Well, yesterday morning, before you woke up. And then your dad quickly coming up an elevator and grabbing... She was in a high stupor, basically. Your dad grabbed her and took her back down to the office so nobody saw her that way.
She leans her entire body against him and looks up at him and shakes her head. Oh, God. I really wish I was powerful enough to help her. Or that
What would you do? He's gonna guide her closer out here, put her up against the wall. You're the Moon Maiden. Maybe you'll never be the Time Deity, but you're slotted to be what? 2, 3 in terms of the family's power scaling, whatever you want to call it. What would you do with Elizabeth? If it was your choice.
She opens her mouth and closes it and looks away from him for a second.
Could you live with erasing Benny from her mind? 'Cause I don't think I could. Every time I'd look at her, I'd feel like I was a failure.
I don't think I would be able to live with it. And I know for a fact Aunt Icy won't be able to live with it if she does. She looks at Colt. Call it my mom, call it my dad, call it me being a bit jaded or something like that, but in her current state, Elizabeth isn't really bringing much to the universe as a whole. She thins her lips and looks down.
All she does is sit in that room.
She nods. If we were to take Benny out of her brain, though, out of her memories, she would be able to
bring use to the universe. Her soul would have meaning, you know?
She looks at him in his eyes.
And I'm a bit ashamed to say that's how I feel, but
She shrugs.
that's sort of how I feel about it.
Well, I wish your aunt felt that way, carrying her out here, because I think if everything would just go back to normal.
I think it would take some time to go back to normal. Most definitely, she might go back to normal, but well, on Icy, will definitely take some time, and by proxy, her parents and her siblings would definitely take some time. My mother and father,
She shakes her head.
but it would just be the easier and better answer. But if Aunt Icy wanted to do this, and if I was powerful enough, I just wish I could help her. You know, if this was the decision she's making, I wish I could help her with this.
When I walk the dogs at night or in the morning, depending on the day, bringing her down here, I see nobody outside ever. Nobody's ever out on their porches, sitting down next to Memory Ann. I don't hear children having a good time. I don't hear your mother and father banging, which is very loud. Memory Ann, scoff. It's just the lane is eerily quiet. It's like walking in a ghost town. The main drag, anyway. And without Uncle Clive launching paramilitary operations on Carter, it's even more creepier and quiet. It's like a graveyard. You can say that again.
Like a lane in morning?
Hell, morning, it feels like a graveyard. Like morning is over, it's just everybody's dead.
Carter nods. He crosses his arms. Feels like everyone's... This is really bad given the subject material and why we're talking about this, but ghosts. Just going through the motions. Sort of in limbo, if you will.
Carter and I took Uncle Scar's cabin to have space, live a little farther away, have space, nice peace and quiet. We find ourselves spending more time with Carter's parents, and it's just crickets in that house. Even the kids, even the grandkids, they mostly stay with Mama Lan and Uncle Zap. Because Grandma Davine and Grandfather are too devastated.
I mean, everyone's dealing with that. I'm lucky. Ellie's insulated enough that she's upset about it, but she isn't destroyed like you guys are. I can't imagine being down there, because it's gonna intensify itself because everyone's that way.
Carter nods. That is true, yeah. And Soul shakes her head.
We'll get through it, though. The family has...
She opens her mouth and closes it and looks around.
I'm sure the family has gone through worse than this and have gotten through it that we might not know about.
Well, there will be tons of more Saint documentaries to watch to pass the time and get through it.
That is true.
She turns around, looks at the Saint's face, and shakes her head.
What is this one about?
It's about the beginning of the Saint origins, the beginning of the Melee Civil War. It's episode 1 of 75.
How can you have 75 episodes on this guy's life?
The man lived a historic life. He lived a long time, traveling the continental United States as a nomad, hunting his deranged son.
And to be fair, the first, 5 are all in-depth on the first Melee Civil War.
I mean, that's the man who helped burn the Capitol building down back when it was the United States government. Colt chuckle.
That's the man right there. He points towards the picture of John Maley, who was rejected by white supremacists for being too radical.
Deflected a Molotov with his garbage can lid into the building and set it ablaze.
I don't think there's enough, footage in the world to tell the story of how much of a weirdo that dude was.
No. Nope, there never will be. And it's going on commercial break, so thank God.
Do you think John Kevin would be a part of the Fourth Reich?
Did you see his war game? A little ridiculous army thing he had to oppose his son? Yeah.
He'd worship the
Just-
ground Scar walks on.
You would think it's the second coming of Adolf himself. Yes, he would be part of the Fourth Reich.
Turn his back on Mr. Wiseau and join the forces of evil.
I'm sorry, Tommy. My true calling is here.
Motherfucker. Colt says.
Sol starts to laugh as she leans onto Colt. Oh my god, that would be a sight to see. Oh my god! Is that John Kevin himself? Come, get into your uniform, mine Kevin.
Da.
Star-
Yes, as he speaks in Russian, who famously were the reasons that the Nazis lost, or at least one of them.
Speaking of the devil. Oh, what the hell? Marianne seeing a picture of Ricky next to. Do I unmute this? Colt, yes. Looking at Marianne.
Carter nods. Unmute it. We need to hear this.
Hallo, mein Landstuder. Dieser Jungmann ist Jesset in Feindes versus Ireland on the way of the Stellar Excursion. Then it goes off the screen and back to a regular commercial. Oh boy, looking at her wrist computer.
What did that say?
Sol looks at the wrist computer. What did it say, Marianne?
Hello, my fellow countrymen. This young man is now an enemy of the fatherland and will be shot on sight.
What did I do?
Colt starts laughing. I have no idea. They probably think you killed Benny.
Sol leans forward and starts laughing. Carter looks at Ricky and covers his mouth and starts laughing as well. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Did they have to use the worst picture of him? The one where he's in that stupid saint attire? Colt, yeah.
Well, fuck me, I guess. I don't get to go to the lane and hang out with you guys anymore because I'm risking getting shot.
Oh, they don't come anywhere near the main drag these days. Save for every so often you'll see them. And I'm telling you, they leave Carter alone. Father shook Carter's hand the other night at dinner, and it was the McDonald's dinner I mentioned, and it was weird. Seeing my handsome husband shaking hands with a Nazi.
The Führer gave me a hug.
That's the first time Uncle Scar has hugged Carter probably since what? Before we got married, right?
Before we got married, yeah. You guys ever get hugged by Adolf himself?
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't, but Sol did when we all did that weird conga line. Great Uncle Fiora, Uncle Fiora.
It's not a good feeling, is it? No. It felt good for like 2 seconds, and then I realized that the man I'm hugging is dressed up like Adolf Hitler, and I just backed off completely from him. Felt
And
good for
he smells like sausages and fucking leather shoe polish. I used to polish my boots all the time in the Marine Corps. Like, that's what he smells like. Sausages and leather boot polish, and it's gross.
So on, and just the faintest scent of sauerkraut.
He laughed. Well, sauerkraut soup is apparently his favorite.
I believe it. I knew it wasn't just sausage. I smelled that, but I couldn't place the other one. You're goddamn right, it's shoe polish.
It's the same boot polish they used to issue us back in the Marine Corps. Like your boots, your trousers had to be bloused. Your boots constantly shined in the Marine Corps, and they'd issue you 10, 15 little bottles at a time. Fucking disgusting, and that's what he smells like. And I think it's because he's polishing that ridiculous. Well, it's probably Frederick polishing that ridiculous armor he wears now. The leather strap.
Oh yeah, Dad uses that for his boots and his holster still. So yeah, it makes sense.
But your father doesn't wear his armor all the time like the Führer. Do you think he sleeps in that?
Yes, most definitely he sleeps in it. I also think that he wears the uniform and the armor while Fledwick polishes it, not taking it off so it's easier on him. He wears it while he does it.
Let's double back to the sleeping question. The real question is, do you think he sleeps? And I think the answer is no.
I mean, I would put pretty good money on him just never sleeping, and if he ever does, he does it standing up. Like, I know that's not like physically possible, but I think he finds a way to do it.
Given what little I've been looking into psychology, because I'd like a doctorate degree in it someday, I think Benjamin's. How do I put this? I think Father and Uncle Scar always felt rather emasculated around some of the men of our family. Would everybody agree?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I think that emasculation was the gateway of their minds into what they turned into. The unit being these manly men of combat and valor. Benny died. By all accounts, they went back to normal for like a handful of hours. I think the Reich is their way of being strong. Not so much for the family, because that's what they claim, but for themselves. And that's just sad. Shaking her head, looking at Carter.
Unyielding and willing to fight to the last. Man.
And willing to kill people to get what they want. No, but stop, Colt, please. My father has not killed anybody. Well, the volcano, yes, but...
Soul blinks a couple times, then looks at Colt.
I'm telling you, come on. He looks at Soul.
I don't think she can handle that right now, honey.
That fire station, which just so happened to be the same one Carter sent all that food to. Marianne, happy coincidence. Father was on the lane. They had just left the house.
Clive was on the lane, and he called a ceasefire. Why wouldn't he send that tank after me and shoot me with the Luger if he had it available to him? Why call the ceasefire and not kill me, you know?
That's another thing. He had no Luger on him at the time when we all met Uncle Führer down at the house. And none of them were actually armed. She's thinking back. Colt, yeah, and the little Nazi memorabilia museum, the cashier got shot. You don't think they did that? They just magically showed up with They're not replica. They look very real. They're replica uniforms from some film, probably, that grandmother did.
Either some film or planes that Samuel stole that weren't, Nazi replicas, but they made them look like replicas, and Samuel's very good at doing that kind of thing. So
not only that, but Carter said it. Nobody came after him with the tank or Luftwaffes and Colt. And who do you think killed the lady at the museum, where those were stolen by unknown individuals? Just because we haven't seen them around the lane doesn't mean the Fourth Reich doesn't have them somewhere. Please, Colt, my father is not a cold-blooded murderer.
Carter shakes his head. Yeah, no, he's not a cold-blooded murderer, man.
Uncle Führer might be.
98 firefighters lost their lives at that fire station. And it's a shame. And the proper authorities need to pull their heads out of their asses, not our parents, the local police force, and figure it out. That's what detectives are for.
It'd be sort of hard to do it if Uncle Towns is covering up anything they do, though, you know?
Well, I mean, maybe he is. I haven't spoken to him on the matter, but my father was not involved. Nor my uncle. Do you really think Krellin and Frederick and Samuel would let them do that to people?
Krellin's proudly walking around in Nazi uniform.
Right, but Frederick wouldn't, nor would Samuel. They're not cowed by my father and Scar. Please, they're not afraid of them.
And even if he's walking around in Nazi uniform, Krellin's still a good person. I just don't think he understands necessarily what he's wearing. He still wouldn't let them kill people.
They make fun of my father and Scar behind their backs all the time. They are not cowed by father and Scar, even in their Nazi persona. Okay. Pulling back Soul onto him, sitting back on the couch. Whatever you say, Marianne.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I just wouldn't have thought.
This is probably the kindest my father has ever been to them, Ricky. You understand? And Uncle.
I get it. I'll just say I wouldn't have thought they would have filled an entire city with roofie bombs and kidnapped you, either.
That is true. That's a fair point, but the roofie bombs were non-lethal. Yes, the Clive Goblin did kill some people, but... She shrugs. I refuse to believe it was my father. There's no evidence, no sighting. I'm pretty sure father would have got caught. Or maybe not caught, but done something dumb, like make an YouTube video claiming victory over Carter or something. That's what they always do.
That is true, but if they're trying to uphold a truce right now, and let's just say theoretically they're trying to convince that they're holding a truce up right now, don't you think they wouldn't air their actions to the general public and such, especially to Carter himself?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, all I'm saying, Carter, is you seem like very relaxed, which is good, when it comes to your father-in-law, which is good. I'm happy for you, but I wouldn't let my guard down too much. Please, we don't need any fear-mongering.
Carter nods. I appreciate your concern, Colt, but comparatively at this moment, I just think it's a non-issue right now.
Speaking of an issue, pointing at Soul and Colt, you need to eat, no matter how depressed you are. Come downstairs, Carter. Help me get them their sandwiches.
Carter nods. Yeah, of course, honey.
They go downstairs. Yeah, it was Clive who fucking killed all those people. I'm telling you right now. He waits till they get out of earshot. Like, it was a tank that attacked that place. It was Clive. They were attacked from the air and the ground, and then the only body that wasn't completely dismembered was a guy shot in the head with a 9mm parabellum.
And,
That's a Luger.
And coincidentally, like you said, wasn't that right after a tank and a couple planes got stolen from a Nazi museum?
At that Nazi museum, the tour guide receptionist lady was found dead with one 9mm parabellum in her forehead. And at the museum, 9mm parabellum.
I'm... Alright. I think it was them. I'm gonna be completely honest. They keep escalating. Yeah, none of the roofie bombs were lethal, but how much of a step is it from roofie explosive to real explosive?
Colt clears his throat, looks down the stairs. So, the other day, me and Soul were walking around. We were walking the dog, so we were trying to keep our mind off things. And we saw this. He pulls up a picture on his wrist computer, flying over Frost Tyrant Territory mountains. The mountains, you've seen them.
Yeah, that's a Zeppelin.
A Nazi Zeppelin? Colt, chuckling. Why would you need a Nazi Zeppelin if there's a truce?
Oh. Do you think they're just, like, amassing weaponry to attack him with the moment Benny's back?
Uncle Clive is an arch-villain, in my opinion, and if I was an arch-villain, when would I attack my greatest enemy? When he's at his weakest. And Carter right now is at his weakest. He feels like he failed all of us, failed Benny, failed his family, his parents. I would attack Carter now.
And then you double down on it by offering a truce so his defenses are down too.
Holding up the picture, looking at it, disappeared below the mountainside. And then obviously it went out of sight, but yeah. And this was at like 4 in the morning. I forgot to mention. We went out at 4 in the morning, and this thing was hovering around silently.
And of any... You know the lane better than me, but... Of any target they might use that on, what's the closest to Frost Tyrant territory again?
Carter and Memory Ann's abode. Right, Soul?
Soul nods. Basically right next to it. It's the closest towards Frost Tyrant territory.
They're gonna drop a roofie nuke on them, aren't they?
I don't I don't want to ruin Carter's peace of mind, so I'm not going to show him this, but tell you what, when that thing comes flying over the mountainside and we hear Carter scream all the way from our house, I'm just going back inside.
As am I. She nods. I'm not gonna help him out with this one.
What are you not helping out with? Coming up with more sandwiches.
Your dad the moment that the truce is over when Benny's back.
Oh, well, we're used to that. Carter's parents don't stand in the way of uncle and father. Handing the sandwiches, thank you. Taking the
Thank you, Memory Ann. She starts to eat her sandwich.
It's part of Carter's penance that they allow uncle and father to operate without impunity and attack Carter at any given time, so.
Carter nods, which, fair enough. As long as they don't kidnap my wife or hurt her in any way, I'm more than willing to take that punishment.
Yeah, that's a line far too cross. If somebody kidnapped you out of the bed, our bed, I would, It's a good thing they kidnapped Memory Ann and not you.
So nods. Oh, trust me, if they kidnapped you, they wouldn't be. They wouldn't exist. I probably would have just disintegrated them where they stood.
God damn it, Colt.
Oh, sorry. Biting his sandwich, I forgot.
Imagine if they tried to kidnap Sam.
He starts laughing. Reaching down for my sister's, apparently they chlorophoned me. Yeah, Frederick did it. Reaching down for my sister's mouth with the rag, Frederick's throat just gets slit.
Frederick's throat gets slit. She sits up and starts shooting at Krillin while JJ sits up and starts chasing after the two who were in the pinky.
Oh!
Oh God, that would be a freaky sight to see. Fudwick getting his throat slit? Oh God.
Does anybody remember the days of Marshall Fredson when they were talking about the Marshall Fredson movies and the trilogy and the slap fighting Father would do, and that's where Father's ego really started because they would pump Father up and say he was so good, but they were just making fun of him.
They were just making fun of him, but Scar actually believed that he was completely badass and he was able to fight my father and stuff.
They convinced him to agree to play a vampire hooker in that ridiculous script Fredwick Force Krellin was penning back before the days of the unit called Snake Immersion.
You remember when they used to do the choreography for us, like a couple children showing off to their parents their new dance moves that they've learned?
Fred Cheeto, the number of chins acquainted to your level of mastery.
And Fudwick somehow always managed to give himself 60 chins. Oh my God, I wonder how many chins he can give himself now that he's way more fat.
Oh, he's the master of Fred Cheeto. Nobody will ever come close. I can't believe Father accused your father of using Blood Hunter shit on him.
He apparently accused my father of using Blood Hunter shit when my father used Mushin, and then when my father used Blood Hunter magic on him, he accused him of using Mushin forms, the sneaky Mushin, and everything like that.
Snaky motion, Julius.
Snaky motion.
I mean, your dad.
Those are the simpler days, Ricardo. Leaning back in her chair.
Yeah, the simpler days when he was telling your dad that he had wasted motion.
And Aunt Nicole.
And her in Nevermore form, all that wasted motion.
Uncle Scar fled like a kitten running from a predator when Nevermore came out. I heard him. We were frozen, but we were still aware. And then we came unfrozen, and the first thing you hear is, Jesus Christ! And I just saw his tail going into the window of the Euro truck.
He was covered in so much sauce.
Exactly, yeah, no, it's not necessarily a funny day to think about, but to think about him walking out, acting all calm and stuff while having all that food sauce on him and stuff, it's so funny.
Oh, got it under control. Glad I was here to help, guys.
Carter puts a hand on his chest. I probably helped out more, and I had a grade 4 concussion, if that even exists.
I was just making sure the Euros were okay. You gotta understand, Carter. People gotta eat. You don't get it.
Hey, no, I don't get it. I'm glad someone was out there to look out for the goddamn Euros. What do you think Clive would have done if he was in that position with Scar?
Urinate himself. And then probably got in the truck with Scar and cowered and begged and pleaded for his life and probably cheered on Carter's father and cheered on Aunt Nicole. Like, oh, please, God, save me, Julius.
You know the begging they did when they insulted your aunt? And
No way!
he said it would have been that in the back of the truck.
No way, Tom did it!
No, wait, Uncle, no, please!
Davine. You know, they're still angry about that. When I was paralyzed and I was always with Grandma and Grandpa, every once in a while I'd Davine, and your grandfather would get so angry.
Carter starts to laugh. I guarantee you, if we said that to him right now, he would probably attempt to break one of our necks.
That was such an amazing moment. You Elvish bitch.
Imagine having the balls to say that. She points to herself. I'm the goddamn Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden, and I'm not willing to say that to Grandma.
Moon Maiden.
I gotta ask. I wasn't there to see it happen live, but what was the atmosphere around you guys like when that was said?
Shock, because we were all in shock that Clive was that brave and or egotistical, thin line. Yes, I saw my mother just throw up her hands and shake her head because she knew father was potentially going to die that day.
Honestly, I'm pretty surprised that he didn't die that day, just given how angry Grandpa was.
You Elvish bitch. It's amazing.
I mean,
Hell, I'm sure my father wouldn't say that to her, and he's goddamn the second most powerful person in our family.
One of these days. Samantha. No way, JJ!
oh God.
Carter starts to laugh. Take it from a person who has been face to face with an angry JJ and lived, only thankfully, towards the family around me. It is terrifying having an angry JJ yelling at you, screaming at you, threatening to hurt you. It's terrifying.
Especially with Sam as she is right now, I'd be worried JJ would kill him.
Samantha. I'm just choking. He puts his hands up, but Samantha. You failure of a bodyguard. That would be it. JJ would be head father and uncle shortly thereafter.
None of us would be able to control him. There would be no chance in hell that we would be able to.
But luckily, father's ego is down, and we have peacetime on the lane. Yeah. Looking away from Maria.
Sure, yeah. Peacetime.
Yeah, peacetime. Just like the early 1930s were peacetime.
Carter crosses his arms and leans back. So what would you do if they called and they said, Colt, you paraplegic bitch. Soul leans back. I would probably use their own gravity against them and start smashing them against the wall if they ever said that about my husband.
Fair enough.
Soul sighs and nods. She looks at Colt and puts a hand on his cheek. Yeah, no one is ever gonna say that about you, honey.
No, nope. And I appreciate you protecting me. Kissing her lightly on the lips. I'm not fond of being called paraplegic. I did not enjoy being disabled. It was the worst time of my life.
Oh, I know, and that's why I will always and forever protect you from people who say such rude things like that.
Because it's not like I asked to be hit with that thing that guy threw or anything like that.
Yeah, they act as if you purposely pointed towards your lower back and said to whatever his fucking name was, hit me there, please.
Lazy motherfucker coat and that goddamn mullet, which I hate.
So scoffs.
He could hate the mullet as much as he wants. I personally love it.
Oh, they're jealous of your mullet. Probably your father's mullet and JJ's hair as well as grandfather. They're quite jealous. I guess I would be too if I was going bald like father.
Yet another reason why they feel emasculated around all the men around us. We all have pretty damn good hair.
Father had good hair too at one time. I mean, it wasn't the best, but when he first came to the lane, he had a healthy head of hair. Just the stress of warring with his son-in-law.
His son-in-law, who, yes, deserves a good amount of recompense for what he's done, but Jesus Christ, stressing out that much over a war that shouldn't even exist?
Adopting the persona of a seasoned Delta operator.
Oh god, I'll always regret that day that we brought him down to the kill house.
I shouldn't have.
Gaudesian.
Oh, I shouldn't have suggested it.
It was fun at the time, up until... Oh, did I say the unit or the black bag shit?
Dude, your eyes snapped wide open when he said the unit, Memrian.
Well, I knew what was about to happen. I just didn't think it would escalate so quickly.
Hell, me and Samantha, we used to have like a inside joke between the two of us. Get down, Samantha! And then we just stopped joking about it when he really started to get real bad.
When Storm and Cliven came about.
When Storm and Cliven came about, yeah.
And or my personal favorite, Cliven Norman.
Cliven Norman. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would rather not see Clive.
I don't know, Carter. Cold stroking his chin.
Alright, think comparatively. How much damage Nazi Clive has done as compared to Clive and Norman. You know? The latter has done way more damage to the family as a whole than the general of the Fourth Reich has.
Oh, the general of the Fourth Reich coming up the stairs! I thought you were addressing me as I came up the stairs, and then you said Fourth Reich, and yeah. How is the general?
We haven't heard much from him, but no word from him. We had dinner with him this Sunday, McDonald's, and he complimented the Americans on their fast food creations and how good their burgers are. And
Wunderbar. Taking Carter's sandwich, looks at it, sees the bite in it, and starts eating it.
Carter nods. Some of the exact words that the Führer used, ma'am.
Führer. Oh, you're good with your German.
Thank you, ma'am. I've picked up a thing or two from, sad to say, the Fourth Reich.
And I found out I'm an enemy of the fatherland who is to be shot on sight, ma'am.
I saw that on the news before I came up here. I came to ask why. We don't know.
I didn't do anything. I just said hi to them last I saw them.
Looking at Ricky. Must be something. Looking at the sandwich, taking another bite. You guys aren't doing anything up here? We're watching a Saint documentary.
So basically doing nothing, ma'am.
Ah, it comes back on the TV screen. Motherfucker. My favorite.
Soul nods. Yes, we're only on episode 1 of 75, ma'am. This goes across all of his history with the Melee Civil War and so on and so forth.
If there's one thing your mother was always the greatest in the universe at, it was making money. Or it is making money. Stroking Soul's head lightly.
She is very good at it, yes.
You know that guy used to randomly just come into the apartment?
Really?
To see your father. Like, I'd be in the gym, shoes off, socks off, legs all spread out, cooling off, short shorts, sports bra. I'd look up, hey, how you doing? And he's just sitting there looking at me.
Soul starts to laugh.
And I was like, he is totally gawking at my body. You seen Julius anywhere? Oh yeah, he's in the armory. Oh, see you later. And he just go, and then I'd see him shaking your father's hand. He had no interest in me.
Oh my god, he really just wanted to go up there to talk to my father. I guarantee you, my father probably had a heart attack every single time he saw him in the apartment.
But they never really talked. He would just always, "How you doing, Julius?" And then they'd shake hands. All right, see you later. And he'd leave. He would just go well out of his way to come ask your father how he was doing, and then leave.
Carter nods. I didn't really know. I didn't know the man at all, but just given what I do know about him, yeah, that sounds like the Saint, all right.
Order!
Oh god. Carter shakes his head. He lit up a he stopped and started smoking a cigarette.
Even chugged some of his mohawk. That's vodka.
Carter sort of shakes a bit. Ugh. I've tried Mohawk vodka since I've seen that clip, and it is not good at all. I would not recommend drinking it.
My favorite part was the, all right, back to it.
I think my favorite was the tossing the tossing the med kit over his shoulder.
Like I always said, dumbest death I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of death.
My favorite part was that he slumped against the med tank that he could have just gotten in and been completely healed.
Imitating his last death growth.
Oh my god. And then poor Tommy and Julius, they came running up as soon as he died.
Well, it all worked out in the end. You've got Petra for your little battle league Pequod's starting. Yes, I do. Thanks to Carter. Kissing him and the Saint. Mostly the Saint, actually.
Carter nods, yeah, no, mostly the Saint. But yes, we do have Petra now, which is something to be very thankful for him for, as he gives her a kiss on the lips.
Instead of sitting up here watching this riveting documentary of the Saint giving an interview saying motherfucker every 3 words, you want to come down to the office? Ash is scheduled to check in sometime in the next hour.
I'd like to, so I'd like to see Dad.
Anybody else?
Carter nods, yeah, no, I'm definitely up for just going down to the office and change of scenery and such, ma'am.
I have more eggs, more ham, Canadian bacon, and cheese downstairs. Let Carter come help me assemble a couple more sandwiches, and then we'll go.
Of course, honey, no problem.
Uncle Towns could use some. Maybe we could get Aunt Nicole to eat going down the stairs. Mom? Eating her sandwich? Did Uncle Clive attack those places? She doesn't say anything.
Soul blinks a couple times. How many people did he kill getting the Zeppelin?
16.
Oh my god!
Oh God, we cannot let Memory Ann find out about this.
And Uncle Clive killed the other. Yes, Colt, of course he did. What do you expect? Look, he's a Nazi.
Soul leans forward. I'm pretty sure he's getting up there with Laz's kill count at the end of the Moog.
They're just acquiring all this gear, you think, for after the truce with Carter's over? No. Eating her
They're gonna break the truce, aren't they? Sometime during said truce and catch him off guard.
If I was Clive, I would attack Carter tomorrow. Yeah.
Right. Soul turns to Colt. I mean, we've tried to tell him. We can't do anything if those two won't listen.
He's got enough on his plate. Let him learn the hard way. Rainfall males, it's best for them to learn the hard way.
What's the over-under on them dropping a roofie nuke on him using that Zeppelin, ma'am?
Oh, I'd say it's pretty high. It's not an armed Zeppelin, that's the weird thing. There was an armed one. There was a museum. They had them in Australia. There was an armed one, like capable of dropping bombs and machine guns attached to the undercarriage, heavy machine guns, and an unarmed one. Clive stole the unarmed one. She shrugs.
Like a reconnaissance one?
No, just the one that never was armed. The war came to an end and they were captured by the United States.
So he got the basically useless glorified hot air balloon.
Which can be taken out rather quickly with any modern firearm.
Right. Oh my god.
I look forward to how it ends. I just hope they, for our family's sake, stroking Soul's head, I hope they hold off until Benjamin has returned.
As do I.
By the way, if you smell anything weird down in the office, don't say anything to your grandparents. It's crack cocaine.
Right. And if we smell any substance that smells like tar, I'm assuming it's heroin.
Yep, and I didn't get it for her, Julius did.
Is that true, or is that something you want us to tell them if they ask about it?
Somebody had to tell Julius where it was in SIS, in the lockup.
Got it. Okay. Soul nods. We'll just say that my father got it for her.
Oh god, picking Soul up.
Oh boy. Well, let's go. I hope I don't have to see her like that, ma'am.
I wish I didn't have to either. Looking blankly down the stairs as down here, Jace looks in on Julius, Icy, and Elizabeth. Not quite time for Julius to wake up Icy yet.
Jace, looking in, he peeks his head into the door. He sees little Elizabeth curled up in a very tight ball in Icy's lap and is laying on her head on her chest area, as Julius is laying on the floor with his back against the base of the couch, his arms crossed, and he's sleeping, his coat draped over the two of them. He grimaces a bit. In his head, he thinks, "Oh God, this is really not good, is it? What the hell is going on?"
A light whistle from Banksy, patting his thigh. Come on, Jace.
He jumps a bit, takes a step away from the door, looks over at Banksy, and jogs up to him.
Time to get some breakfast. Come on. Picking him up, carrying him into the kitchen. Oh, there he is, glaring at Jace. Looking for Samantha.
Jace just sort of shakes his head. He looks like, as much as a baby can, he looks like he's thinking about something, like what could be going on, and he just shakes his head at Suletta.
Eat your steak and eggs. Grandfather made them and they're excellent. Banksy will set him down in his high chair.
He nods towards Suletta. Thank you, and he'll start eating the steak and eggs.
Pequod looking at the drawing, just thumbing at it.
Davine looks up at Pequod.
You look horrible, mother. She's looking at the drawing. Doesn't even have to look at Davy.
I know I do, darling. I know I do. She reaches out to take Pequod's hand.
She'll hold Davine's hand. You look utterly horrible. She'll set the drawing down, hand it back to Hale.
Davine swallows hard and nods. Trust me, I know, darling. I saw myself in the mirror this morning, and I don't think I've ever had bags under my eyes bigger or puffier eyes from crying, have I?
We all look terrible. Julius's back is killing him. I'm sure Nicole's is. It's not good.
Davine squeezes Pequod's hand a bit tighter, and she leans forward. If you ever need to talk to me, darling, I know our relationship is somewhat strained, but I'm still your mother. If you ever need to talk, I'm right here for you.
You don't want my opinion. Looking at Davy. It's not good.
She thins her lips. I assume it goes along the lines of erasure, to put it simply?
Put your foot down on the coal, in fact, on the back of her fucking little beautiful neck. Tell her enough is enough, and erase him from your daughter's mind. If she's too weak to carry on, this can't go on forever.
I know, She looks down at the plate.
I will not lose my sister because Elizabeth is too weak to carry on in life. I will not.
I know. She just shakes her head. But I can't, darling.
You're the only person she's ever looked up to, puts her finger up, and or listened to. I tried to be the, what do you call it? Like protective, guiding hand, big sister. It never worked. Believe me, it never worked. No matter what I did. She listens to you. She respects you. Put an end to it. Set a hard date, and when that date's passed, put an end to it.
She nods.
You should take a close look around her office in Gateway, Mom. That's all I'll say. A very close look one of these days. Maybe today. Oh, and then you can look to your left. Hale growing up without a mother. Just think about it. She'll look down at the table. I care deeply for Elizabeth. I love Elizabeth, but I love my sister more. She looks right at Davine.
Davian looks at Pequod and nods. I'll take a look up at her office. Whenever I'm able to today, of course, yes.
Take a good, hard look.
Of course, darling, of course. She squeezes Pequod's hand a couple more times and gives it a kiss.
At some point, we do have to move on as a family.
Davian sighs. Depending on what I see up there today, I will most definitely set a date, a deadline. And I'll put my foot down to Nicole. Most definitely.
Maybe Elizabeth will pull out of it given enough, maybe another month or so? Don't think so. Playing with Hale's cheek.
Davian sighs. She looks at Soletta. I hate to compare herself to me all the time as of late, but would I have? Just given another month?
Without Hunk, probably not.
She thins her lips and nods. And she doesn't have her Hunk at the moment. In fact, she lost her Hunk.
Well, that's terrible and all, and I miss Benjamin. I do, but the fact stands, we've got living people here.
We have living people who must continue living on, no matter how hard it might be.
Lorelai would do it. Looking at Davine, she can erase him. I don't want it to come to that, but...
It is most certainly something to consider, isn't it?
I always had, the way we met was really weird in the Headhunters meeting Nicole and Hunk. But I always had a kinship with her because girl without a family, girl gesturing to herself. I mean, I had Rico and my mother, but they were never around. The public needed them. The people needed them. The military needed them. That's fine, but it didn't do anything for me. So me and her had a kinship and hit it off right away. And I will not lose her over something like this.
Davian nods. I understand. Truly I do. I don't want to lose either of my little girls, but...
You can't die performing resurrection. Go look in the room, Mom.
Davian grimaces. She looks over at Suletta. I'm going to take a look in the room.
How bad could it be? Shrugging. Drinking is one thing, but I mean, come on. I even drank excessively and I'm fine. Thanks to her, but...
On a scale from 1 to 10, Pequod, just give me that much. How bad is it?
45. And, do you remember when you remember Dad's face when Clive called you an elvish bitch?
Yes, of course I do.
Imagine that times 1,000. When he finds
Oh.
out, and he will find out. Feeding Integra! Or you could just lift up her shirt sleeves, look at her arms, fixing Integra's hair. Not in front of the children.
Davian blinks a couple times and leans forward.
Yes, not in front of the children, if I am understanding your implications.
Dad putting putting pressure on Nicole stresses her out. Imagine being under this amount of pressure. If Dad just, come on, Nicole, get this done, as he comes out, what? Coming out! If that makes her, like, lose her cool, what do you think something like this would do? Oh, stress her out to hell and back. Sitting down with Thomas on his lap.
Completely and utterly destroy her.
Go pay her a visit later today. Give it a few hours. I'm letting them sleep a little extra.
Davine sighs. She looks at Hunk. We should pay her a visit today.
Oh, we've tried the door. She's got some type of magic. We pull the door and, oh, trust me, I'm sure it will open today.
Davine grimaces a bit. She holds Hunk's hand tightly. Let's give her a visit today. Yes, Mark?
I would like to see her when she's awake, as opposed to coming here collapsing with Elizabeth and not. Yeah, I don't have daughters anymore, basically.
Davine sighs and nods. She looks at Pequod. Then you should expect to see us up there today at some point, yes?
Yeah, I might not be in the office, but somebody will be. Sasha, Towns, maybe Julius. I might not be there, but somebody will be there.
Of course, yes. Davine nods, and an obvious worried look is on her face.
Well, I mean, it's nice to have the grandkids.
Yes, it is, isn't it? They always manage to raise spirits as she leans down and gives Hale a kiss on the cheek.
Trying to teach this one how to cook some steak and eggs since she's so smart. Pinching Thomas's cheek.
Thomas smiles up at Hunk as he does a little gesture of like cracking eggs and then flipping a steak, and he gives Hunk 2 thumbs up.
How's the SWOTOR training going? Integra? Jace? Uncle Zap? You guys hanging out with him and Mama Lan? You ready for rank dates? Pequod laughs.
I really don't want to play rank dates with him. Neither do I, please.
Just for now, it's a temporary thing. And you'll be back to hanging out with your grandparents and I soon enough.
We all saw how it affected B Squadron when you know the SWTOR champions were happening. Is he gonna make us do that stuff?
No, baby, there won't be another SWTOR World Championship. Let him think what he wants. But no, there won't be. If he really wants one, we'll have Nicole implant memories of winning a fictitious tournament.
Okay, good, very good.
As Jace just sort of shakes his head.
I was taking a nap and he woke me up, shaking me awake, and mentioned someone named Doggos.
His archenemy from 700 years ago. Probably some fucking nerd dude who was good at the game.
Oh, so he's most definitely not doing well.
No, it's a lot of stress flying around the family right now.
I think you could say that again, Grandpa.
She looks around.
Nobody seems to be doing great,
As Jace shakes his head.
especially not Elizabeth on Icy and Grandpa Julius.
Missing your line to In-N-Out Burgers.
He looks up at Soletta and lets out a bit of a chuckle.
A little bit, but I think there's more pressing matters to deal with right now, as far as I can glean, especially with how tired those 3 look.
Well, it should all be resolved hopefully soon. Looking at Davine, a date, a time, a place set.
Davy nods.
One way or the other, it is going to be finished soon.
I've been on board with the idea since week 1, not because I have anything against Benjamin, but because I just know she will never recover. She's her mother's daughter. And I don't like saying that to her, but
No,
I tried to stress this to JJ twice. I tried to stress this to many people, and it didn't fall on deaf ears. I'm not saying that, but yeah.
I fully agree.
Davine looks around and then up at Hunk.
How far out do you think we should set the
deadline, the cutoff date for resurrecting Benjamin?
Ah, good luck trying to talk her out of anything. He puts his hands up. I would tell Nicole, you stay on the ship, okay? And then I have a mission to go do alone, as in one singular person. And I'd turn around and she'd be right behind me.
Davine chuckles. I remember that's how Julius said her and him first met for the first time.
Yeah, I let her sit in on the mission briefing, because I was supposed to be training her to take my spot eventually. Not as soon as it happened, but yeah, and then, wouldn't you know it, she was right behind me when I met Julius and embarrassed me, and almost gave me a heart attack. He chuckled. Good times, though.
Davine nods. She rests her head onto Hunk's shoulder. Hypothetically, if I can talk her out of it, how long? 2 weeks? A month?
Whatever you want. You're the head.
Davine sighs and nods. Okay. Whatever I want, I'll set
A
a date.
week to, if you leave it up to me, it's going to be that second right now. Maybe that's not fair, you know. Sometimes a mother's touch is required. I've always said a mother is more important than a father. Pequod yawns, looking at us.
Well, I don't necessarily think that's true, honey. She nods. Whatever I think is right, I'll certainly set a date.
Please. Playing with some steak and eggs.
Davine sighs. She bites her bottom lip, just thinking about what could possibly be going on up there, and thinking about what's going on beneath Icy's sleeves, and shakes her head.
Perhaps this could be prepared for better. Maybe toughen your children up harder next time. And it can't. They're like their mother. It can't be prevented.
Davy nods. Unless they take more after Hunk, then they're too much like me, and I could be as prepared as I could possibly be if Hunk were to ever die, and she shakes her head. I still think I would be utterly destroyed and incapable of doing anything.
Pequod sighs, feeding Integra. Like mother, like daughter.
Exactly.
Look at my neck. She'll move her scarf down. Julius isn't the only one that got necked by your daughter. Oh, God damn it. I can't. Oh, I couldn't deal with this back when you were like this, and I can't deal with it now.
Davine sighs, shakes her head, and reaches out, holding Hunk's hand and Pequod's hand and squeezing them both. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay one way or the other. Soon, it's going to be over. And that is a promise from your loving wife, she looks Hunk in the eye, and then over to Pequod, and your loving mother, darling.
Hunk nodding his head. Pequod, I would just like things to go back to normal. She shrugs of just seeing Julius happy, not tired. Julius looks like a zombie. Not physically, but he basically is a zombie, just going through the motions.
They will return to normal, darling. I'm sure of it.
I haven't had a conversation with my sister since the day Benny died.
Davine just bites her bottom lip hearing that and shakes her head.
Benny died? What the fuck? Hale looking up at Pequod. Jace realizes what happened.
Accidentally saying it out loud instead of in Rugrat speak, he just leans back, dropping his fork, eyes wide. Oh, Sid, that's why they're like that.
I wonder why Aunt Elizabeth is like a little raccoon always crying.
Oh my god, it all makes so much sense. Oh, why didn't I see that sooner? Wait, Benny died? She looks up at Suletta and verbally, Benny?
Looks down at Rebecca, pats her on the head. Yes, Uncle Benjamin is busy right now.
She just groans like that, then looks over at Hale.
They don't want us to know.
Of course they don't. They think we're dumb kids. Looking around and then at Thomas.
They think we're dumb kids who don't know how to handle it, but... Well, maybe that's true, but... Like... He shakes his head. We're smarter and more mature than they think we are, at least.
I bet you Uncle Clive killed him. Pointing at Thomas with her drawing.
You know what? He was dressed up like that weird guy, and I always get a bad feeling when I'm around him while he's dressed up like that weird guy, so... Maybe that's like a serial killer version of Clive or something like that.
Benny, I'm sorry, but you're an ally of God.
Say hello to the Cliviac killer.
Cliviac killer? What's that even mean?
I don't know. It's from some documentary that Uncle Carter and Memory Ann watched. The Zodiac Killer.
Probably why we haven't seen Uncle Krellin or Frederick or Samuel lately. They're probably sad. Maybe they backed over him with that weird pink thing they drive around.
Oh God, that would be terrible for them.
They would not be able to forgive themselves for that, I think.
May live in shame forever.
Oh, he would probably like exile himself or something into the woods of Rainfall Lane.
Cast
looked-
myself into cave.
Yeah, I'm gonna be joining him. I think I should go into the cave as well.
That's gotta be what happened. Looking around.
It has to be. I mean, Thomas crosses his arms and shakes his head. What other thing could have happened? But Clive is like the biggest threat to them right now, right?
And nobody acts like it. They just, oh, Clive.
That is true. It's always like, oh, Clive, or don't do that, Clive, or let them eat dinner in peace, Clive. They never put a stop to what he's doing, and he's always threatening to kill people. And look at this, he killed Uncle Benjamin.
Remember that night we were eating at their house with Uncle Carter and Aunt Memory Ann, and Uncle Scar just started fist fighting with Uncle Carter?
Oh, trust me, I think it'd be pretty hard not to remember that. He just shakes his head. I truly cannot think of any other thing. But how would they be able to kill Uncle Benny, though? He was a pretty, buff guy, pretty capable. How would they be able to do that? They're just the unit.
I think they backed over him with that pink Jeep thing they drive around. Run him down.
Just went straight for him, gunned it, probably chased him through a field or something, and he lost his footing on accident at one point and got ran over.
Uncle Benny has a very nice head of hair. They were probably jealous of it, much like JJ's hair, and Uncle Carter's, and Oz, and everybody but Uncle Clive, the more I think about it.
Hell, I'm surprised he isn't jealous of Uncle Scar's hair, even though it's all over his body.
No, this ain't gonna do. They stole my hair with their voodoo magic.
They stole my hair with their voodoo magic. I'm gonna show them exactly what I do when they use voodoo magic.
Hale levitating Thomas off Hunk's lap. Jesus, his head recoiled. Pequod, that is impressive.
Extremely impressive. She reaches down and pinches Hale's cheek slightly. Look how powerful you are, little girl.
I guess I'm trying to subject change to keep things kind of normal, but did Davine tell you she heard Hale's voice in her head? What? She glares right at Davine.
Davine smiles and nods.
Yes, she talked to me in my head.
Pequod points at Hale and then points at herself, Hale playing with Thomas's hair.
Davine looks down at Hale and then at Pequod, and she looks down at Hale again.
Darling, say something to Pequod right now, please.
Blowing on Thomas's cheek.
Oh.
Davine clacks her teeth together a couple times.
She didn't say anything, I'm guessing.
Like mother, like daughter.
Well, I'm sure she was just trying to make me feel better or something of the sort. I was not having a good day that day, of course.
It was a one-off thing. Don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure you're her favorite, Patricia. That's what this is all about, dear.
Yes, of course. I'm sure you are her favorite. And she nods. And I'm sure she'll be talking in your head in plenty of time, darling.
She's having fun with her boy toy. Let her have fun. Boy toy. Crosses her arms and looks at Thomas. That's what Integra used to call Julius. My boy toy.
Davine chuckles. Well, then what a more apt thing to call Thomas when it comes to hail playing with him, her boy toy.
Having fun with your boy toy, Patricia.
I bet you hearing that scared you guys quite a few times.
Oh yeah, crossing our arms. It definitely did, but then it just became second nature. Make him grow up, that's what usually preceded.
Davine sighs and nods. Well, darling, I would have to say you did quite a good job of making him grow up.
I tried. She shrugs, looking down at Integra. I still can't believe he never saluted Integra once. Not once, but behind her back, Dad. Which counts. No, it doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Davine shakes her head. No, it doesn't, darling.
Well, if he went up to her during the early days of the apartment and he saluted her, odds are she might have swung that saber at him. She was nuts.
Yes, but after her mind was cured, darling, I don't think she would have swung that saber at him.
Okay, I can't make any excuses for him there.
Early on, sure, I definitely understand, but later on, she shakes her head. He definitely should have saluted her, and I'm not even a part of the military, and I say that.
How about this?
Oh, that poor Mercurius unit getting all scratched up and such all over his chest whenever he was guarding her.
He's buried now here, resting at the lane. Poor guy.
He deserves it. He deserves his eternal rest.
How is, holding Davine's hand, construction on Sasha's house coming along? Well, in true Sasha and Samantha taste, it's very big and fancy and a lot of accoutrements, so it's coming along slowly. Rolly's taking his time, making sure everything's perfect. So, be nice to have him down here.
Davy nods. It most certainly would be. Make sure everything's perfect for her, of course. I would want that for Sasha and Towns. But it would be very nice to have them down here with us.
Because, I mean, yeah, it would be good to have him down here. Really good for Samantha, Soul, and them. And, you know what I'm trying to say is, just say it, Dad. Non-Galleon role models.
Davy nods. Non-Galleon role models would be spectacular.
Right. But some of the Galleons are excellent role models. If you think about it, yeah, whatever, Dad. Shut up. She keeps eating.
Davy shakes her head.
Because forgiveness is key, right, dear? Dad. She looks over at Davy.
Darling, they aren't going to forgive me. I thank you for trying, but they're just not.
And they never should, Rebecca. Feeding Rebecca some steak.
Right.
See, even she agrees. The beautiful offspring of the Moon Maiden and Colt. Groaning.
She smiles, giggles a bit, and tips her hat up towards Suletta.
Well, oh well. There's another time to die on that hill.
Yes, darling, and I thank you for trying, but again, I don't think they will, but thank you for trying.
I just think if I'm willing to forgive you, others should be. Nope. Right, Integra?
I won't forgive her, Grandpa, and that's just the final word on it.
What about you, Jace? Come on.
Jace looks over at Hunk.
She's a woman. You prefer women.
She's a woman, sure.
Who made you have a heart attack, Grandpa? That's not good in my book.
He groans and face palms. We'll get you an In-N-Out burger later today for that one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Auntie Siletta.
You're welcome. I might not be able to teleport them here, but I'll go get you one just for that.
He smiles at her, nods, and starts eating some of his steak and eggs.
What about Laz and Oz? How are they doing? Not great. I don't see them often. They're with Ash. Same with Samantha, you know. Yeah, the few times we've seen JJ, it's like he looks very worried.
Extremely worried and... Well, as usual, he's trying to be strong, but a mother and father's gaze, well, they pierce through walls like that, and we can tell he's not doing great.
Should have taken her off the squad. A long, long, long time ago. But she was integral to my son and the rest of their success. And it reached a point where I felt like if we took her out of I'm taking away Carter's left hand or something at that point. I might as well be asking for my son to come back in a body bag. And the rest of them.
Davin sighs and nods.
In some aspects, it was definitely the right choice to keep her on the squad, but in others, it was the wrong choice, darling. We did what we did, and we did what we had to do at the time. I'm sure sometimes we wish we could fix the mistakes of the past, but we just can't, even as much as we wish we could.
I'll make it up. Well, I am. And we'll make it up to her and JJ as time goes on. And it's a nice gig JJ has lined up. Once he gets settled into his new life, hopefully it'll all be behind both of them. And Laz and Oz.
Hopefully, I would like to see those four happy. They must certainly deserve it.
Down here, Icy sits up like a zombie. Like the Undertaker.
Julius, feeling her sit up, he stands up very quickly, a bit dazed. He has his fists up, ready to fight. He looks around. Oh, Jesus. He rubs his eyes, turns around to look at Icy. You good, kiddo?
She flexes her fingers, then her eyes start to twitch. It's a withdrawal.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
He looks at Elizabeth, then at Icy, and he puts a hand on her shoulder.
All right, Icy. We're gonna get you some food, okay?
No food, nothing. I can't hold anything down. She cracks all of her knuckles, flexing her fingers.
And Julius sighs.
You still need to eat, Nicole. I realize you're all powerful and stuff, but it must not feel good to have a hollow stomach. Come on, you need to eat.
If I was all powerful, don't you think he'd be back by now? Looking right over at Julius.
Maybe that was a bad way to put it.
You know what you could do? You could go into another time, pick that Benny out, and bring him here. Could do that. But then you'd be stealing a Benny away from another iteration of her. Looking down at Elizabeth.
Julius nods.
And we wouldn't want to do that to that Elizabeth, would we?
And then that one would end up like this.
With no way other than to pick another Benny out of the timeline to fix it.
I need Coke. He looks up at the ceiling.
And Julius sighs and hangs his head for a second, nods.
Alright, here's the deal.
Do you know how miserable it is looking at that cadaver?
I would bet it is very miserable, sweetie.
And his nude body. With a giant hole in his stomach.
Julius bites his bottom lip.
The shrapnel from the shotgun shell's still there.
I would bet good money it's horrifying, kiddo.
He puts a hand on her cheek and rubs it a bit. Here's the deal. You go in there, try to eat some food, just to stave off the worry of Mom and Dad, even if for a little bit. Then we're gonna go up, talk in the office for a bit, then you can go into your room and do whatever you need to do, okay?
Deal. But get me out of here the second they start dogging on me. Dad, especially.
He nods. You know, I'll always protect you from something like that. He smiles at her, gently moves Elizabeth off of Icy, leaves his coat on her, and he's actually gonna pick Icy up and bring her into the kitchen.
If Pequod died, would you be like that? Gesturing in.
Julius looks into the room, then at Icy.
After the rage had subsided, and you killed effortlessly whoever killed her or whatever killed her, would you break down like that? Just answer honestly. I don't think any less of you.
I would be worse. He thins his lips. But that's why I'm so goddamn strong. So I'll always be able to protect her. And I'll always be there for her.
Things are gonna get dicey. Walking her up here. Keep your wife out of combat. If you... I retract my statement. I didn't realize how stupid I just sounded.
Julius chuckles. Even if I wanted to keep my wife out of combat, I don't think I would be able to.
Once he's back, he is never going on a mission again. Referring to Ben.
Fair enough. Hell, in my opinion, he won't even be in the military anymore.
Hey, there they are, Blaisville. About time. Pull out the seat for Icy. Ugh.
Julius sets her down, leans down towards her. Couple bites, just enough to stave off the worry.
Hooligan, you can sit down right here. She'll stand up.
Julius nods, smiles. Thank you very much, Auntie. He puts a hand on her shoulder and gives her a kiss on the cheek. Sits down. How we doing this morning, guys?
Trying to maintain some normalcy. Look at my mom, Thomas. She looks like zombie.
Yeah, like a zombie that's been infected like 2 weeks ago and has started to decompose slowly.
Rebecca thinks maybe it's because she's chasing after Clyde.
You guys don't think that Clive is somehow managing to,
move around and out of view and stuff from her while she's trying to chase him down, and that's why she looks so tired and bad?
I don't know. If my mom's chasing after them, well, she can't read their minds. But why not just send Thomas's dad to kill them?
That is true. Thomas's dad, he is extremely fast and stuff, but wouldn't the time deity also be a good choice to, chase after them and stuff and be like that big scary monster Nevermore and stuff?
Too much wasted movement. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, but both the Weasel and the Tom Deity, they always like Tom Deity. Way too much wasted movement, Rebecca.
Apparently your daughter spoke to Mom. Uh-huh. Just moving food around her plate. Wow, that's awesome. That's just so cool.
Davine, looking down at Icy, she tilts her head.
Are you feeling sick this morning, darling? You don't look well.
Extremely. Spellcasting like this takes it out of your body. My bones feel like paper.
Davine nods. Is there nothing I can do for you, darling, to try and ease that pain?
No medication will work. It's a strain on my body.
Davine sighs and nods. Of course. She looks at Hunk. We are most definitely visiting her up there today.
Whatever you want, yeah, we can go. Look, she's eating. Eats half a potato and spits it out. Or not.
Is it not flavored enough, darling? Me and your father, we can always take it back and put more flavoring on it to your liking.
It tastes great. I'm just not hungry. I'm just tired. Very tired. And in a lot of pain.
Davine sighs.
Perhaps you should stay home today?
Can't do it. Looks back to the room where Elizabeth is.
Just to give your body time to recuperate, darling. I think that might be good for you. You work out too much and your body destroys itself. That's how I equate all of this, at least.
I would much rather be here with you and Dad, believe me. But she looks over her shoulder again. We already have one dead daughter, right?
Oh,
Davine puts a hand on her chest and nods.
yes, we do, darling.
Lorelai always said, if you're capable of fixing a problem, then you should. At least as a spellcaster. Well, I don't see anybody else in this room capable. Nope. Looking away in shame.
Julius just moves around some of his eggs and potatoes and nods.
No, there is not, sis.
Believe me, I wish there were.
Believe me, if I was powerful enough, I would be right up there with you.
Davine sighs. She scratches her chin and nods.
What about a half day? What if me and Mom come get ya? Sure, she'll shrug.
Yes. Me and your father are going to come up today and get you for a half day, and then you are going to come down and we are going to try our best to eat some lunch together, okay? Something like that, okay, darling?
That would be good. I miss actually enjoying my time at home. I don't really enjoy myself at all lately. I don't even know how long he's been dead. Since Ripa and that guy killed him. Who the hell's Ripa? Thinking to herself, maybe that's Uncle Clive's secret agent name.
Ripa. Who would be Ripa? Thomas looks up. Scar! He rips things up with his claws!
Gonna rip you out, Benny, you little fucking cockbite.
Yes, exactly. I'm the Ripper! You know, like, Scar the Ripper, maybe? Maybe that's what he's trying to do?
Don't cross Scar the Ripper, Thomas. He's gonna get you.
Especially when me, the Claviac killer, is around.
Serial killers unite. Just like that sinister unit crap.
Oh god, that stupid sinister unit crap. Don't do that around Uncle Carter. You see how he jumps when that happens?
Traumatized by the Clive Goblin.
Extremely traumatized, that's for sure.
Well, it's, taking a break is a good thing. I think like a weekend off or something like that. She just slumps her head, falling asleep. God. Damn it.
Julius sighs, he leans forward and rubs his eyes a bit. He stands up and walks over to his parents and puts a hand on both their shoulders and kneels down next to them. I think it's gonna be great for her if you guys come up and bring her home today. Most definitely, she needs it. And while she's up there, you can count on me to always keep an eye on her and be there for her if I'm not out on a mission, okay, Dad?
Yeah. Taking Julius's hand. Yeah. Just. Oh, this is killing the whole family. It's killing the whole family. Yes, it is.
And Julius nods. He looks at Icy, then at his parents again. Have we thought about maybe putting a date?
Your mother and I discussed it, relatively speaking, recently, and your mother's gonna evaluate it and make her decision. And then I'll enforce it, obviously, but I do think it's better to have two people make the decision, really, and, the bad cop and the good cop. Gesturing to Davy.
Julius nods. He gives them both a kiss on the cheek and stands up from his kneeling position. Okay? He looks at Pequod and then back down at his parents. Just know whatever time you have in mind might be sooner rather than later after what you see.
She wakes up, starts flexing her fingers again. Davine can tell it's addiction.
Davine squints her eyes at Icy. Is there any way she can try and peer up through her sleeves at her current position to see if there are puncture marks from syringes?
Nope, they're too far down. As she gets up and makes herself a shot of whiskey. It's 10 in the morning, Nicole. Well, 9:40. Okay. Watches her drinking.
Julius just sighs and shakes his head. Pats him on the pats his father and mom on the shoulder. You guys can count on me to keep an eye on her as best I can.
Asking for help isn't wrong, right, hooligan?
No, it is not. It is the furthest thing from wrong, in fact. He looks at Soletta and then at Icy. It is the furthest thing from wrong. In fact, it shows strength more than anything. Wouldn't you agree, Aunt Soletta?
I would. And if you have an asset like General Lorelei herself, just on the sidelines, she pours another glass of whiskey.
That is very true. He looks over at Icy, sighs as she starts drinking the glass of whiskey she just poured, and looks over at Soletta. I don't think that's gonna work.
Oh, I failed once. She'll drink the whiskey. Snarf. That pathetic kobold creature. She hangs her head. Pequod, death gripping the table.
Davine stands.
Failed mom, failed that whole squad. She'll wipe with her thumb the whiskey off her lips. I won't fail again. This one's all me. She looks over at Hale and winks at her, and I'm going up to Gateway. Walks out. I'm gonna punch somebody, so I suggest everybody get away from me. Except you, dear.
Davy nods. She hugs around his arm tighter. Julius walks over and puts a hand onto Pequod's shoulder.
You can punch me if you want. No, I'm just so fucking... He picks up his plate and throws it in the fire. Holy crap. Watching... I don't like seeing my mom this way. Neither does Granddad, I think.
No, he does not. Thomas puts his arms around Hale and drags her a bit away from Hunk, angry Hunk.
I'll clean that up. Putting up his finger, maybe you should go out to somewhere, the park, take the children for a walk, get out of the house. Blaze just keeps rambling.
Davine looks at Hunk. Maybe that is a good idea. And then afterwards we can go pick Nicole up, yes?
Just take the grandkids with Suletta and Blaze out into the hallway for a minute.
Okay. Of course, darling. Davine will stand up and she'll gather up some of the grandkids and everything and go out into the hallway.
Starts trashing the super expensive room. Oh, Blaze watching in terror.
Julius, with his arms crossed, watching Hunk do this, his mind jumps back to the time when he was watching his 3 girls playing and he had the happiest look on his face that he ever had.
Pequod takes Hale and holds her and starts crying.
Julius wraps his arms around Pequod and Tegra and Hale and starts hugging them and pets the top of Pequod's head and gives it a kiss. It's gonna be alright, Patricia. I promise you, okay?
Almost becoming inconsolable as she starts sobbing, looking at Hale. As up here, sitting down, Carter coming in with a cup of coffee for Memory Ann. She hears Carter hears a Clive scream.
Carter jumps a bit and his head immediately starts looking around, scanning the entire room and then out into the hallway.
Oh, it's the... Carter, relax.
Oh, sorry, my Carter just starts juggling. My bad, honey. My apologies. He walks up and hands her coffee.
It's it's the last game Benjamin and Elizabeth ever produced before events transpired. The trading card game. I'm playing as you. I just beat Father Magician.
Carter smiles. He leans down and kisses her on the cheek. Am I kicking his ass?
Oh, I kicked his ass thoroughly for you. Of course I would.
Thank you, honey, and that's why I love you. He gives her another kiss and smiles at her.
Sasha, that is so dumb.
Soul nods. But you know what? I guarantee you it's made a lot of money.
Memory Ann, I think so. Yes, I mean it's only $5.99 on the shop, but it's quite a fun game and quite addicting. You get to either pick from playing Carter, a certain fat woman protagonist, and Davy. And who would that fat woman protagonist be? Well, not Fat Suletta.
Colt, why you asking? You know exactly who it is.
Uh-huh. Benny's lucky he's dead, and Elizabeth is lucky she's too depressed for me to ever do anything to her.
I would have to agree. Yeah. Yep. She just shakes her head and hugs around Colt very tightly.
You're never gonna live the fat face down, let's just be honest. Sasha puts her hands up. It's just not gonna happen. You were the biggest woman I've ever seen in my life.
And let's be honest, if you guys, they don't fear that right now, because if you didn't do anything after the fat-ass Strider, you're not going to do anything about that.
Yeah, that's even worse in my opinion. They literally modeled you in a hover chair with your shoes off, and your feet and the book were the weak points. Yeah, they were. The book was a weak point, yeah.
Carter nods. The book and the feet were the weak points. One rocket launcher or any heavy ordnance would would take the fat Strider down.
Ricky, Ellie, Carter, and I used to play back when things were normal. We would play on the weekends before the Depression era of the family. We would play Unit Divers quite often. And we always played bots for that particular reason. Uh-huh, for the fat ass Strider. Yep.
Bro,
I'm sorry.
I always packed the 500-kilogram roofie bomb for it.
I so loved playing Uncle Scar. Fat ass Strider!
Carter starts to laugh. You know, I always took up the responsibility of playing Floodwick, just given how slowly he moves and everything, and not being able to move quickly away from the fat ass Strider while it's like coming towards you, looking like it's about to eat you like a carton of ice cream. Really, Carter? Really? I'm sorry, but it's true. Anyway, it's terrifying to see.
On the higher difficulties, Carter would die very often as Frederick, because if you're too close to the fat ass Strider, the feet smell acts as a biological weapon. A dot! And the dot ticks on you and you die.
Yep,
Like poison gas.
It's a constant dot around a certain area, and you die if you. Sorry, you die if you stay in there for too long.
The worst one.
That's just wonderful. Cold saying, go ahead.
The worst one was that one objective map where you got stuck as Frederick in the middle of the objective with 3 of them on the perimeter.
We were bot mains. We never played another faction. I have like over 100,000 kills on bots. 0 on the Carter insects, and 0 on the Tom Luminate.
I basically only ever played the bots too. A little bit on the others, but basically 0.
They didn't smell. Uh-huh. You didn't have to sit in the office with her when she'd be like, oh, good lord, Major Valorius, would you help me take my shoes off since my husband's out on a mission?
Oh, that is a job that I do not envy, Ash.
Oh, poor Dad, yeah.
Gotta let the dogs out. They're hurting me today, even though I've just sat and sweat in a giant chair for the past 7 hours.
Soul just sighs as she looks up at Colt.
They never smell. Don't worry about it.
You have to say that. You're her husband.
I would, like I've always said, the only concern I ever had was sleeping. I was kind of afraid she was going to roll on top of me some nights.
Oh God, I was really that fat. And she grabs her stomach and starts to like try and jiggle it a little, even though there's like next to no fat on it.
Your mother was huge when she had Laz. She was big, the belly, but just her belly. And then when she had you and Carter, she was a little fatter, let's just say. But she still got on the treadmill every morning. It was one of the most admirable traits of your mother. She tried her best to look good for Julius, even though she had 50 pounds hanging off her stomach.
Carter nods. But hey, ma'am, he shrugs. She could have always just sat in a chair and ate ice cream. Sorry.
She could have. We're all glad she didn't, though. And I would like more grandkids. Rebecca is an angel. I would like more from you two. Just maybe, consider a light workout routine, walk the dogs, something like that.
Maybe. I'll definitely consider it.
She needs to relax when she's pregnant. It takes a lot out of her. Okay, Clive Goblin.
Carter just starts laughing when he hears that.
That's exactly what Scar told me about the Clive Goblin. Like, oh geez, Scar, attacking a volcano and killing people. That's just great, isn't it? Yeah, but it takes a lot out of Clive, Sash. You wouldn't understand.
It takes a lot out of her.
I'm sorry, Soul.
Oh God, I'm never gonna live it down.
Okay. They're just jealous they didn't get to sit in a chair and relax. Yes! Marianne nodding her head. We were out fighting and doing training and being tired and eating shitty MREs. Meanwhile, Towns was coming in with her fourth hamburger of the day at 12 in the afternoon.
We were fighting against goddamn exoframes that could kill us with a single pull of the trigger.
When we weren't, I'd rather have been in the chair than have O'Keefe strap fucking 70 pounds of shit to my back and have me run a mile.
The worst is when she would come with us and just hover around, drinking her soda, the extra large, like 84-ounce cups.
And then we would just randomly hear the loudest scream that you could possibly ever muster, with thaumaturgy on top of it. Cold!
Still get chills with that one.
This soul looks at him. Was I really that bad?
Not to me. Stroking her cheek, not to me. Your mother was the same way. She would just Julius all the time in that fucking apartment. And then they all had the nerve to ask me, why did you move to your own apartment with Towns? We're a squad. We should all be living together.
So I don't have to listen to Pequod screaming for Julius.
But also not get groped by Ricky's grandmother. Among many other things like deal with drama, walk in, see Pequod's veins bulging out of her head, staring in at Davine, and just didn't have to deal with any of it.
Yeah, that's a smart choice.
Carter chuckles and nods. He looks at Julius's chair and he walks over. May I sit in the chair, ma'am?
Of course, yeah, go ahead.
He sits in it, turns the chair and looks at Marianne and smiles. So how do I look?
Look good to me. Coming over with her coffee, putting the game man away. Very good, actually. One day it can be yours.
Carter nods. He pats his lap for Marianne to sit down and smiles. No, I think I would not mind that at all.
Marianne will sit down. Just gotta get through the band era first. Oh, looking down at the table.
Soul just sighs as she looks down at the table as well and just shakes her head. Yes, ma'am. Just gotta get through the band era. Carter just shakes his head, obviously not excited for it at all.
it can't be that bad. You're gonna get to play in front of thousands, well, more than that, of adoring fans and tour the planet, tour the universe for a couple years and have a good time. And when you're not doing that, you'll be here and she'll be playing in Pequod's little magician league she's starting up. So
that is true. He looks at Memran. Are you excited about the Battle League, honey?
I've beaten, well, me and Mother haven't played recently given current events, but I beat Mother. Everybody saw it.
Yes, you did. He smiles at her and leans close. Maybe you are the true Beastmaster of the lane.
More so than Father, that's for goddamn sure.
I think, honey, I think even me, even I'm more of a Beastmaster than Uncle Clive would ever be.
I don't know, I've never seen you get spirited away into the forest in a T-pose. Red laugh.
The forest spirits came to his aid.
The spirit of the forest was always with him.
That is true. If you ever get knocked down in combat, Carter, I definitely think that's what I'm gonna do to you. You know, pick you up and carry you over to us in like that T-pose formation.
Only at Rainfall Lane. Shaking her head. Just like the apartment. Only in that fucking apartment would you be walking around late at night like, you ever wake up with cotton mouth and you really need water because you can't get back to sleep without it?
Yeah, all the time.
You wake up, like, God, I gotta go downstairs and get a water. And as you're going into the kitchen, our fucking Naki is just sitting there waiting for you with a bottle of water.
Oh, I would have jumped through the roof.
Blankly sitting there too, as if he had been there for quite a few hours.
That would definitely be terrifying, yeah. I honestly don't know how I would react. I would probably try to shoot it, honestly.
Only in that apartment would you witness an exorcism be performed on an RV.
Soul nods, that is true. She looks around quickly, and then suddenly, Arnaki!
Yep, there he is. He was just waiting with his bottle of fucking water, looking at me. He even handed it to me.
Soul just looks at Sasha with the blank, lazy-eyed expression that Arnaki gives.
When I first saw Ash when he came back from the Majestic, I mean, he didn't look that bad. But to say I didn't recognize him, yeah, I didn't recognize him at all. That's how much of a departure. And then you just, all of a sudden, Arnaki, it became the age of Arnaki. I mean, one time, your mother and father went to go bang in the vertibird. Well, you have down at the lane, they have. And Arnaki was just blankly sitting in one of the soldier seats in the back with his belt strapped. I heard your mother scream. I heard your father yell the F word. We all came running up the stairs, and then I just heard Nicole laughing and Arnaki walk off the vertibird, and yep.
But that ruined the mood for them real quick.
Well, yeah, fucking Ash Arnaki was there to watch you fucking bang.
That'll ruin the mood.
Imagine you're just about to get down and dirty with whoever, Memrianne, Ellie, Soul, and Arnaki's just sitting in your room.
Carter shakes his head. I'd probably be on edge for the rest of the night after that.
And then after Arnaki was, air quote, exorcised from the gateway, the apartment, it became the age of good Ash. And that fucking mannequin would just show up in random places.
And then Good Ash slowly transitioned into Mother Good Ash, I'm guessing.
Yes. But Good Ash was literally just Frankenstein with a beard and a cigar. Oh, and an eye patch. And he would just randomly show up places. Like, he would show up in, I don't know, your parents' bedroom on Gateway. Or worse yet, my apartment with Towns' apartment.
Oh, so
How
like,
would they-
so like father just shows up in random places.
Yes, but it was not inspiring. Not that Father is, but at least Father has the fictitious military back. It was just good Ash. And the problem was, the thing about good Ash was they made him to try and, because your father was struggling with life at the time, show him what he should have been. But they never put him around your father. They just put him around us. To raise morale because of the drama your father was causing at the time. As if that helped.
So wait, they broke into your apartment to put Good Ash into it?
Yes, he was sitting at our bar. Towns had a studio apartment with an island of bar in the middle of it, and he was sitting at the bar, his cigar lit, and a glass of whiskey in his
So they can break into the future Ranger General's apartment, but they can't figure out a simple tumbler lock?
Well, I don't think they care about figuring out tumbler locks right now. Krellin's really sold on the whole mafia.
Carter shakes his head. Herr Himmler.
Frederick Goebbels or whatever.
Gorbing or something like that.
Krellin was goose-stepping the last time I saw him.
Wow, me so cool.
Yep, no. Clive, Scar, and him were all goose stepping just across the lane.
Yeah, no, this is how a true member of the Fourth Reich should be walking around, gentlemen, as mein Führer would agree.
Dumbass Scar just sitting somewhere as the Führer, not doing anything.
He's always got his fucking hand up like that, just raised. Ugh.
Well, he's trying to put on a strong front for his people.
Gotta be an inspiration for the fatherland, ma'am?
Which is, in their minds, Rainfall Lane, yeah.
Soldier sighs and shakes her head. If there was one thing I never thought Rainfall Lane would be called, it would be the Fatherland.
Sasha shakes her head. Ash coming through on a call, she'll answer it. We have guests, so don't hit us with the good news all at once.
Hello, children. Good to see you.
Hello, Memory Ann waving, drinking your coffee. Colt, good news, sir?
Yeah, Dad, everything going good?
Everything's fine. We report no injuries, ma'am. We found nothing as of yet other than more bases filled with grunts.
Oh. She looks at her coffee sadly.
It's, we're continuing to go down the list. We're going to hit at least a few more today. I don't think Samantha's quite ready to go back, and neither am I, ma'am.
Okay. She'll shrug, look at Ash. That's fine. I wouldn't want to come back either, given current events. What's going on in that room over there? She points to where the interrogation room. So we're in cocaine era now. So heroin too.
That quickly, eh? You're keeping her.
She was never good at dealing with stress. She shrugged.
Understood. I'll make sure to bring Samantha back somewhat soon, ma'am. I'll keep a better eye on her health than my own. For you.
How is Samantha doing?
Well, apparently she sawed a man in half lengthwise in front of JJ, so as good as she can be.
Oh, poor JJ.
Yikes. Oh, crap.
What do you mean, apparently, Dad?
I was doing my own thing at the time. I heard it from your mother.
Right, okay. Mom, doing alright?
She's doing just fine, no injuries. We're doing our best to get back with good news as soon as possible.
Well, can't come any sooner. Looking into the room, Icy's not in there, but couldn't come any sooner. Ultimately, though, I don't think really finding this guy helps all that much with the problems on the home front here.
No, but it can't hurt.
Oh no, it can't hurt. We've got a score to settle with him one way or another. Just no improvement with Elizabeth, so Sasha shrugs.
She's going full Davine.
She's not showering, sir.
Ah, so Full Davine, tell me they're making sure she showers.
It's a struggle. I think they like force her into it. Pequod, Julius, Nicole, but it's a struggle for sure. Depression is a killer. I've been depressed many times in my life. Crippling depression I've never suffered from. Maybe it's a Galleon thing. I don't know.
Galleon thing when we lose our significant other would be my guess. I mean, not to bring up bad memories, but we all saw how Soul was when Colt was just paralyzed. Now compare that to him, God forbid, dying.
Sasha nods. Yeah.
I was not too much better when there was a very rocky time in Saris and I's relationship. It can be hard. I don't think she was ready for that kind of loss, ma'am.
Well, you never are. And I don't think my daughter was quite ready for it either. Things had been going so well for her in her life with JJ. A lot of victories under their team's belt thanks to Carter's leadership. She nods her head. And then he hit us where it hurt the most.
He's a clever old bastard. He knew who to kill. It would have...
Well, somebody will get him. The kids will get him when you find him, eventually.
I will ensure that, ma'am. Until then, I will be continuing the march across the galaxy. I'll leave markers for recovery teams anywhere we go.
Just remember, if she gets too out of control, just bring her home. She's only gonna hurt herself. And JJ doesn't need to see her like that for an extended period of time. He's too good to her. Oh god, no, I sound like Pequot talking about Davian, but yeah.
If she appears to be at risk of snapping fully, ma'am, I will remove her from the battlefield myself.
Thank you. Good. Alright, call if there's anything else.
Understood, ma'am. Thank you. Goodbye, children. Goodbye, son. He'll salute her and hang up.
Goodbye, Major. They hang up. Oh, depression.
He's not doing great either, you can tell.
No, nobody's going to in all this. I mean, I'm at a loss for words. Things were going really well, technically speaking. Sasha, they were, yeah. You got a lot of wins under your belt. You went from a lot of losses to a lot of wins, and then, I mean, you basically lost the Super Bowl or something.
Carter just sighs and nods. Yes, we did, ma'am.
These guys we fought years ago, they were not this cunning, you know. They were not. They were overtly powerful, like very powerful, and they had every advantage, tech-wise and this-wise and that-wise, but they didn't think too far ahead. And when you don't think too far ahead, better heads are going to catch up to you. And we did catch up to them. This type of thing, I mean, if it's true that hitting Colt with paralyzing my son was calculated, if it's true, you have to sit back and think of the mind that you have to truly be like that. Sasha squints for a second, then shakes her head.
I don't think other than him that I've really met anyone who would think of a plan like, was capable of thinking of something like that, ma'am.
I never have. She shrugs up. Tell him.
Soul shakes her head. I've never met a man as terrible and manipulative and, well, a man I want to tear the face off of and then reattach it and tear it off again and again more than I have ever met that man.
I will be so proud of you the day you get your chance with him, because you will. You have my word. Unless Ash accidentally stumbles across him and has to kill him, it'll be you.
Carter nods. And trust me, all of B Squadron very much appreciates that, ma'am.
We're gonna be a squad together one day, right? Of course. I would just... Of course you will. Just give it some time, you know. We'll reform you guys to go get him whenever they find him.
Carter smiles, then looks back at Memory Ann. See? I told you, honey.
This is just for the best. It had nothing to do with Carter or driving Samantha nuts. It had nothing to do with that. This is just mentally better for her. This is her causing this, not anybody else. And of course, JJ, being a good husband, goes where she goes. And her best friend is Laz. She wants Laz and Oz with her. They're her best friends, so...
If it's best for her mental health, ma'am, then in the long run it's best for the entire squad.
Well, it's not really fair. You know, when you do military training, you're trained to fight, you're trained to kill. And they do train you to do that in basic training. But it's really just prepping you for further training, whether it be training in your job, training in your whatever you want to do. The type of training you get at Ranger Selection is that's where you're trained to fight, you're trained to kill, you want to do it, you're born to do it. And she's unfortunately too much like me and really good at it. You'll see when you do the training. Smirking at Carter and then Ricky and Memory Ann. If I should say you do the training. Gesturing to Carter.
Carter nods. The odds are very much likely that we will be.
Out here, Icy. I am fine, Pequod. Stop crying, please. Pequod's still crying.
Julius sighing, with his hand on top of Icy's forehead, rubbing it a bit. We just worry about you, Nicole. You know that.
What if you overdose and you can't heal yourself? That could happen, yeah. She blankly looks at the tinted window. Pequod wails.
Julius's eyes widen and he leans forward. You will not be overdosing now, right? You will always know how much you can take and can't take. Right, Nicole?
I heal myself, yeah, of course. I heal myself when I do the drugs. Obviously. I look like this, yeah, because of the drugs, but... channeling magic like this for this long... traversing the afterlife, it takes a toll on you. My bones feel like paper. My skin is disgusting and looks like that. You can't do this. This shouldn't be done.
Julius sighs and nods.
I'll heal from it. I'll recover, but I'll need like a month of no spellcasting, no fighting, no stress. It just, right now, it's not in the cards.
He bites his bottom lip and puts a hand on Icy's cheek. Start considering putting it in the cards, okay? That's all I ask. Consider it. But until then... He grabs her and pulls her into a very sudden hug and holds her tightly. You need to promise me you're gonna stay safe and you're gonna stay smart in there.
I will. Her eyes wide. I'm sorry if I'm making you worry.
He pulls her back and smiles at her. What kind of brother would I be if I didn't worry about you, you know?
The bad one. Chuckling.
And Julius chuckles. He leans forward to her. And am I a bad brother sometimes?
Never. No. Shaking your head.
He chuckles and puts his forehead onto hers. Just stay safe in there, Nicole. Don't be stupid. And I swear to God, if you don't come out of that room and say, hey, I need help with something, if you need help with something, I'm going to be very angry.
If it gets to it, I'll ask for help. But for now, she shakes her head. Time to go look at the cadaver. You know, when I close my eyes, that's all I see is his dead body.
He puts a hand onto her cheek and rubs it. Tonight, if you need it, just know that you'll always have my hand to hold, and I'll be there for you if you ever have nightmares, okay?
I'll need it. Letting go of the hug with Julius. Pequod, enough is enough at some point. Lacey just shrugs. What type of big sister would I be if I let her down now? Pequod looks away and she walks in, disappearing into the room.
Julius hangs his head and rubs his face. What kind of big brother am I for giving you fucking drugs?
She'd get him one way or another, Julius.
I
At least
know,
we control how much she's given.
I guess, but still. Jesus Christ, it doesn't feel great giving my sister black tar heroin.
I'm pretty sure Mom is gonna flip shit. Dad might be flipping shit currently. Wait till Mother comes and sees that room.
Julius shakes his head. There'll be hell to pay, that's for sure.
Everything okay out there? Yeah. Pequod wiping a tear away. Marianne holding her arm.
Julius scratches his cheek with his thumbnail and nods. Yeah, everything's okay. He looks down at Sol and then at Memrian. Can I ask you two of a favor for me?
Sure.
Could you give me a hug, please?
Of course. She'll get up off Carter's lap, give him the coffee, and hug Julius.
Sol will also stand up and give Julius a hug, and he holds both of them very tightly, pets their heads for a couple seconds, and then holds them both back and looks at the two of them. You two ever need anything, you tell me, okay?
I will, of course.
Okay. He pats both their cheeks and nods. Carter looks very good sitting in that chair.
He does. Quite handsome.
Yes, he does. He smiles, gives her a kiss on the head, and go ahead, get back on his lap, girl.
She'll plop down on Carter's lap. Pequod, we have a new rule we're going to start enforcing, relatively speaking, soon. It's that no more resurrections are allowed to be attempted, so be on your A game when you go out to fight from here on out, please. Yeah, nodding his head.
Carter nods. That goes without saying, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sol lets go of the hug and sits back down on Colt's lap.
No more of this under threat of expulsion from the family. I'm never going through this again. Sounds fair to me, sitting back in her chair.
Of course, Mom.
You've got the everlasting life spell on you. That's all you should get.
Carter nods. He's gonna pick Memrian up, set her down on the seat, walk over and give his mom a hug, and whisper in her ear, I'm gonna make sure it never happens again, okay?
It's not your fault, Carter. It's just terrible. Terrible times.
I know. He pats her head a couple times. I am gonna make sure it never happens again. He leans back and smiles. It's the least I can do for this family.
Don't like seeing your aunt this way.
He shakes his head. I don't think any of us do. And I know for you especially it's real hard, but it's gonna be okay, Mom. He puts his hands on her cheeks and smiles. Call it dumb optimism or anything like that, wishful thinking. But for some reason, I know for a fact it's gonna be okay.
We can use some of that optimism. I just got done having a conversation with your grandmother about it's time to put an end to the charade.
Carter nods. So I'm guessing they're gonna come up here, see what's going on down there, which I have no idea, but...
You know. Looking at Carter.
Carter sighs. He looks around. I was just trying to give you some peace of mind, Mom.
You're not that dumb. I know you're not.
But yes, they're gonna see what's going on down there, and I suppose that they're just gonna put a stop to it right then and there.
I know he was your friend, and I loved him, but I hope they do, yeah.
Right. Carter just looks down and rubs his cheeks for his mouth a couple times and nods. What needs to be done, Mom.
Towns busting into the room.
Carter jumps out of the hug with his mom and is immediately on guard when that happens.
Yeah, nice timing, Towns. What do you want? We got problems. Yeah, trust me, we know. Sasha gesturing to the room. No, I mean real problems, like bug problems on another EarthGov colony. Oh, fuck.
Julius stands up, walks over to Towns. Show me what you got, kid.
Hands him the piece of paper. Planet Omega just reported a massive outbreak here. He types on his wrist computer. They showed this picture on the news feed on the planet. It's a king. Same
Huh.
type of one that was chasing, that knocked fucking Laz and Oz out the sky. Looks the same anyway.
Julius clicks his tongue. Carter looks at Towns. Wasn't that thing like 20 stories high or something like that?
A pure engine of destruction, yeah. Nodding his head, and it's got command over the little ones. I said EarthGov colony. He puts his hands up, my bad. Not an EarthGov colony. Planet Omega, but it's in EarthGov space. So, yeah. He shakes his head.
Well, Soul stands up. You should send us. We're ready. We can fight. We can protect. That's why we're stationed here, right?
You guys are down multiple people. No, they're not. She looks at Julia.
Julius looks up at Sasha. You let me off my leash?
Here's your chance. Take it. She'll gesture to the door. Equad, about time.
Julius nods. You kids got me with you. He nods towards all of them. You're about to see some shit, that's for sure.
And you need a pilot. I'm up for the job.
Julius closes his eyes and grimaces a bit. He looks at her. You can pilot for us, honey, of course.
Our EarthGov troops on the planet currently? Yeah, 2nd Battalion, 5 detachments. My troops are fighting. Let's get to the ship. Oh, that's not good. Watching Pequod, come on, Julie.
Julius will pick her up and fly her quickly out towards the ship.
My troops are fighting, Carter. What follows that? I'm going to fight with them. Drinking Carter's memory head's coffee now.
Carter walks over to Memory Head, leans forward a bit. See how my father's face looked right there? He knew what was coming.
We're gonna
Better go now, or they're gonna leave without you.
Yes, they are. Come on, B Squad, move out.
Wow, big blimp.
Oh yeah, yeah. It is not a blimp. But although they are very, similar and easily mistaken, this is a zeppelin.
Wow. And how this help with fight Carter though? What if he throw a rock at it?
Oh, he will not be able to throw a rock at it and take it down, please, Himmler. Also, that is a very funny joke to think about. That is for sure. Nine. You will have the help of Squadron himself on the Zeppelin, and he will be helping you out in the fight against our terrible enemy, Carter.
Okay, looking up at the blimp. Seems like flimsy creation to me.
It is extremely flimsy. Frederick looks over at Samuel. You know about the Hindenburg, right?
Oh yeah, and that was a German Zeppelin too.
Exactly. So this obviously can't end well for us. You realize that, right, Clive?
Who's this Clive you speak? I'm Rommel. Thank you. Anyway,
He looks up at the Zeppelin.
I am aware of the Hindenburg, but you must understand that Carter's forces shot it down with his many planes that he had at the time, the Allies had at the time. He will not have the planes this time. We will attack him when we know he is on the ground and indefensible against our wonderful Zeppelins that we have here. He will die.
But this not in your plan you detailed earlier.
It will be a separate attack. If, for whatever reason, the first attack fails, which I don't expect it to, but you know me, Himmler. The Rommels always plan for B, C, and D, you understand. We will use this Zeppelin to attempt to take him down as well. It is, well, our second best bet after the first plan. If it goes to failure, of course.
Feel bad about killing lady on stairs outside a museum, though. Think of her face, the shock on face. She say she have family.
Well, I'm sure that many people that Carter has killed have family. I'm sure that, well, we both know that Benjamin had family, and he still killed Benjamin. To fight a dirty opponent, Herr Himmler, you must fight dirty as well. I thought you knew that when you created the concentration camps.
Put many deer in there.
Yeah, you put many deer in there, and you prevented Carter from using those deer, as you should, my good sir, as you should.
Carter likes to fuck deer.
Oh, we both know he does. Whenever he sees a doe out there in the wild, he gets ravenous, and not for their meat. Well, for the bucks, of course, for their meat, yes, but you know what I mean, Herr Himmler.
Frederick's getting super desperate looking at the gigantic size of this Zeppelin. He's gonna try to talk Clive out of this.
Okay, here's the deal. He walks over to Clive and puts a hand onto his shoulder. What if we just don't do this and we stick with the truth? I think that's what the family really needs right now, right? And you know, if we stick with the truth, maybe Carter will realize the error of his ways, and he won't need to be killed or anything like that. And hell, maybe he'll join on this side of the unit or the Fourth Reich. Right, Samuel? You'll agree with me, right?
He's just leaning over the banister, looking up at the Zeppelin. Krellin looks at Samuel. It's true. Much drama going on right now. Nicole hunk favorite, and she not doing good. So get angry all the time. Cuz can't do anything but father, and Davine probably same way, but even worse.
Well, the only reason they are like that is because of Carter. You must understand this. God. I thought I made this clear enough for you all. We must kill Carter because he is going to come after Elizabeth, but he won't come after Elizabeth because of Benjamin, so that is why he killed Benjamin. And Elizabeth asked Icy to resurrect Benjamin so he could continue to protect Elizabeth. But Icy also has to protect herself from Carter, from making advances under her, lest she gives birth to another child like Elizabeth.
His head just slowly turning to look over at Clive. It's hopeless. Looking at Frederick.
I had to try, Samuel. I had to try.
What the Führer wants, the Führer gets. Clicks his heels together and salute.
Yes, ja, von Braun. Ja, what the Führer wants, the Führer gets.
He also clicks his heels together and gives a salute.
Wow,
But-
okay. Krellin will salute.
Oh. Frederick just looks down, shakes his head, and will very dejectedly click his heels together and give the salute.
Ugh, the Führer is calling me. Looking at his wrist computer.
Answer it, von Braun, answer it and let me talk to him.
He answers it. Putting his hand.
Mein Führer.
He gives a salute.
Waves the salute down.
He goes to an at ease position.
Sofort, Sam, alle Host, Zoflak, Wai, Habin, In, Problem, Jacket, Kra, Zorak, Karen, East, Jagohost. Karen? Looking confused at Scar. He hangs up angrily. Return to the Eagle's Nest at once. We have a problem. Now return. Karen has returned? Why does that name sound familiar? He's shocked. He steps back at Clive's butt.
Karen! Karen has returned. Must be some type of ancient magic.
Who, Karen again? Looking confused, Frederick. The woman he killed on the volcano.
The woman that we thought was dead. That the Quiet Goblin killed on the volcano, Quellen.
You sure you kill her? Look at Clyde.
Well, obviously, I did kill her. Of course, I killed her. The Sinister Unit is very good at what they do. Almost as good as the Force Reich. But apparently, Karen, through some magical means of some sort, some magical means that I want at least one of you to find.
We will look into it. Urban Yaben will be on it immediately.
Good. Good. That is what I want to hear, Himmler. We must find out how she returned. Because somehow she did. We must return to the Eagle's Nest. Toot sweet. The Führer will not wait long for us. And if we make the Führer wait, there will be consequences.
Oh, Samuel's head sinking into his shoulders as out here Kaz is typing on a computer. This Strat grunt runs up to Ash and swings at him with a beam saber.
He is going to dodge under, pull out a small knife, and put it right under the guy's helmet into the bottom of his chin.
Killing him. Glorious! They start shooting at him. These guys up here behind cover.
He is going to turn to this one, pull a small pin on the knife, and the blade is going to launch out and embed into his neck. And for the last one, he is going to look at the ground around him, pick up a mine, and turn it on, and then toss it up next to the guy upside down.
Blowing him up, JJ sees a man cut in half floating in the shallow water. This guy floating body down, but face up because his head's on backwards. And Sam is screaming, drowning a guy alive. JJ can see his feet kicking, his helmet floating here, and his arms reaching up trying to grab at her face. She bites one of his fingers off and spits it into the water.
Saris can see JJ looking at all of this. The red tinted water slowly coming up and down the shore as the foam of the sea turns sickly red. He sees that guy with his head turned on backwards, that man cut in half, that man being drowned and his finger being bitten off and spat out across the shoreline. Saris can see JJ's hand shake a couple of times for a couple seconds. He makes a strong looking fist, rubs his face and shakes his head and has to come over and sit down over here.
She turns around because Kaz is typing on the computer. You okay? Hand on his shoulder.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Just, he gestures over to Samantha. She could see he thinks for a good long second for what to say next. She's very good at her job. Yeah, she's very good at her job.
Afraid this is permanent damage?
He covers his mouth and just nods.
Well, I have bad news for you. Kneeling down next to him. It is. She looks out at Samantha. But her mother has way more than her, trust me. And her mother's fine to this day. Look at me. Look at Ash. Look at the bounty hunter. Look at Kaz. He probably has it the worst. He was on the losing side.
He turns to look at all of them, and then at Saris.
She'll be fine. And I know she'll be fine because she has you. She'll turn to his head to look at her. She has you. If she was alone, I would worry for her greatly. I always knew Sasha would be fine because she finally found a man, Towns. We tried for months to find her one, and no guy would want to come near her because Lorelai's star pupil and all.
And JJ nods.
And your relationship is not like Sasha and Towns, not to get too in depth, with your mother-in-law's sexual affairs with Towns, you know. But she's in charge of that relationship. She's the boss. You're the strong one. Here. You are. That's not strength, JJ. That's just anger, rage, uncontrolled, and eventually that burns out and snuffs out, and somebody's got to be there to clean up the mess. What you're doing right now is what the strong person does.
He nods, still with his hand over his mouth, and shakes his head. He lets go. You think my father ever feels like this?
She'll smack her lips. Yeah. Maybe not nowadays, but in the past, yeah. Probably the way he'd looking at your mom when she was suppressed. And Nicole was the only one who really tried to go in and spend time with her. For many reasons. A lot of us didn't appreciate how she treated us. It's not important. You know the details, but yeah, I think he did. I think he felt a lot of guilt over being married to the colloquialism is bunker hag, Laz's namesake. I think he felt a lot of regret and guilt.
JJ chuckles a bit and nods. You know, I've always modeled myself after my father. I've always tried to, at least. I think I've done a halfway decent job of it a lot of the time. Just he rolls his lips together, looking at Sam. I certainly hope I can be that for her in all aspects, just like my dad is.
You will be. You will be. You didn't make the decision that put her here, JJ.
Yeah, but I sure as hell wish I could have refuted it.
Do you? Because you might not have ever met her.
He pinches the bridge of his nose. That's a good point.
And you don't think for a second some guy wouldn't have snatched her up? Some cheap JJ knockoff that looked kinda like you, but was a fucking clown. And she was so sad and depressed and desperate she just went for him because, well, I can't have the real thing, so I'll be a loser and settle for second best.
Ugh, that would be downright terrible.
That's what would have happened, probably, I assure you. Too much pride. She wanted to earn you herself, when she could have just asked to go down to the lane. Or vice versa, young man. Looking down at JJ.
He puts his hands up. I know. I could have. Oh, I could have certainly just gone up to my brother, or hell, Sasha. I could have gone up to her. She was still my aunt, and I could have just been like, "Hi, I would like to meet your daughter," and she would have been probably fucking ecstatic if I just did that.
Beautiful women can be intimidating.
You're telling me? He gestures over to Samantha.
Can be greatly intimidating. But in the end, this will all be behind you. Sooner rather than later, you'll be at that lane, at that studio, and the only problems you're going to be worried about is putting up with Clive and Scar's really dumb movie ideas. Or, hopefully, Frederick Allen and Samuels.
That would be nice. He stands up, scratches his chin a couple times, and puts a hand onto Sarah's shoulder. I would like to hear some of the Stooges' pitches, if the two clowns ever return to normal.
Well, if you believe the prophecy, I do. She holds her hand up.
What else do we have right now but faith in that prophecy?
Not much. Looking out at Sam, she goes over here, slits this guy's throat to make sure he's dead even though his head's on backward. Jesus Christ. She looks away.
Yeah, she did not need to do that one. Oh, God.
I think it's time her handsome, dashing hunk junior pinches JJ's cheek, goes and fetches her from the water. Kaz, it's wiped. As he looks up at Ash killing these guys, it's wiped. Even I can tell. He closes the laptop, puts it in his satchel.
Damn it. As he just starts walking down towards Sam and walks up to her.
Pulls out a knife, goes to stab his body.
gently but firmly grabs around her wrist.
She looks over at JJ and will let go of the knife. It goes in the water.
He will pick her up, or, well, not pick her up, but stand her up on her feet and put both hands on her cheeks and lean it close to her face. You good?
In your arms, yeah.
Stay in my arms, darling. That's the only place I ever want you.
Tiring, for sure.
Are you tired? He starts to rub her forehead. Maybe we should take a break.
Not yet. Looks right at JJ in the eyes.
He nods. Do you at least want me to pick you up to bring you over to the ship and with the rest of the squad?
Yes. Kissing him on the side of the lips.
He returns the kiss on the side of her lips and picks her up. He nods towards her. Always gonna be here for you, love. To pick you up, to set you down, as he's carrying her off towards the ship. Oh hell, even if you need to yell at me every so often, I completely understand. Everyone needs to, you know.
Ship setting down here, landing. I would never yell at you again. I did it once.
He chuckles. I sort of deserved it there.
No, you didn't. That was a tactical mistake on my part.
He looks at her, smiles, and puts his forehead on hers. Let's agree to disagree.
Fine. She'll kiss him again. How bad are the bags under my eyes, JJ? Just be honest.
Well, even though you still look like the most beautiful woman in the entire universe. He tilts his head one way and then the other. 19 out of 10.
God damn it. She shakes her head as JJ carries her on to the bird. As everybody's sitting up here with Pequod piloting.
Julius is just looking, or Carter is looking worriedly over at his mother, as is Soul. As Julius will start to walk up, putting on his wrist gauntlets and his combat coat and everything, all his combat gear, and he walks up onto the bridge. He looks around. Everyone okay?
Ready to rock, ready to roll. It'll be a good break from sitting on Gateway, counting the seconds of depression.
Julius pats her on the shoulder twice. That's what I'm talking about, sweetie. Yes, ma'am, we are ready to rock, ready to roll. We are ready to fight, are we not, B Squadron?
Ready, willing, and able. Loading his rifle.
Ready, sir.
Ready, sir. Bug stomping sounds like it's more fun than whatever we were doing up there.
Bug burning as well. As a little swirl of magic goes around her fingers. Good. Very good. I'm glad to hear it. He puts both of his hands onto Pequod's shoulders and leans down towards her. What's the ETA, honey?
I'm getting us there as quickly as possible. 10, 15 minutes.
Understood. He gives her a kiss on the cheek and nods. It's probably going to be pretty bad down there, guys. If you remember, but I'm sure you do, your previous mission with the bugs, where there was a king xenomorph. It's probably going to be maybe that bad. But luckily, you guys are going to have me with you this time. And I'm going to make sure each and every one of you are going to stay safe. And each and every one of you are going to come home alive. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. No resurrections.
He nods. No resurrections. He swallows hard, grips her shoulders, Pequod's shoulders a bit tighter, and leans down. I suppose I can't convince you to stay on the ship.
She looks up at Julia. You thought you thought that would even work?
He sighs.
They're my men. And they're frontier colony, but those are my men dying to protect those frontier colonists. Steps behind Carter.
Yeah, ma'am.
Julius nods. I know, honey. It's gonna be very dangerous. There, you understand? And it's very dangerous, and I just don't want anything bad to happen to you. You know that.
I completely understand. But one of the biggest criticisms I'd ever lay on my father's shoulders was he sat in an office when it counted and just Julius, my son-in-law, get the job done yet and save the goddamn universe?
Soul. Yep. As she walks behind Colt.
Yeah. Putting Ricky back.
What the? Why?
This is.
You mother. He's just gonna quietly scoot back a little bit.
That is a very real complaint to levy against your father. A very real one. But he puts a hand
And when the truth comes out that our daughter got duped into this, and she's partially responsible for all of this, if I was sitting around in an office twiddling my thumbs, asking if my husband has got the job done yet,
she can see Julius's mouth open, and all of the arguments just fly out of his head because he has no arguments to levy against that, and he looks down and shakes his head. You stay nearby those kids at all times, honey.
of course, I'll be as close to you as humanly possible. Believe me, I know I'm not the best combatant. I never was the best. Ash tried and tried for months to teach me how to shoot, and I finally got it, but to say I'm even in the same world as somebody like Ash in terms of that's a fucking joke.
Julius chuckles. Well, I mean, comparing yourself against Ash, it's like comparing yourself to a black belt when you know you're only a purple belt or something like that. That's just not a fair comparison.
I'll be fine. We'll be fine together. We stay together at all times. Those men need leadership, and women, and they'll get it.
Julius nods. He holds both of her hands. I'm gonna make sure you come home, all right?
But we're not losing anybody else, Julius. Trust me.
Julius shakes his head. No, we are not. Especially not on my watch. That, and, you know, a good thing about this is you'll get to be on the ground while you see how hot I am finding a king xenomorph.
It has been a long time, Julius. Last time I saw you, I was frozen in time watching you get destroyed by the time deity, and I felt as useless as I feel now.
Julius nods. But this time around, we'll be able to do something about it. I can't fight a deity, but I can sure as hell fight a bug.
We're gonna need you down there, Julius. These bugs operate on fear. They strike fear into people's hearts. They did mine the first time I saw them.
Hell, they did Icy. Even though she was doing her best to, well, you know how she was back then, put on a brave face and all that, she was terrified, and I could see that. We'll get through it together. Especially, he looks over at all the kids and then back at her. Since we do have some pretty damn capable children, don't we?
Yeah, we're the substitutes here on B Squad. Hopefully we can live up to Samantha and JJ's hype.
God damn, I don't know if I'll be able to. Hell, do you think I'll be a good enough leader to overshadow Carter?
I don't know. He's got the sword working for him. At least sort of.
Sort of, hey. That's more than I could ever say for myself. You know, even though I have elvish... I probably couldn't get that sword to work for me.
Ooh. Pequod slams her hands together, puts the ship on autopilot. I'll be right back. Walks into the captain's quarters.
Julius watches her walk into those quarters, and then he not necessarily stomps, but walks briskly up to those kids, and he leans forward to all of them. All right, so she's going to be coming on the fight with us.
No pressure. Marianne looking at her hand.
Julius looks at his hands as well. No pressure at all. He slaps his face a couple times. Here's the deal. We don't know what's going on down there necessarily. It is a distinct possibility that we might have to split up from each other. If that happens, she's staying with you guys. He points at Carter. You are going to bring her back alive. And if I get there and she's completely fine, damn good job, kids. I have faith in all of you. He puts a hand onto Memory Ann's cheek and onto Colt's shoulders. I wouldn't trust this with anyone else, you know that.
Yes, sir. Colt nodding.
But that's probably the worst case scenario. He nods to himself. I'll be there to protect you guys no matter what. I'm bringing home everyone alive, including those EarthGov soldiers.
Should be a pretty good time, sir. And I'm sure you guys will live up to Sam and JJ. Although I do think JJ's still got you beat in the hair department, sir.
Marianne laughing.
Julius chuckles to himself. I mean, it's pretty hard to beat JJ, or my father for that matter. I'm not sure if any of you have really seen him with longer hair, but Grandpa Hunk, when he has some long hair, is a very handsome individual. I could only hope to live up to that.
Grandfather's bloodline has excellent hair, coveted by father.
Very. Jesus Christ, coveted by father.
Well, it's just the truth. She shrugs.
All I'll say is when JJ's posing with his hair blowing in the wind for Sam, it looks like something you'd put on a really expensive trading card.
The way that girl, putting her hand on Julius's shoulder in combat gear, looks at JJ, oh, makes my heart melt.
Julius turns around smiling, and then he freezes just looking at Pequod in the combat gear.
It's basic combat gear. Acid resistance, be fine. No helmet, they have to know who I am. But
He just lets out a breath and nods. Looks good. Looks very good.
I've never worn it till today. Sasha had it made and fitted for me, but that was years ago.
He starts walking around her, stroking his chin, looking at her up and down. Looks good on you, honey. It looks very good. You look ready for anything.
Like my ass in this thing.
Well, you know me very well, and he just smacks her ass.
They are trying to outdo JJ and Samantha. That's basically what they do.
Yep, and this time we don't have the hall monitor or the crossing guard to stop them.
Oh, Laz Thornberry.
Oh, don't remind me about Laz Thornberry. At hearing that, Julius gets snapped out of his trance on Pequod. I'm sorry, did you guys just mention Laz Thornberry?
Oh, she sits back down.
Julius just shakes his head. He walks behind Pequod and leans on the chair. Oh, god damn it, He pulls up his wrist computer. God damn it, Laz.
My beautiful baby girl, I did her dirty.
What do you mean you did her dirty? She chose those pigtails on her own.
I tried to talk her out of them. Oh, trying to fight back laughter.
Well, I did too. She wouldn't listen to anyone. I think that's the most galleon I've ever seen come out of her.
The theory was the braces were brain controlling her to Carter came up with that, mind you. She glares at Carter.
Carter's thinning his lips, trying to keep the laughter. It's true, ma'am. The braces were mind controlling her into giving herself pigtails. And even though she had more flattering glasses, to also wear the round spectacles that she got when she was like 13.
She sighs at Carter, picking on your big sister.
Can you blame me, Mom?
Got a man expelled.
And
Yeah, she did.
with all due respect, ma'am, I think the Coke bottle glasses make the pigtails worse.
We bought her hundreds of pairs of different glasses, and those are the ones she had to have.
Soul just shakes her head. Pretty sure she still thinks of the expulsion of that one guy as like the one of her greatest achievements next to getting Jason marrying Oz.
It was on the top of her list. It was the top of her list probably before marrying Oz, followed by graduating college, being extremely smart and successful.
Man, I wish I could see one of those lists before she married Oz. I would love to see how high that expulsion ranks on her list.
Well, given that she cackled as he was expelled, I'd say it was number one.
It was like a witch's cackle too. It was manic, even is how I would describe it.
You don't skip class at the ODM Academy.
Especially not with Laz Thornberry on the prowl.
You know that guy committed suicide, right?
What?
Like he jumped off a San Francisco bridge 6 months later.
Carter clicks his tongue, and he walks over and leans forward on the dashboard and just looks out into space, trying to hide his smile and the laughter that's about to come out.
I think I would have done the same if I was that guy getting expelled by Laz Thornberry, just saying.
Imagine, imagine, if you will, just one moment, guys. She walks out. Excuse me?
Oh God! Pequod, oh!
Do you have a hall pass, mister? As she pokes Colt in the chest.
No, ma'am, I don't.
Well, that is just not allowed. If you cannot present me a hall pass or anything like that, you will have to be expelled, mister.
Oh, you even got down the braces overbite saliva talk perfectly. How?
Because I am very good at what I do, sir. As she transforms back into her normal self.
I'm so glad for her she bloomed into the beautiful sister-in-law that is, my sister-in-law and met Oz. Because goddamn, no guy would have touched that.
Joy shakes his head. No, they would not have. Believe it or not, she was always quite beautiful. I mean, everyone has an awkward face. I sure as hell did. I'm sure all of you did. But she was always quite a beautiful girl. I think it was mainly the pigtails that just, I hate to say this about my own daughter, but made her look unappealing.
Very unappealing. Looking at the picture of Laz Thornberry.
I will just say that, Jace being her biological son might make a little more sense, because he might have gotten a bit of his nerd from her.
Definitely. Clearing his throat. Good old Laz motherfucking Thornberry. Colt shaking his head. As back at the Eagle's Nest, Clive and company returning, the Fuhrer briskly eating his steak and mashed potatoes.
Mein Führer, what is the matter? Come. And he'll lead everyone up towards the Führer.
Die Pubel Assassin. Dismiss the rabble.
Oh, he stops where he is stationed. Of course. Go. Von Braun, lead them away from here.
Where are we supposed to go? We're part of Fourth Reich.
Go work on the statue or something of the sort while I talk to the Führer.
Maybe we go back with family for a day? Haven't seen them in a long time. Da.
Yeah. You guys go ahead and do this. Allow me to talk with the Führer on my own.
Okay, come on, Frederick. We can get KFC for everyone.
Oh, that sounds really good.
They disappear. Schnell. Gesturing down next to it.
He'll go ahead and sit next to the Führer.
He types on his wrist computer. Yes, I survived the volcano. The last thing I remember, personally, was seeing that cosplayer chuck a large amount of explosive ordnance at me, but it went over my head and into the volcano. The resulting explosion blew me down the mountainside. It was an act of God that I survived. When I came to, I was in the ocean, and I was being pulled up onto a large shipping vessel by a bunch of very brave men, not bullies, brave men. They saved my life that day. What I can say to my assailant is, karma is a bitch. Your time will come, and you will not bully the United Cancer Foundation into submission. Do you understand me? She's looking right into the camera. We are back and better than ever. Our headquarters now in Paris, France, and we are fortifying our positions with the local authorities' assistance.
Clive, the unit fox, stands up, arms behind his back, and he starts pacing around the room.
Karen has returned, mein Führer.
Da, da.
They said she was in Paris, France, yeah.
Da.
He looks at Scardoff.
This will not stand, my Führer.
Scar looks right at Clive, locking eyes with
You know,
Ich will das Franchi Zuberabert wed. I want France retaken.
and France will be retaken by mine hand.
He strokes his chin.
But we can't do it alone. No, we need a weapon. Some kind of weapon of mass destruction. We can't use the Zeppelin. We must save that for Carter, you understand? We must do something.
Urban L. Ishta. I'm open to suggestions.
He strokes his chin for a couple seconds, continuing to pace around the room, and then he stops and turns on his heel to face the Führer.
I think I have a suggestion.
Tell.
The LBP, mein Führer.
Ah, Gushimpak. Asha Fakadara. The war bot.
Yeah, the robot. The robot that is stationed at that museum. The one that we plan to take to, deal with Carter and everything like that. But we will use it to secure Paris, France. Like we did back in the good old days.
Ich magte das Himmler an die anderen Herr Raschengal werden. I want Himmler and the others left out of this.
Himmler and the others will not know a thing about this. This will only come to your good old friend Rommel's mind and Skoldov's mind. Yeah, my Führer?
Da.
Good. We must secure this robot, this ancient robot. And then we will reassemble it, reprogram it, recharge it into a weapon of mass destruction that we can then send out to defeat Karen once and for all and resecure Paris, France.
Berlin was on Bovenkaren. I had her position Afugabada. Let's make haste before Karen fortifies her position.
We must make haste, mein Führer.
Scar will stand up, gesture to the robot to clean the table, and Clive and the Führer will leave. As Pequod and company, Julius and company, landing at the airport where the EarthGov distress beacon was. Sir! Ma'am! He steps back, seeing Pequod.
And Julius puts his hand up. She's a soldier just like the rest of us. Now, come on. What's the sit rep?
Sitrap is bad, sir. Civilian shuttles still being evac'd. Mass evacuation on the airfield to the west of here. Problem is, telemetry suggests 2 large hordes. One heading here, one heading for the airfield where the transport shuttles are. This place has to stay online, right? So the ships, they can't fly blind, Julius.
And Julius nods. Nav systems in this
tower, I'm guessing?
Yes, sir. It's an older place, so we're garrisoned here to hold out as long as we can. We've already fought off multiple attacks.
Julius nods. Casualties and injuries, go.
Well, there's a lot less of us, sir.
Understood. They're a tough enemy to fight against, but you guys done a damn good job thus far.
And you have your tank still in order? Yes, ma'am. Nodding his head.
Julius looks around. Said telemetry suggested one to the west and one to the east.
Heading right for the, civilian evac ships. And then there's big ones, yeah. Don't know where they went, but they're lurking around the airfield for sure.
Julius nods. He closes his eyes. Shit. He looks at the soldier. Alright, soldier. He comes around behind B Squad. These people are going to help you out. This is B Squadron. Captain Carter Rainfall, Captain Memory Ann Rainfall, Private Ricky Valorius, Private Soul Rainfall, and Marine Scout Sniper Colt Rainfall, along with Patricia Rainfall, who you will all protect, yes?
Sir, nodding his head, they're all just looking at Pequod.
Good. If she gives a command, take it. If she is in trouble, you help her. He looks at all the kids. That goes for you kids as well. He looks at the soldier. You got them on your side. I'm going to go to the west. I'm going to take care of all that horde of xenomorphs on my own. Don't worry, I can handle it.
It's numbering in over the millions, sir.
Julius nods. He walks up to that soldier, puts a hand on his shoulder. Then it'll be an easy fight.
Yeah, he could take that easily. Problem is, it'll take him time. We'll hold out. Loading our Lancer.
Julius just looks at his mother loading the Lancer with an obviously almost scared expression on his face, looking at her.
Yeah, what's a couple million?
Yeah, no, a couple million. That's nothing, right?
Don't know how they bred so fast, but local wildlife, it seems, because the cities haven't been attacked till today, sir. It doesn't matter, Trooper. What matters is we get all the civilians out alive. Yes, ma'am. Stepping away from her.
Julius nods. That is all that matters. All the civs get out of here alive, and everyone we can get out of this position right here alive, we will. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Good luck, sir.
Good. He walks up to Pequod. I'm leaving now, so he holds her hands. Stay safe, Sweet Pea. Okay.
Yeah, she'll grab him, squeeze his face, and kiss him. They look away.
He picks her up, wraps her legs around his waist, gives her a kiss, dips her, then sets her down. I'll be back, kids. He walks past and then points back at the soldiers. If he gives an order, you listen to it as well. And he'll go ahead and fly off.
Yes, sir. They shuffle looking at Carter. We'll be fine.
Carter nods. Yes, we will, ma'am. Yes, we will be fine.
We've got one operable tank, some machine guns, looking around. We'll be okay.
Carter nods. He looks behind himself. How's the ammo situation for all your soldiers?
Topped off and ready to go. We got a lot of dead friends we took ammo from.
Sorry to hear that. He nods towards the soldier and then back at his mother. Jesus Christ.
You sure you want to do this, ma'am? Absolutely. Smiling at Carter.
Carter turns around to look at the soldier. Honestly, soldier, there isn't anyone better that I would have by my side than Pequod Rainfall. We should all feel lucky that we have someone as skilled as her on our side.
Okay. He looks worried looking at Pequod. They'll get used to it.
I mean, we got this, ma'am. I mean, the people of us, including you here, are technically batting 100 against surviving bugs.
Damn straight. And I've got my flamethrower pointing to her back with her thumb.
Soul looks at the flamethrower.
Not the same one you used all those years ago when you first met him?
Yep, took it from that Max Tech facility.
Well, I'm sure it'll be of great use to us now. She smiles at her mother and pats her back.
We got incoming. This guy up here on the machine gun. Pequod, oh boy. Looking out at the soldiers, trembling.
And Carter nods. He looks at Colt. Colt, onto the roof.
You sure? He looks at Pequod.
He looks back at Colt. He shrugs. Treat her like another soldier, right? A protector.
Just call for my shots where you need them. Anybody, especially if you're staying inside. He'll get up on the roof.
Carter scratches his chin. So you stay inside with Mom. He looks at Ricky. Me and you, Ricky, we're going to be out here assisting anyone who needs to be assisted. If they get through the barriers, we're the first line of defense, us two. He points back at Memorian. I trust your judgment, Memorian, but just a suggestion, stay in here. If not, I completely understand.
Yes, sir.
Sol nods. He walks up next to Pequod. You ready, Mom?
Oh, absolutely. But first, she'll start walking outside. What the hell is she doing?
Carter just lowers his head. She's not going to listen to me. That's what she's doing. Come on. Carter walks out. Sol will follow after her.
Carter can see a large horde of xenomorphs heading towards their direction, somewhat far off.
Holy shit. Carter will take up position right behind the bags. He looks across at all the xenomorphs, then he nods. He turns around and looks at all the soldiers here, who I assume to be like cowering and terrified.
Pequod revs her chainsaw. Huh? This guy looks up at her. Rev it. He revs his, the guy next to him does it. She'll start walking, running, slamming her chainsaw into theirs.
And Carter smiles. As she's doing that, he starts yelling out, Do we cower? Do we fear? We are EarthGov. They're the problem. We deal with it because we will fucking win. Can I get an hoorah?
They all oorah Carter as Pequod goes by with her chainsaw. She yells death.
Yeah, Carter will put his sword up high into the air along with his shield on the same arm. Death!
You're ready for a fight.
Carter looks at his mother, smiles at her as he swings his sword, twirls it in his wrist.
Roll Nick initiative. I hate Pequod and cancer so much you don't understand.
They are the worst.
Hopefully Mortis bites the dust. Oh, wait. Roll it again, because we gotta clear the order. Roll again. Maybe Nick will die. It would be nice, you understand, of course, Nick.
I'm hoping he does after the Burger King bag.
That is a victory never to be forgotten. First of many victories, nonetheless, Nick.
And it will never, ever be the last.
If a Burger King bag could do that much damage, then think about a McDonald's bag.
Or the creme de la creme, a Taco Bell bag.
Fill it with burritos. Nick would never stand a chance, you understand yourself, Nick.
It will be the end of him.
He would be splattered with so many 5-layer burritos. It wouldn't even be funny.
Nor is this, as not drones, not runners, but warriors approach, a lot of them. slamming in and over the barriers like a plague, a pestilence. First in the order is Memrian, but first not that I play as Carter, so I'll roll up Carter, Colt, and the EarthGov troops. Or I'll roll up, Memrian and Colt while Carter goes.
Okay. Carter is going to see them all coming towards him. And he is going to look over at Ricky and point towards this machine gun here. Well, he is actually going to pull out his Actually, no, his plasma rifle and start shooting it into the crowd of all the xenomorphs. So those are his 3 attacks, just shooting at any xenomorph that gets a bit too close to him.
Give him those 3.
All right, and then that will go ahead and finish up Carter's turn.
Memrian killed 1, Colt cleared the back lines, Miss Wingy, then Ricky.
Miss Winje is going to put her hand out, and in this growing little group right here, she is going to lunar bombard them.
Wait, which group? The one inside the fences or out?
She's going to start focusing on the outside of the fences.
Help me.
And then, after that, she needs 2 stacks of supremacy. To deal with this group over here, she's going to run over and cast a wall of fire.
Plague burning them.
And I do believe, just to do that will be Miss Winjay's turn.
Well, Ricky hears the tank fire off, kills a bunch of xenomorphs, and looks. They're also swarming over here.
Permission to go help at the front, sir?
Go!
He is going to head to here. He's actually, first time in a while, going to try and use Crackshot combo, calling out to Memory Ann, and he's going to throw it at this one.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, the one in the middle of that little column. So she... and technically that's all he can do for that turn.
They will die. Take that group off the board. Focus fire targets down. Take pieces off the board, Cancer. If you know what is good for you, Cancer. Flamethrowering through well, not that close. The first 4 here.
I like to imagine as Carter sees his mother running out, he has like a mini heart attack seeing her do that.
Carter sees the troops follow her, though, and stand with her, no matter what's coming at them. Memrian watching in shock as they all fold in on top of her. That's a leader.
And Carter nods, you're goddamn right it is.
And it will be Cancer's turn, because Colt's going to try and protect his mother-in-law. And Memrian's going to do the same. As hello, Cancer.
Sorry,
No, hello. Nee.
Carter sees all of those appearing as he cracks his neck and spins his sword again. Yep, he's gonna hop over and go right there. So he builds decapitation stacks at a double rate. He's going to pull out his sword and 1, 2, 3. Just for more lightning. 1, 2. Wow, only one hit, okay. And then he will go ahead and place his static aura and immediately trigger it again using one of his surges to get 7 electrical charge, and he will electrical oops, that's the wrong one. Electrical discharge all around him.
No.
And that will be Mr. Carter Winjay's turn.
Miss Winjay, who I hate, as the Earthgov troops are gonna roll, and we'll figure it out as she goes.
Miss Winjay,
Ooh, they did good.
she is going to go ahead and fly 15 feet up in the air and go right here. And she will put her hand out. Yep. And do... Oh, crap. There it is. Right there. Right in this bottom group right here. Hitting as much as she can.
No.
And then, again, she will snap her fingers and put up another wall of fire right in this direction to block them off.
These xenomorphs run into the wall of fire, and they just keep dying and crawling over one another. They're just letting bodies build up so they can go over. Same thing was happening up here. These aren't like the last ones that just mindlessly run into it or back away from it afraid.
Oh, shit.
And they really start piling it.
That will go ahead and end Miss Winjay's turn.
Sorry, Cancer. Mortis is up.
Seeing what's in front of Soul, Ricky's going to hop over, run to here, and use his flails for 3 attacks. Okay, so that is...
The tank will also fire off and kill a bunch in front of it.
Then he will spend a key for move forward again, and spend a key for flurry of blows targeting that one. Let me find it on my sheet.
Nee.
And that will be Ricky's turn.
Quad will take one out with her Lancer. She's not the biggest fighter, but her troops move with her on her turn. And she's moving into the fray, the mess of the fray. As Carter turns and sees his mother moving closer to the abyss of Xenomorph with her troops. So she's got her troops there. As Hunk and Davine, all right, dear, it's been about less than a half a day, but I'd say it's time for this to end. At least bring her home.
I would have to agree, yes.
No, if she gives us any Julius and Pequod aren't in there. He bites his lip. I'm gonna go talk to Sasha and town, see what's up, and you go get her, okay?
Okay, yes, of course, darling.
He'll pat Davine on the bum and walk into the office.
Davin will go ahead and head down and try and get into the room.
The door slides open easily because she sees her standing sleeping over Benny's dead body.
Oh my god. Davin starts to walk in. She looks around, sees all the empty cigarette boxes and the empty vodka. She looks around. Oh dear Jesus, Nicole.
Crunch! Davine's boot steps on something, not breaking it completely, but if she lifts her foot, she'll see what it is.
She does. She lifts her foot and looks down at it, and her eyes widen. Oh my god. Davine closes her eyes, breathes heavily, and walks up to Icy, and will gently, try not to wake her up, lift up her sleeve.
She's not waking up. Yeah, she can. She's even drooling from her mouth. She took a big hit of something, then mixed it with a downer.
Oh dear Jesus. She looks at all the puncture marks in the crest of her elbow. She shakes her head. Nicole. She looks at Benny's dead body sitting on the table. She closes her eyes and shakes her head. And Davine is going to pick Icy up and do one more quick look around for any other possible drug refuse around the room.
She finds quite a few crack pipes, heroin needles.
Oh god. Oh god. She starts to tear up as she quickly makes her way out of the room and up into the office, breathing heavily as she bursts in.
What the hell's going on? Hunk's up here at the table with Sasha. Sasha, oh boy.
It's freezing in there. The crack pipes. The cocaine lines, heroin needles strewn all about the room, along with vodka bottles, full ninths and tens of vodka bottles, and entire packs of Marlboro cigarettes not packs, boxes of them, boxes.
What the hell are you talking about? He comes over.
She's look. She lifts up Icy's sleeve and shows him all the puncture marks.
Vein popping out of the side of his head, his eyeballs bulge out. Yeah. She shrugs it. She came in demanding it. Last week, like, demanding. And at first we said no. She went back into the office. And then she came back out again. And again, and again, and again. And finally, we came to the conclusion that she's gonna get it anyway. And she, technically speaking, did. She got herself some, and Julius found it, and then Julius thought, well, why don't we just make sure she gets clean stuff that she can't OD on? And we have a lot of it locked up in SIS, so... yeah, not proud of ourselves. Neither is Julius, neither is Pequod, but that's the current state of things. She'll look away.
Davine just looks down at Icy, her mouth agape, eyes starting to water, her arms shaking. My little girl.
This has to stop. I can't do... Look at her fucking arm! He holds it up. Yeah, believe me, we know. I knew her before Davine. Not a pissing contest, but I know she can't handle stress well. It's not my decision. Elizabeth placed the stress of the universe on her. Hunk punches the wall thinking about Elizabeth.
This has to stop. It has to stop immediately. I can't give her any time. I must set a date. That's today. Tomorrow, I don't care. It just has to stop.
Good.
Now.
We tried. We all tried. Town's shaking his head sadly. We all tried. We all told her just let it go. But she won't let this go.
Then she'll listen to me. She has to, right? She has to. Because if she doesn't, then what do we do, Mark? What do we do?
She's not... I'll find a goddamn way to stop her. I'll get Lorelei to put some type of spell. I'll figure something the fuck out, pointing at Icy. She's not coming back up here if there's gonna be that type of shit involved. I loved Benjamin. He drove me nuts. But I'd look at him and say, thank God my daughter hasn't. But this has to stop. About time. Looking right at Davine. About time. Locking eyes with Davine. Should have been stopped week 1.
Davine looks at Sasha, then back down at Icy.
I loved
She's-
Benjamin too, and I love Elizabeth, but this is not worth it.
No, it is not. It is not. She is going to wake up and just wipe Benjamin from Elizabeth's mind, as much as it hurts me to say, but that is the good choice. That is the better choice.
And hope and Elizabeth will recover, right? Towns tries to be reassuring. Yes, she will.
Davy nods. If she does not remember Benjamin, I'm sure she will recover, yes.
Where the hell's my son? I want to give him a good talking to for giving his fucking sister drugs, regardless of whether she could have got them or not. He went out to fight. So I would suggest, though it's not my place to tell the heads of the family how to deal with Julius and Pequod, their children, to go easy on them because they went out. Julius requested to go out and fight xenomorphs, a lot of them taking over a planet. God damn it.
And my other children are going out and fighting xenomorphs. Wonderful. Davine starts to breathe heavier and heavier, holding Icy tighter and tighter as she shakes her head.
The B Squad kids went with them, the ones that aren't currently with Ash.
Oh, God. She closes her eyes and kisses Icy on the head and starts petting her head.
This shit with Elizabeth has to come to an end. I don't want to play favorites with daughters, but come on.
No, 100% it has to. It has to. I'm putting my foot down. I'm going to tell her this needs to stop, that she can't keep hurting herself like this. She just can't.
Stress is a difficult thing to manage. I don't manage it well compared to some people, like Pequod. But at the end of the day, I think it's only going to get worse with her and this quest to resurrect Benjamin. Yeah, it's over.
Davy nods. We're going to bring her down. And then once she wakes up, we're going to inform her. And that's going to be that, and this is all going to be over.
If you'd like, I can have her banned from Gateway. I don't think she'd like it, but either way, you take her home and try to relax, and we'll be here waiting for Julius. They'll be fine. Julius is with them.
Yes, of course. She looks at Sasha. I thank you, Sasha, for keeping an eye on the children and such.
It's my pleasure. I'm part of the family and proud to be, waving her scarf. One other thing, Pequod went with them, just so you know. To pilot. Sure. She smiles at Hunk and goes back to work. Oh no.
Oh, God. She looks at Hunk. I can see xenomorphs.
Can't do anything about it now. There's no time worrying about regretting leaving the military. Odds are if you stayed, you'd be sitting in this chair next to me. She puts her hand out to the chair. He punches the wall again.
Davine just breathes heavily and reaches out for Hunk to hug her while she continues to hug Icy.
He'll hug David tightly, start actually sobbing into her head, seeing his daughter this way. The situation devolving quickly. The tank's starting to get overrun. The driver inside screaming for help. Pequod's garrison out here, valiantly fighting. We'll go back to the top of the order with Carter. I'll roll cold memory in. And there's more xenomorphs spawning in, just so you know. There's some drones now. And just so you know, gotta put it, you might not be able to see the initiative order, but xenomorphs rolled once and they didn't count. Rolled again and they didn't show up in the order, so they're now 23 at the top of the order. They're going now. They're gonna go first. And they dogpile in. Even bringing the barricades with them. Memory Ann will shoot this one. That's literally right in her face. That'll end her turn. How many? Where did Carter go?
He's right there.
Oh, perfect. Okay. That's where he wants to be? Good.
Yep.
Perfect. $16 and $18 to Carter. Only 3 going after Rick. That's bad luck. Lucky for you, you only get 19. The third one misses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll give her 4. Oh, poor Mary Elizabeth. Nick! Carter sees, it should only be 3 of them. Memory Ann getting throttled by warriors, letting out a scream. And then he hears Colt's gunfire going off, trying to clear them off of Memory Ann. Protecting Memory Ann. Alright, cancer's up. The EarthGov troops will roll 2. Go ahead.
Carter will look up at Colt, nod thanks to him, and he is... Damn, that's good luck. He's gonna turn towards all the xenomorphs around him, and he's going to look at this group here, and he's going to use his 14 leadership stacks to make sure that they don't go next turn. And then he's going to turn to all the creatures around him and start swinging. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he's going to use his action surge and continue attacking here. It's 2 more hits. And he will use 8 decapitation stacks to decapitate at least one of the nearby xenomorphs.
We'll give you this drone.
He is going to then... Actually, he'll apply another one of his dots just for that extra bit of electrical charge. Hop over, and as he's hopping over into this free space, he's going to slam down and electrical discharge. And he's going to start making his way over towards Memory Ann to make sure she's alright.
Miss Wingy, who I hate.
She looks around. Jesus Christ.
They're starting to come all over the place now.
She closes her eyes. She's going to fly up next to Colt. Hold her hands up. Pack me up here. And she's going to unleash the lunar tidal wave on all the xenomorphs.
We'll pick her up.
Yeah. Limply into his arms, puts an arm around his shoulders, and looks at him. We got this.
Of course we do. He'll lift his helmet enough for her to see his lips, and he will kiss her.
She smiles into the kiss as she returns it.
The xenomorphs abating. The tank pilot coming out, running into the building because the lunar bombardment saves him. Carter seeing the large group get decimated in front of him.
Carter breathing heavily. He quickly is gonna run over towards Memory Ann. You good?
I'm fine. She wipes off her armor. I'm fine. Acid resistance.
Good, very good. He gives her a passionate kiss as he turns back around, ready for the next onslaught.
Weakly grabbing at Ricky's ankle with his claw.
He is just gonna swing the flail down through its head.
You know, I really like having the Moon Maiden with us.
I do too. Looking up at Colt holding, cradling her daughter, the troopers start cheering.
Yeah, it's pretty damn useful. Go Soul! He calls out. Soul gives like a weak thumbs up to everyone out there, and then leans back onto Colt.
Oh, Jesus.
Soul rain fall. Soul Colt starts the chant.
You know, all my characters that I'm currently playing, other than Soul, will start to join in on the chant.
Ricky, looking up, thinking about joining the chant, sees a crack in the ground between his feet where he stepped on the head.
Guys. There's a crack in the ground.
A giant claw protruding out, sending Ricky flying back this way, slamming into the wall. Memory Ann slams into this sandbag, and Carter goes flying through the building.
He hits like through 2 panes of glass and slides a bit. Oh, what the fuck?
Colt looking in shock. It's the Carter can no, everybody, including Ricky, you're not knocked out. Recognize it's the same type that blocked the missiles.
Carter sits up, looking out the now broken window into this terrifying xenomorph. He looks at Ricky. That's not fucking good.
Yeah. God. Don't think the tank's gonna help, and our spellcaster's out of commission.
Xenomorph letting out a screech, and the sound of their claws against the concrete and grass, a lot more drawing closer and closer. This time drones, because they're just the closest one by.
Carter puts a hand onto Ricky's shoulder. Doesn't matter. We got people to protect and people to save. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
It is Ricky's turn. And they swarm. Primarch's garrison getting surrounded.
Alright. He is going to open with using his last crack shot combo and throwing it right in the middle of this group.
Good choice.
He will pull his flails out, move here, and pull the trooper to the side behind him.
There he is. What?
And since that connected, I think that's... No, he can. He will shoulder his rifle, actually, and fire at these two for his last 2 attacks.
Hitting one as the troopers fall back.
That... He will spend... No, he'll save that. That'll be it for Ricky.
I will kill Ricky. You understand this, right? Pequod will lead her men forward to break the lines of the big guy and chainsaw into the group, pushing into them. And her soldiers will follow to death. Till the death. Oh, cancer, cancer, cancer. You thought you could get away, didn't you, cancer?
You stupid son of a bitch.
Carter sees some EarthGov troops shooting at the Praetorian, and the bullets stopping as it boom here.
Carter's eyes start to widen just at the vicinity of how close it is to Memory Ann.
Giant claw coming down. These guys diving out of the way. The trooper's diving. Memrianne, not as lucky. Carter sees her. He left her behind. Well, he didn't leave her behind. He got knocked away from her. Carter sees her get hit and her body slam against the tank.
Carter lurches forward. Memrianne!
And it will grapple Memrianne. She lets out a scream of pain and it lifts her in the air.
No, no, no!
Oh, yes, Cancer. Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed, boyo. As Carter can tell what it's gonna do, it's lining up to put its large inner jaw into her frail body. Lifting her in the air with one hand, rearing its head back.
If he could, he's just gonna start booking it straight at the Praetorian with this sword.
He does. Carter feels his knees go very weak, and he finds himself eating dirt.
As he's running, his knees just go weak, and he falls down and eats dirt. His hands in the dirt, he lifts them up, turns his head to look at one of them, and sees rocks like embedded in them from how hard he hit it, and his hand's starting to bleed as he just breathes heavily.
Come on, Carter. Everybody in that squad completed this run today. Do you want special treatment? Is that what you want?
I can't do it, sir.
Oh, I can't do this. I can't do that. Okier comes over, kicks Carter in the back, lower back.
His head shoots up as his entire body lurches up a bit from off the ground.
Can you now? He'll kick Carter in the kidneys.
Carter takes the kick in the kidney. From that kick of the kidney, one of his knees is now on the ground, and he's looking up at Okier, and he's starting to get angry. He could tell.
Come on, you think we're that dumb, Carter? We know what's going on between you and Memrianne. I don't need a playbook of your sad, pathetic choice of mistakes you've made as a young adult. It's fucking with your head. He points to his temple. Your head hasn't been in the game since you got here, Carter.
Carter breathes heavily. He's starting to grit his own teeth, and he actually manages to stand himself up, pushes himself off of one of his knees, hand still bloodied. He looks at him. What do you suggest I do then, Bash?
I suggest you deal with it like a man. You're angry, aren't you? Angry at yourself.
A little bit, yeah, Okier.
How angry?
Real angry.
You feel it swelling up in the bottom of your stomach, putting his fist to his stomach.
Always.
Gather it and hold it here, pressing his fist in between Carter's rib. Hold it there, ball it up, and let it out!
Let it out?
Let it out. Scream! Use weapon! Carter letting out the very loud scream. Boom. The Praetorian xenomorph, Memrianne falling out here, is lying in two pieces in front of Carter, cut down the middle.
Just pure what feels like mana to him, and electricity crackling off of his entire body. As I also like to imagine that his sword smokes a bit as he looks at this Praetorian xenomorph cut in two, laying in two equal halves before him.
He hears the whirl of a grappling hook, a light, and Colt pulling Memrianne up the side of the roof while also holding Soul.
And Carter looks up at Colt and will give him a thumbs up that's put out sideways to ask them how are they.
He shakes his head, looking at poor Soul and Memrianne.
Shit. Carter can Carter actually start to make his way up to check on Memrianne and Soul?
If he'd like, but unfortunately for Cancer, the bell tolled. They will not take their leader's death lightly.
Yeah, he starts to move out and then turns around to see all the drones coming towards him. God damn it.
God damn it, indeed, as the Praetorian will be gone. Memory ends out like a light, Colt's disabled, cradling two women. It will fall to Cancer and Ricky. This turn, as Pequod's here, of course. But you two go first.
Okay. Carter is going to look around. These guys need help down here. He's going to burst his way through the building into this group here and just throw himself into it and start trying to chop people up.
As Carter's doing that, he hears his mother issue a retreat order for her garrison to fall back inside.
Carter's going to grab around the shirt cuff of the soldier in front of him and then do the same to the other soldier and yank them back behind them into the building.
They go back in gratefully.
Carter will hold his sword out, and even though it's sort of useless, it only works against the ranged attacks, he's going to put his spectral shields up. Just going to find those tokens. But that will be his turn.
Ricky is up. Drones pour out of the hole by the Praetorian.
Oh boy. He is going to move down to here. Motion for the troops to get inside. Where is it? Take a swing with the Kanabo at the one in front of him. And then, doing as much as he can, he will use the Kanabo Smash right here, spending 3 Mushin energy for... ...21 damage into this group. And he is going to back up to here in front of the guards.
Getting in a firing line, the guardsmen. Emrian, Colt, and Sol are on the roof. And I truly hate them being on the roof. I really, really do, Nick.
As you should.
You will never quite understand how much I hate Miss Winjay.
Oh, I hate her too.
Get rid of the Praetorian. Boom. Memorian coming to, but she's kind of, Colt looks at Sol. He'll kiss her passionately, giving his turn to Sol. He can keep her up.
Her eyes widen as she suddenly snaps into focus from that kiss. She chuckles a bit as she puts her hands out. True love's kiss, right? And she will lunar bombard this group right here.
Which group?
The group up to the top left.
Oh, help me!
And then she is going to run across the building over to this section here and do the same to this group to the right.
Shit.
And that will be Miss Winjay's turn.
Bring it on, Cancer, then, Cancer, then Ricky.
Cancer is going to keep his shield wall up as he will go ahead and push forward a bit and start attacking into this group here. Okay, 2, 3. He'll go ahead and just place a static aura on one of them, and then boom, electrical discharge. And since he has 14 leadership stacks, he is going to not allow this group up here to the top right not to move for
Oh.
the turn.
Okay, got it.
And that will be his turn.
I think. Just give it an even. Yeah. Okay. Ricky's up. I'll ping 15 of them off the.
Okay, Ricky will spend his last motion energy on the flails to give them reach. Move to here and use them to swing into this group from a little ways away. Two of them hit, so he gets can move forward and get this on the one in front of him. Misses. He'll spend another key for flurry of blows. And then he'll back up.
No. Getting this guy back in. Carter and Soul see their mother rip a flamethrower into this group over here. Not frozen by Carter. Let it rip into the group. She'll move back one. And now, Nick on Dash! Nick. 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 Frozen. And, of course, Nick. Ah, Cancer's so lucky. Six points of damage as one's able to score a hit on. Back to the top of the order, Memory Ann on her feet comes back down to join the fight. We'll go with Cancer because now Colt can actually do something.
All right, Cancer is going to 1, 2, 3, all around him to as many xenomorphs as he can. 3. He's gonna place a static ore on one of them, and then he is going to spend 8 decapitation stacks to decapitate one of them. And that will go ahead and be his turn.
Miss Winjay. Colt took out a group here. Memory and Ice volleyed a group.
Soul is going to target the one basically right in front of her, even though she's on the roof, but she's going to bombard them, sending a beam of lunar energy down to them, and then she's going to fly over to here and send a quick... Here we go. Yeah. Wall of fire. Down, trying to protect her mother in a way that it would protect her mother.
Okay. Ricky is up. These two are dead. The EarthGov troopers rolled crazy good.
Nice. Ricky is seeing the big group still there. Going to run up. Hop right behind the tank. And you start off with 2 Keyblade strikes. And then, because he did that, he will then move into the middle and spend all 4 motion energy he has on Blade Rush.
Teastra.
So it's 2 more attacks into him.
Sensation Rush. The Xenomorph's dying, trying to swipe at Ricky to get Caustic Finale off, but too fast. Get this guy too.
He will hop back over the bags with Pequod. And that'll be his turn.
Pequod let a flamethrower rip up here as she reloads her flame canister. Well, Cancer, you're breaking the enemy siege. You are up as Memory Ann will run to her mother-in-law's side as well and let off a shot.
Yeah, Carter is going to... he's going to boom right there next to this squad right here, and he is going to start swinging at these xenomorphs in front of him.
Cold clearing them out.
Static aura for 7. And then he will go ahead and boom once more, just to take out these last 3. And Carter is that will be Carter's turn.
Very nice. There's some cleanup to do, Miss Wingy and Ricky.
Miss Winjay is going to go ahead and target the ones to the far left. And kill them!
I hate Nick.
And then she'll actually fly down to this group here, and she's going to let out her rolling destruction to all of them, and then teleport back up near to Colt.
Breaking the siege as the troopers cheer loudly.
Carter, breathing heavily, he looks around the corner over to his mother and mouths to her, "You good?"
He looks over at Carter, reloading her flamethrower, and winks at him. Never better.
Carter gives her a smile and a thumbs up as he goes back to looking if any more xenomorphs are coming at them.
Not as far as Carter can see right now. Memory Ann, head count. This guy behind Memory Ann. All alive and accounted for, ma'am. Shaky.
Carter stands up straighter. He turns to look at the soldier. "All of you are alive and accounted for?"
Yes, sir.
"Damn good work, soldiers!" He points at all of them. "EarthGov's damn proud of you. I'm damn proud of you. Primarch's damn proud of you. Isn't that right, Primarch?"
Indeed. Raising her chainsaw, well, her lancer in the air with one arm, they all start cheering for her.
Carter chuckles as Soul looks down. "How's it feel, Mom, to be on the battlefield?"
So refreshing. So amazing. So much better than being home.
Better than
I'm sorry to say, but that is true.
Yeah, better than being up in the apartment or the office, huh?
Then, as she's turning to Ricky to answer him, there is an extremely loud, deafening roar that shatters all the glass in the ACC. Glass goes flying, and more xenomorphs start appearing. They're appearing from somewhere, but it seems like out of nowhere down here.
Carter looks through the now broken windows to see that happening. "What the hell?" He's gonna yell out to all the EarthGov soldiers, "Stand tall!"
Rising out of large cracks made in the ground by something that's been patrolling as the fight's been going on underneath the ACC. And Carter sees a giant tail, it's huge, curl up in the air, coming out from underground.
Carter's eyes widen as he grips his sword tighter. "Colt, you got better eyes on it. Is that a fucking king?"
Oh no! rubble flying everywhere, and yes, indeed, it is. As Pequod staggers back in shock, and they're all crawling around it, all over it, protecting it.
Oh, fuck, that thing's big.
Get inside. Pushing Ricky inside, throwing Marianne inside, staying out to fight.
Carter's gonna stay out to fight as well. He's not leaving his mom behind.
Good boy, Cancer. Good boy. As Suletta comes in, I got a blanket for Elizabeth. It was my favorite blanket. What's going on here?
Davian just shakes her head. Nicole's been doing extremely hard drugs.
What? I mean, I get it was being hinted at, but what type of drug? Coming over ready to slap her.
Davian puts her hand up. Do not slap her.
Blaze, come get the dead one. As Blaze will, come in and take Elizabeth away.
Davian.
I got a right mind to slap her, but she won't let me, so. Mom knows best. Putting his hands up.
Nobody slaps her. She reaches out and takes Icy's hand, and she looks up at Suletta. You asked what kind?
Yes, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. I'm sorry, go ahead. Putting the blanket on Icy and Davy.
Davian swallows hard. Well, think of one, and she's probably done it. What I noticed was crack, heroin, cocaine. Pretty sure I saw a meth pipe. She closes her eyes and shakes her head. Along with that, mountains upon mountains of cartons of cigarettes and so many vodka bottles.
She strokes Davian's head, putting the blanket on her and Icy. Oh my god. Starts crying.
Davian takes a hold of Suletta's hand, squeezes it, and gives it a kiss on the top of it and shakes her head. I'm telling her she needs to stop. That she just needs to wipe Benny from Elizabeth's mind. Because she can't keep going on like this. I'm not losing 2 daughters.
No, we're not gonna put up with this. No more. No more of this. This is bullshit.
It is. I don't want to see her like this anymore. I don't want to see her torturing herself.
I just can't. Is Elizabeth this naive and dumb? Does she not realize something's really wrong with her sister? Or is Elizabeth this selfish? Answer my question. This selfish, probably. Looking at Hunk. Wouldn't you be if Davian was dead? He runs his hand down his face. I can't do this anymore. I'd rather just take her and you and leave and never come back. That's what it's gonna be in JJ and Samantha. He punches the table and breaks it. That's not helping.
Davian shakes her head. We can't leave the family right now, darling, but we will most certainly talk to Icy, and we will convince her to stop. She'll listen to me, I know she will. We all just have to take a deep breath and be here for her right now while she's sleeping like she's needed it for days upon days, and we're going to be here for her. She looks up at Suletta and shakes her head. We're going to have Benjamin removed from Elizabeth's mind, and she will learn to recover. But even then, I'm still worried about Nicole, even if we do that.
Suletta sighs, wipes a tear away. You are the deity of time. You shouldn't be beholden to simple grudges of, I don't know. I can't formulate words. Join the fucking club. He glares at Sula. You shouldn't be beholden to vices of men. Icy wakes up hearing that. Time to make the donuts. Sitting up. No, I don't think so. Putting a daze spell on her. Ooh, falls over into Davine's arms.
Davine, sort of like how a June bug would hold on to someone, she wraps her legs and arms around her to keep her there.
Damn straight, good work, honey. Putting his hand on her head.
You're not leaving my arms, Istram.
She's got swirly eyes. The spell worked. She's too weak to stop me. Ha ha ha.
Good. I'm glad that she can't. Well, I'm not glad that she can't stop you, but I'm glad that we can stop her at this moment right now.
As I was saying, because I know you can still hear us, you shouldn't be beholden to mortal vices. I don't deal with stress well, lady. Chill the fuck out. Never have, never will. That was Julius's job. Groaned.
Well, darling, if you can't handle stress well, then I'm going to put my foot down. And I'm going to say that you must stop trying to resurrect Benjamin and just erase him from Elizabeth's mind.
Couple more weeks.
No, you can't, darling, you can't. Look at you, you're destroying yourself for this. As a mother, I can't allow this to go on.
Isn't that the point of the family, Mom? He's like a little kid. No, it's not.
Davine shakes her head.
I can't allow this to go on, Istram. I can't allow my little girl to destroy herself. For this request.
She kisses Icy's cheek.
I can't allow you to do it to yourself, and I won't allow you to do it to yourself, so you must stop. I'm putting my foot down about this.
Time deity or not, you're gonna catch a beating from me if you stick another needle in your arm or smoke a crack pipe. Think about what you're doing to your mother. Fuck. Looking up at Hunk with swirly eyes.
Not just me, think about what you're doing to your father as well.
Pequod turned us on to this. Told your mother to take a look around your little room. Julius. No drugs. She'll put her finger up. No drugs. Just cigarettes. 1 more week. Please. I gotta find him. She puts her arms out, and I can't find him. If I can find him, he'll be back.
Davine inhales through her nose and then exhales.
I can heal his wounds, guide him back. That's not the problem. The problem is finding him in a sea of dead.
Have you gotten close at all, darling?
I won't lie. No, I don't think so.
Davine's lip starts to tremble. She looks out the window.
This is the afterlife where good people went, not where Malcolm went. And there's way more good people than there are bad.
I know,
But-
darling.
That may be, but it's just preposterous. One must choose to back me up, somebody. Looking at Davine and Hug. One must choose to live. It's a choice. If Elizabeth has made the choice not to live, then she leaves it in our hands to make the simple decision of erasing the boy and her moving on.
Davine nods.
Your auntie has a point, my dear Istrom. If she's being basically me, then she leaves the tough decisions up to us. That's just the thick and thin of it, and I can't bear to see you go more sleepless nights, so stay in that freezing room by yourself or anything of the sort, darling.
I will be stressed. I will look terrible regardless from the extenuous use of my abilities. But no drugs. Crosses his arm. No drugs, no booze, cigarettes. 1 week.
Davine
Could
sighed.
you're gonna live forever, Mom. 50 years from now, when you see Elizabeth happy, walking around with some other guy, what would you think? Some guy who is not Benny. And she'd look at him and smile, but that smile wouldn't be the same as when she looked up at Benny and smiled.
Davine looks up at the ceiling.
I could not live with myself. Everybody gives Carter a hard time and Julius a hard time for the way he acted. I deserve it too. I don't know exactly what I did because my memory's kind of fucked up, but I probably drove you and Dad nuts when I disappeared for a while because I was being a child. Let me make up for that. I shouldn't have been mad about Cancun. I should have just been happy you went. No, it was a mistake.
It was our mistake, darling, and you had every right to be angry about it.
Everybody makes mistakes, though. She looks up at Davy with her swirly eyes. And everybody's often criticized for them. Nobody criticizes me, I'm the victim. Well, you know what? I can turn that around and make up for my mistake. A lot of Carter's mistakes he can't. Pequot or Julius can't make up for any mistake he's ever made other than to try his best. Can I please try my best for 1 more week? He'll cross his arms. Looks like he's ready to break the other table. We would never be able to live with ourselves. Everybody in this room says we would right now. But when you see her walk by with that other guy and that half-hearted smile at him, you'd regret this day.
Davine starts to tear up.
So would Dad. So would you. You're just angry now. Well, my daughter's doing hard drugs. I've got a right to be fucking angry. And Julius is out fighting with Patricia and the kids, and I'm stuck here. That's a choice you made. Looking right at Hunk. You did your job for the military. They treated you like crap. You had a good thing waiting for you. Why would you stay? Now it's great. That's only because Sasha's in charge. And Pequot and Julius. Oh, he groaned.
Davine shakes her head. She tilts Icy's head to look at hers.
What guarantee? I'm not agreeing to this unless I have the most concrete one that you could ever think of. What guarantee do I have that another pipe will never enter your mouth? Another needle will never enter or pierce your skin? And another speck of dust will never touch your nostril? What guarantee do I have, Nicole?
A normal family trip to Cancun and unfiltered access to that horrendous room with that poor guy's body. That kid, because he was a kid. You can come up at any time, and if you want cameras, believe you me, I'm sure Sasha will have them up within an hour. Well, towns. She chuckled. Cameras that we can watch at any time. And what about come home at a set time? 9 to 5. Well, 9 to 10. No.
Davine shakes her head.
9 to 8.
9 to 8. Fine. You're a good negotiator. Swirly eyes.
Thank you. Thank you, Strom.
She kisses her forehead as the tears start to fall.
I'm gonna have a talk with Julius, slamming his hand into his fist. Or yeah, his hand into an open palm about the whole drug thing. Man, she looks up at Hunk. Do you know what would happen if I lost my cool, blew up on Gateway? They'd all be dead. They were just doing it to appease me. It's my fault. Stop blaming. I'm at fault. I've made a lot of mistakes, Dad. We all have. Taking her hand. I'm not the perfect golden child. Far from it.
Davy nods. She leans forward to her.
I tried to kill you people, remember? Let her laugh. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you don't prepare a spellcaster the proper way. At least you didn't kill your favorite pet, who was also resurrected by me and Lorelei, putting up her finger.
Davy chuckles a bit and nods.
Okay. If we get those cameras, and if we have unfiltered access, and if you come home at 8 p.m. and not a second later, if you do, the deal's off. And if we get that normal trip to Cancun together afterwards.
Deal. Putting her hand out, shake on it. Hesitantly puts his hand out.
Davine will also hesitantly put her hand out and shake Icy's hand.
Hunk hasn't shaken it yet. He's just looking at her. Look at her face. Well, the back of her head. He looks at Elizabeth. Imagine if she was with some guy named like Bobby. Or Nick. And he was even half the nerd Benny was, so they were like together. And he's a nerd, but he'll never be her nerd, Dad. Give me your hand. He'll shake it and kiss it.
Davine will kiss Icy's hand as well, and then kiss the top of her head and just rest her chin on the top of Icy's head for a while.
Probably time to get back to... Nope! Puts her to sleep! Deal's a deal. Good night time, deity.
Thank you, Letty.
You may bring the dead one in. She's asleep. Setting her down gently. You have room under the blanket, ma'am?
Davy nods and will go ahead and lift the blanket up. And as Elizabeth is set into like a little crevice in Icy's like body, she will again curl up into the little ball, like a little animal and like a little squirrel, and just rest there on her sister.
You know the worst part about being a parent, honey?
What's that, my love?
When your kids are smarter than you. Looking down! I don't think I would be able to live with myself.
Davine shakes her head.
It truly does suck when they're smarter than you, doesn't it?
I suppose she's not going back. No, I'll keep her asleep.
Davine nods.
A deal's a deal. She's not going back today. Not if I can help it either.
Oh, he'll sit down on the couch next to Davine, reach up for her hand. I say we just stay here for now, honey.
Davine holds Hunk's hand and nods, rests her head back, looking up at the ceiling.
I would have to agree.
I'll go look after the grandkids as the front door opens. Wow! Krellin Himmler delivering food for everyone. Oh, joy, the Nazis are here. Please laugh!
Davine sighs.
I didn't know the Nazis enjoyed KFC.
Hal Skardolf, hi he sees Davine devastated. Davine?
Davine slowly tilts her head up and tries to give him a smile. She really does try her best, but it's a weak smile and immediately falls, and her eyes start to tear up. Hi, Krellin.
I think it's best that the Fourth Reich leaves the room. He puts his hand on Krellin's chest. Don't think so, robot. Moves him with kinesis. Oh! What's going on here? Coming over with the bucket of chicken. I got you this chicken.
Davine sniffles.
Oh, thank you, dear. It's just a real hard time, Krellin. It's
Why look so bad? His claw stroking her cheek.
Davine thins her lips as
Is drugs? Mia whispers.
she nods and reaches down and slowly rolls up Icy's sleeve, shows him the puncture marks, and then rolls it back down.
Oh. Sets the bucket down. Sits down in his Nazi uniform.
Jesus Christ. Frederick covers his mouth and shakes his head as he looks over at Samuel.
May I? He gestures to Icy's arm to take a better look.
please do, Samuel.
Tilting his head, scanning her arm with a light that comes out of his finger. I've been doing this a while. Yeah, quite a while apparently.
Davine thins her lips and nods. I should have realized it sooner. I should have.
I know what you're thinking, Samuel Krellin. A time deity shouldn't be bound to mortal vices, but she will not listen. So there's nothing we can do. Isn't a family a mortal vice? Looking blankly at Suletta. Yeah. Starts picking at the chicken.
Frederick just lets out a long breath. He's got you guys down.
Sucks when they're smarter than you, isn't it? Yes.
It truly does suck.
Wow. Me so sorry for this, David. Starts crying. Huh? Looks over Sean.
Oh, Krellin, are you crying?
I just don't like see like this. Me remember hiding in me ship was hoping to die soon, but in Starchild culture cannot commit suicide. His greatest act of displeasure. Oh.
Davine starts to tear up listening to Krellin.
Life was given by magic, so can't throw it away. But me wanted to blow me head off every day to meet you and Nicole. Remember when she have freak out? Me could feel her and sense her. What that? Some type of little girl beating up this guy? Turns out guy was this guy. Pointing at Frank chuckles, yeah, the freak out, yeah. It was rough, but we managed. We
certainly did, yes we did.
So terrible. Oh, he rubs his shoulder.
Davine puts her free hand out.
Come here, Krellin.
He comes over in his Nazi uniform.
Davine looks at him up and down, then looks him in the eye, takes his hand and gives it a kiss.
Take this off if you don't like it.
Does it make you feel more comfortable, darling?
Well, apparently these the greatest generation that ever lived on Earth. Krellin, they were mass murderers who murdered millions of Leogans and Jews. What? Looks confused. What were you saying, Davine? Me address you in a second, Suletta.
Davine just holds his hand.
It's going to be alright, Krellin. I'm not going anywhere. Neither is Icy, nor Elizabeth for that matter. You'll always have us here, us fishbowl heads, to bother you.
'Cause you horrible person back in day. Me remember, but see you turn your life around. Me model myself after you.
Oh, that makes Davine just start crying.
It's just the truth. He shrugs as Hug looks angry at it. Model yourself after Davine, turn life around, and her.
Thank you for saying that, Krellin.
She yanks him in, using her surprising strength to yank him in and pull him into a hug. And she starts to, no hair to like pet, but she starts to pat his scaly head.
We beat Void together. Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did. We did beat the Void together.
Did with my people and Samuel's could not. It's true. Stroking Icy's hair.
Flitwick comes over and starts stroking Elizabeth's head.
Things are rough right now. This time, erase Benny from her mind. Me can do it if you need.
Davine shakes her head. I feel like a terrible mother, but I've already made a deal with her.
One
She
more
gets-
week, no drugs. Putting up her finger, correct.
1 more week, no drugs, 9 to 8. And if she's late on her curfew by even 1 second, 1 minute, whatever, the deal's off. That's all
Wow.
she gets, 1 more week.
Should be enough time for time deity. Patting her on the head, me hope anyway.
Davy nods. As do I, Krellin. I hope beyond all hope that it's enough time.
Star Children can't use magic like you guys can. Try to find our creators, and then meet magical children doing all these crazy things, going nevermore, killing things. Always astounded, looking down at her.
She is quite the astounding individual, isn't she?
We have dinner for you tonight, so no worry about cooking. That is greatly. Kissing Davine's hand, appreciated. And we will abide to that 1 week, like to the death. It's 1 more week of this, and then it's over. And I gotta figure out a way to work my daughter back up, and I will. Like a good father should.
And I, of course, will assist him in any way I can, like a good mother should.
We'll get through it together. Why don't you, leave them for a while, Krellin? Your sobbing is making me sad. Oh, okay. We're going to hang out with grandkids. Thomas going to save the universe later. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes, darling. She pats him on the hand. Yes, Thomas is going to save the universe, I'm sure.
Prove Galleon worth to everybody. Suletta will lead them out of the room. Frederick leaving a KFC bucket. Thanks, Fred.
No problem.
Blaze will respectfully leave and close the door. You know, I'm kind of worried.
Davine sighs, looks at him. About what, darling?
Do you see the general and the Fuhrer out there, my love?
Oh, it didn't even cross my mind.
Is it bad that I just don't care? Kissing her hand again, then stroking Elizabeth's head.
I really don't think I do either, so if it's bad for you, it's bad for me.
Fuck it. We've got enough problems here.
I agree, we do have enough problems at the moment.
Pequod backing up, the king letting out another deafening roar that brings Carter to his knees.
He drops down to his knees. Oh, shit, we're screwed. He says under his breath so no one else can hear him.
Carter, after the roar subsides, hears his mother's scream. Memorian pushing through the troops to get to Pequod as a xenomorph warrior tail impales Pequod in the same shoulder the raptor bit her in all those years ago. And as somebody's flying back, they hear Pequod scream.
Carter goes to stand up. Take a step forward, he yells out, "Mom!" And then everything, for a split second, goes quiet. There's no sound of wind. The xenomorphs make no sound. Even the king is silent. Everything, for a split second, is silent. And then a flash. A flash of red and white. As hundreds and thousands of individual key blasts start to fly out from somewhere. They can't pick out a direction, but it seems like it's coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time, flying out these key blasts, hitting xenomorphs left and right. Carter's starting to look around, wondering what's happening, as a large, quick flash pierces across this entire group of xenomorphs here. In a split second, all of them blow up in what seems to be an explosion of gore and viscera and acid blood. In a split second, everything flashes, and then everything stops. As he turns around, Julius there, looking up at this king xenomorph. He moves his foot, crouches down for a split second. Lets out. Oops, that's the wrong one. Lets out a loud roar that pierces the senses of all other xenomorphs around him. He pushes off the ground and mock kicks the xenomorph. All in a split second.
Marianne ducking behind Soul. These guys cowering. Pequod, damn it, sits on the sandbag. A large tail, and there's still one dead one next to her.
Julius with his hair still white and his both eyes still green, no runes across his arms, still in his motion form, he suddenly appears next to Pequod and holds her face. Are you okay?
She gestures to her shoulder. It got me. It's the shoulder, Julius. It's nothing bad.
Shit. As he looks around, he looks up at all the soldiers. Medic!
Running over.
He looks at the medic. Do some work on her, Doc.
Yes, sir. Lean back, ma'am. He'll stick her in the neck with some painkiller. No, I don't need them. Just pull it. He'll yank it out, and she screams loudly.
Julius offers her his hand so she can squeeze onto it if she needs it.
She does, 'cause it hurts.
He takes the squeeze and holds her hand back as he leans forward. Are you sure you don't need any painkillers, honey?
I'm sure. I just need it addressed. Battle wound. Yeah, I'll foam it up, ma'am. Hang on. Shaking, looking at Julius.
And Julius looks at the medic. Hurry up, Doc.
How fast as I can, sir. He's biofoam into her wound. What did you even do? Looking at Julius. I mean, you killed them all, but I couldn't see anything.
Julius looks over at Marianne. He looks around. I think you pretty aptly described it. I killed them all. Like the bugs that they deserve to be killed, like I squashed them all. He looks around, points at the key blast marks that hit the ground. I key blasted most of them. Then I went through and systematically punched all of them as quickly as possible, going through an entire swath of them that was up in the northern sector. Killed them all, and then I took care of the King Xenomorph, and he points towards the corpse of the King Xenomorph, who they're just now noticing has its entire head cleanly blown off from the kick.
With that show, looking at Julius, kissing his hand, this planet might not have to be cracked. You could say that again. Looking at the back of Pequod's head, holding Soul. They've never seen you fight at full power, Julius. So.
Right. And Julius finally comes out of his Mushin form. He goes back to his normal red head, one red eye self, and he looks at all the kids. It must have been a pretty big surprise to see all that, kid. Sorry.
Is it normal not to be able to see him? You can't see him. Shaking her head.
I think they call that an enlightening experience, sir.
And Julius starts to laugh. I bet it was, buddy. I certainly bet it was. He looks at her shoulder, then over at the doctor. Is there nothing else you can do for it?
Not here, sir. Need to get her back to Gateway. Or your ship if it has a med tech. No, we removed all that when it became a civilian ship.
Julius nods. We'll have to get her back to Gateway.
Well, let's go. Do you need help? No, I'm fine. She'll stand. God, fuck! Grabs her shoulder. It's the skin, ma'am. It's seared. The acid got through the armor.
God damn it. Julius closes his eyes. He picks her up as gently as he can. I'll carry you, my princess.
Thank you. Rally the troops, Carter. We'll give them a ride back home. Kissing Julius on the cheek. Oh, fuck! I do not have a high pain tolerance. Prepare for me to bitch. Colt laugh.
That's okay, Mom. No problem. Yeah, I'm the same way, Mom. I don't have a high pain tolerance either. As Carter turns to all the troops. On us! We're moving out! Exfil! Exfil! Exfil!
Well, anybody with that type of burn wouldn't be in a lot of pain. Well, I would call it a 5th degree burn, and that's one of the worst burns I've ever seen in my professional career. Shut up. Shut up. Grabbing his shoulder, looking at Julius.
Julius's head slowly starts to turn to the medic.
But your sister's a time deity, so she could just heal that. Thank God.
Julius inhales heavily and then exhales. And he looks down at Pequod and he whispers to her so no one else can hear. But can she right now?
No, because she's coked up somewhere, Julius.
God damn it.
When she should have been out here fighting with us.
Julius just closes his eyes and shakes his head. We're gonna help you, honey. We're gonna get it all fixed up. I swear to you. I'm gonna be with you every step of the way.
The troops following, and apparently the sandbags. Pequod, this is my unlucky shoulder. I swear to fucking God. It's the same shoulder the raptor bit me years ago, Ricky. In case you never heard that story from your father, where your illustrious father tried to blow himself the fuck up to save us all. Colt laugh.
Yeah, that sounds like Dad. God. It sounds like me too, to be honest.
Did it work? Rangers showed up and saved us, thank God. Otherwise, back then, I think we were raptor chow.
Julius nods. Almost definitely. It was the first place where I kissed your mother.
Oh, Colt clapping. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, that's pretty
Julius nods. Yeah, thought I was gonna die, and I was not gonna let her, and I was not gonna die without kissing her at least once.
He wasn't going out a virgin.
No, I was not.
And to be fair, neither was I.
And Julius starts to laugh as he gives her another kiss, careful as best he can not to hurt her shoulder.
The sound of a chainsaw revving. JJ looking up, seeing Sam decapitate this guy with the chainsaw. This guy tries to swing at her. She pulls his arm out of the socket. He falls into the water. She'll shoot him in the head with her pistol and then charge at this guy who's bracing to fight her. And she jumps on top of him and just starts driving her knife into his face. As up here, Kaz is watching this as Sam lets out a guttural scream. He's slowly backing up. Kaz is supposed to be here. He just slowly backs away from
JJ just sighs heavily, looking up at Sam.
Backs into the wall up here. Opens the door, comes in with that. Closes the door behind him. You okay, sir? Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Not used to it still.
Just never saw somebody fight like that. He shrugs. I never seen Is she who they would have sent to kill me if I was like not a good person at heart?
There's a definite possibility that she may have ended up being the one at some point.
I am so glad I picked the right side. You should be. Typing on the computer!
Laz looks over and nods. Yes, you very much should be, Kaz.
She like that all the time? Back at the lane, always on edge? No, it's the Benny thing, and we've never seen her like this. The Banshee Queen. Don't say that.
Don't, especially around her. Please don't say that around her.
And the Major told you it's the Banshee Princess. Jesus.
Yes, her mother may be one of the few people in the galaxy who's outright scarier than her when angry.
Do we have any luck, Ash? Coming over. Do you want me to work on that? I've got it, thank you. He looks again.
You just want something to do. It's alright, sit in here, let her handle it. I'm thinking... What do you think, Oz? You know her just as well as anyone. You too, Laz. How much longer do you think she can hold out doing this before she needs rest?
He looks out the window, and they'll all casually even look out with everybody as she continues stabbing the guy in the face. Tell her that's enough, respectfully.
JJ nods. He ODMs up to her, puts a hand on her shoulder. That's enough, love.
Jay keeps stabbing.
He kneels down next to her. Samantha, that's enough.
Take the knife from her.
He'll go ahead and put his hand around her wrist and take the knife from her.
Oh, she's too strong. She keeps stabbing. That is enough, Samantha. She turns around. That's my Sasha imitation.
Give me the knife, Samantha.
She'll weakly hand it over to JJ, face covered in gore.
He takes the knife in one hand, puts it behind his head to hand it to Saris.
She'll take it, put it in a holster.
JJ will take out a simple rag and start wiping down Sam's face.
Not done yet. She'll take the rag and push the guy's body into the river. Now you're done.
That's it. Now you're done.
Next hit, unless they find something on that laptop. No. Looking down at her!
JJ leans forward. You'll only go to these places if I come with you, right?
Yeah. She looks at JJ.
Well, for your sake, I'm not coming.
What?
If you go to another one.
No, she grabs JJ's shoulder.
Today, we're going to go home and get some rest.
I
And that's
still
the
have
fun
fight
one.
left in me. No, I still have fight left in me. Look at me. Yeah, look at you. Pulling up her wrist computer to show her a mirror image. Keep going.
And JJ points towards the mirror image. Yes, look at you. He shakes his head. I'm not letting you. I understand that you still have fight within you. And it's a fight I admire and I love. But let's put the fight aside for the rest of today and just go home and rest, because we both know you need it.
It's Friday, Earth time. You should be home. You're angry, we all get it. Everybody gets it. But you get to go home to him. She looks at JJ, locking eyes with him. Why would you not want to go home? I don't know. Looking at JJ. I have him here, though. Pulling him in. Well, he's
JJ
not
nods.
coming until you go home and rest, right, JJ?
Exactly. I'm not coming until you come home and rest. He looks at her up and down. And a shower can't hurt either, love.
Oh, looking at the reflection of herself. You have a lot to be angry about. We all do. But at the end of the day, you get to go home to this. She gestures down to JJ. Licks her lip.
JJ chuckles.
You get
Is it-
treated like a queen. You get anything you want. The worst you have to do is deal with Jace. Yeah, that's true.
And trust me, I'll make sure Jay stays off you when we go back home.
He's
Yeah.
autistic. I feel bad for him. Oh, she looks away.
I know. I feel bad for him too. He's really fixated on you and all that, but
Well, it's
He
hard
should-
not to be. I mean, looking back at herself in the reflection. Okay, wait a minute. Let's stop accusing the boy of autism. You know, it's not that bad, but he's autistic, Saris. Come on.
JJ looks up at Saris. Yeah, no, the boy's autistic. And, there's nothing wrong with that, of course, just... he's
We don't
autistic.
know it for sure, though. Even Ash agrees. Oh, well, me and Ash haven't had that talk, but maybe. Okay.
I mean, mean, just think of all you know about Jace, Saris, and compare that to, you know, a person who has been confirmed for having autism. You know, just compare the two.
Fair point. Kneeling down to JJ, giving him a clean rag for her face.
JJ takes the clean rag and starts wiping her face down again.
We're all gonna go home and rest. Ash, even Ash and me for a while. So it's time to rest and let your handsome husband take care of you all weekend. Pool, bathing suits, 6-pack, abs, not beer. Beer if you want, though. I could go for a fucking beer, JJ.
Oh, I can go for one too, love. Well, we'll have to make sure to pick up a 6-pack on the way home.
Just lay around all day tomorrow, smiling at him.
Exactly. Lay around in bed all day tomorrow. Just you and I.
As long as you don't think I'm a failure. Putting her hand up to his face, pulling it away. That's your sister. Saris will leave for the private talk.
He puts both of his hands on Sam's face.
I could live with everybody thinking I'm a failure but you. And I already failed that test.
JJ starts to laugh. Honey, tell me why Sam made you fail.
Well, I still should have succeeded. I'm the
failed
Ranger
test,
General's daughter.
and I'm the proctor of the ODM Academy, or at least I was. And on top of that, the creator of the ODM Academy's son. I failed the test. He shakes his head. If you're a failure, I'm just as much as one. And honestly, he shakes his head again, I don't think you're a failure. I never would, and I never will. We did all we could. What ifs, darling? What ifs are the quiet cancer that destroys a brain? A mental image of what if we got there sooner? Mental image of what if he dropped with another person, so on and so forth. Doesn't matter. They're quiet cancer that eats at our brains and will destroy us if we let them. We're not failures because of what ifs. We're not failures, period. He shakes his head. And you have always and will always be a success in my book.
That makes her smile as she cries.
He leans forward, puts his forehead against hers, and gives her a kiss on the nose. He stands up, picks her up. Will always be my personal little success. He starts to walk her down. Also, I don't think it's very fair. I'm the one who looks good in crimson, as you've previously said. I don't have not a drop on me.
Oh, it's not like I'm leaving you much.
He chuckles. That is very true, love. Maybe next time me and you can do some killing together. How's that sound?
Wouldn't mind it. It would be smashing.
I believe so as well. It would be positively, utterly smashing.
Yeah, this ain't good. Kaz gesturing out the window. Just Sam as Saris comes in. No, I don't think it is. It's I don't like seeing my friends this way. So he keeps typing. Give her some cool down time. Maybe we all could. It's up to Ash, but I think it's time for them to go home.
Laz nods. It's my personal recommendation, sir, that all of us go home and get some rest. You included, sir.
I agree with that. As you fight with that amount of intensity, eventually you're gonna crash. I don't care whose daughter you are. Agreed?
Well, you're my closest counsel on this, and I trust your opinions on Samantha. We'll go home and take a break.
I mean, you don't even need me here. I want to be here, and I'm going to, but think about what this girl has done today. Today. He tilts his head at Ash. If I wasn't here, nothing would change. In fact, my life was saved by these two. You were busy. She's a one-woman wrecking ball. Sarah's damn straight. I haven't fired a shot, Ash. Showing Ash her magazine.
Well, I suppose between her and I, there's not enough to go around.
No, I don't think so. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying, I think you two have it covered. I would prefer to be out here and be active, but if they go home, we will go home. We should all go home and rest. We'll go to Gateway, bide some time, and then head back out. We have to ID strat, not fight, but we do need to ID some strat bases, or maybe spend the weekend with Ricky and Ellie. Yeah.
Les nods. I'm sure both of them miss you dearly, especially Ricky. I know for a fact he misses his parents.
Before we joined up with you guys, he would always say he missed you guys, so... Look, Benny's death is terrible. I agree. But killing ourselves isn't gonna find this bastard because this thing is wiped. He closes the laptop, hands it off to Saris, who puts it in a satchel. Great.
I assumed so. You're probably...
His time will come, sir. His time will come. How many places is there left to hide?
You're correct. I know you are. That's... Ricky says that you two are always correct. It appears he's right. Very well, we'll at least take a break. I could use some rest, even if I want to be out here. I know my limits, and I'm starting to reach them.
Call it off for the weekend. Kaz watching JJ and Sam go to the ship. Call it off for the weekend. We pick it up Monday, 0700 Gateway time. I'll be at Docking Bay 15, waiting for the gunship to come and pick me up.
He's gonna look at Saris. Is that what you want me to do, darling?
We should go home to our children.
Then it'll be done. We'll take the weekend off.
2 days. Go home, relax, try to live a normal life even though it's impossible. And Monday morning we'll set off. Kaz, I'll even get an apartment on Gateway. You don't have to drop me home. Just drop me off on Gateway, hook me up with an apartment.
You can have an apartment on Gateway, or you can use one of the extra rooms at our home, whichever you prefer.
Just point me in the direction. I got the money to afford any penthouse suite. Oh, there's a really nice one you could go to. Has a wonderful gym. Not funny. Looking at Sarah.
Les just starts to laugh. Oh my god. It really is just the most wonderful gym you've ever seen.
You could hear the horror stories of how me and Ash almost ruined our relationship together because we were idiots. See where Davine Rainfall made her final stand and being depressed and neglecting people. No thanks. Looking right at Sarah.
Show you the spot Krellin nearly killed me with an IED in a television set.
Pointing at Ash, laughing. Can you imagine being killed by that motherfucker? Not by his powers. There's not much you can do to his telekinesis. But killed with a fucking IED made by that guy? It would have been a fucking embarrassment.
Yeah, no, that's what I was about to say. That would be the most embarrassing thing known to man.
Is it true he would poison drinks? Yes! She looks at us. Yes, Oswald.
Yes, and once he found out from the old Malcolm stories about my avocado allergy, he did spike some food with avocado on a few occasions.
So he might give Uncle Clive a hard time, but he was the first to ever do this. Think about that. She starts laughing.
Oh my god, that's right. That's so true.
Krellin was conducting chemical warfare before Clive was even a twinkle in any of the Rainfall family's eyes.
He very much was the first. He was the prototype for what Clive would become.
Wow, I did blow you up now. That's basically what happened. He handed it to Ash. Wow, I did blow you up now. And they tried to walk away and close the blast door behind.
Yes, he tried to... he didn't run. He didn't charge. He briskly walked out of the room like he was walking away from the restroom, and I just walked behind him.
And it was in a CRT television, because he saw Ash liked old guns, so he thought, old TV, put a bomb in it, Ash will take for his collection.
That that is certainly the kind of logic that only a star child could muster.
Oh no, you mustn't forget the time I opened Ravage and found he had put all of the bullets in backwards, hoping when I switched them they would shoot me.
Cass doubles over, pointing and laughing at coming back off the ship, the med robots waiting. Pequod out of her combat gear. Sasha snaps her fingers, the med robots come up. She'll point to water bottles. Water if you want it. Drinking a water bottle.
Carter nods. He'll go over and grab two for him and Memory Ann.
Oh Christ. She opens one, taking it from Carter, starts guzzling it. I thought I was fucking dead. Today.
Carter shakes his head. I wasn't gonna let that happen to you. No, ma'am.
What even happened? Your sword produced a gust of wind is the best way I'd acquaint it. It's kind of like how you slashed Fortune, only it seemed bigger and stronger. Pequod beats the hell, god damn it, out of me as the robot comes up to her, Julius cradling her. You gotta set her down, Big J, Big J, Big J, patting Julius on the shoulder.
Julius's head slowly turns over to Towns.
Gotta set her down or the robot can't work on her, my friend.
He sets her down, but will stay very close to her just in case.
They'll start surrounding her to work on her shoulder.
Hey, sir.
5th degree burn. Go ahead.
Hey, sir.
He's gonna chuck 2 water bottles to Julius.
Julius grabs both of them. He looks at Towns. I'm fucking parched, dude. As he hands one towards Pequod, to Pequod gently. Actually, no, he's not going to hand it to her. He's going to open it up. Open your mouth, honey.
You first.
Julius,
Mushin takes it out of you, unlike the Clive Goblin.
Julius starts to chuckle. That is true. He takes a good drink of water, and then he looks at her. All right, now open your mouth, please.
She will, as Towns will bring over more water for Julius.
He starts to give her the water, letting her drink as much as she wants.
That bad? You had to go Mushin? Towns and I didn't watch. Towns and I weren't watching Kill TV. We were busy. We'll get to it. But yeah, I was prepping ships to crack the planet. I don't think that's necessary, actually.
Julius opens his mouth and closes it. I didn't necessarily have to go Mushin. I just, felt required in the moment. He looks over.
What do you mean felt required?
Julius looks over at Sasha.
How many were there? Millions?
Yeah, millions of little ones, a lot of big ones, and then the big motherfucker, ma'am.
Oh shit. She puts her hand over her mouth. It was pretty bad. We fought off multiple waves, numbering in the hundreds.
Carter nods. They were sending big ones after us. The drones, the warriors. What's that one called? I think it's like a Praetorian. They sent a Praetorian after us, all before they sent a huge, gigantic wave of crap ton of xenomorphs and the king. It was a lot, ma'am.
And as I said, I don't think the planet needs to be cracked. I think Julius... I can't be sure, but I think Julius got them all. We hung around on the planet for another 45 minutes, and that airport never got attacked again because we were trying to... I dropped off all the troops a couple docking bays down. All the troops, not just the ones that were with us at the ACC. Huh! Looking at Julius!
Julius looks at Sasha and shrugs. That's what you get when you let me off the leash.
I'll send some more troops to make sure the planet's secure, but if we don't have to crack it, that would be a load off my conscience.
Julius nods. Trust me, it would be mine too. He smiles a bit, looks at the med bot, and what can you do for a shoulder, bud?
It's has just like it's pictured, has these flat arms, and it's heating up one of its arms. It's gonna sear her wound closed.
Julius squints his eyes. You sure you don't want painkillers?
I don't need them.
He thins his lips and offers her his hand.
Well, what about just suture it closed? Wound too big? Oh.
Is there really nothing else we can do about it?
Sticks it to her. Ah! Screams loud.
Julius takes her hand in his, and Towns actually sees his eyes go wide in pain as he almost drops down to one knee. She's squeezing his hand so hard.
This one will spray some type of liquid over it that stops the fresh pain. Okay, letting go of Julius's hand.
Julius looks at his hand and at Pequod. You feeling okay, honey?
Yeah, are you okay?
I'm good. I'm good. I've had worse with my. I used to punch trees, honey. I'm fine.
Oh, poor baby. Kissing his hand.
Oh, thank you. I wouldn't mind if you did that a couple more times.
There, I'll suck on your finger.
I mean, you're the one who suggested it. I go for it, honey.
She'll start sucking on Julius's finger. Keep wound covered at all time. Covering her wound.
Julius nods. Yeah, sure. Well, we'll keep it covered at all times.
Is that the same shoulder as the raptor mission you guys always talk about? Yes. It's my unlucky fucking shoulder.
Yeah, it's the same exact one. God damn it.
That raptor took a bite out of you and I was just lying there half awake, useless, drinking your bottle of water.
I couldn't do shit. It was a bad situation altogether that day.
Much like today, but we prevailed.
Yes, we did, didn't we? He smiles at all of them. You guys all did a very, very good job holding off the forces as long as you could until I got there.
Sasha coming up to Carter wants to clink her water bottle with Carter. And how about that dragon? Clinking the water bottle! We had a dragon, right?
No dragon, ma'am.
She just looks dejected at her water bottle.
Carter just looks at her. We both know it's not going to happen until certain events take place. We both know. I know the wrongs.
Well, we can hope, Carter. Dragon v Xenomorphs. Dragon wins.
Carter thins his lips and nods. Yep. Yes, ma'am. We can hope.
Like we were saying, Carter's sword cut a large one in half. Saved my life, actually. Yeah, it was nuts. That thing got chopped from head to groin. He'll air quote, wrapping his arms around Soul. Groin xenomorph area in half. The gust of wind grew to hit it in size. I had a good view on the roof.
And Soul nods. It was honestly really cool.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking badass, bro.
Pequod, I was leading my little band of troops to try to push through one of the enemy lines. Basically, I turned, saw it standing there, holding Memory Ann, thought to myself, Carter will deal with this, went back to chainsawing. Turned, and it was dead, so she shrugs. Ow! As the robot presses her wound to check on it, the dressing.
Julius, when she says ow, looks up and glares at the robot, even though it's just a robot.
It just looks back at Julius, keeps pressing the wound to make sure it's dressed properly. Just a robot, Julius, relax.
Yeah, just a robot. He looks back down, checking on the wound as well, for Pequod, just looking at her shoulder, making sure it's okay.
We got problems, actual problems, that need to be talked about in private between the four of us. The kids, go home. Looking at Carter. Go home, rest, relax, recover. We got grandma and grandpa problems. Oh, right. Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Sir, he salutes to Sasha and Towns. Stay safe, Mom. Get better. And, Dad, very good job. Move out, B Squad. Yeah, we'll be down at the lane shortly.
This is the moment.
Ja, da, mein du cover he hanga. We will retrieve the robot and beat Karen.
Yeah, we most certainly will.
Look, gesturing to this guy up here. Look at that fool of Carter.
Clive is going to pull out his Luger.
That full of Carter. That absolute fool.
Pulls it out.
Just follow my lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, handing him a custom-made silencer for a Luger. Schnell, schnell, mwah.
He nods towards Scar.
Schnell indeed. Has called off.
Zing, Weigand, McCuffin. He'll get out of the car. Hell! Put his hand up. Oh shit! This guy walking out. He Scar Rainfall. Da da da.
Clive, crouching down, looking at this guy. He's gonna suddenly pop up and shoot him in the face.
Scar shaking his hand. Auf Wiedersehen. Bah!
Very good, mein Führer. You've always had a way of it. The people, the common peoples.
Gut gemacht, gut gemacht. Well done. Praising Clive murdering this guy.
Oh, dank. Mein Führer. Come, we must move forward.
Fatly walking behind him.
Okay, you come to this direction right here, and you stay there. I'm going to come around and start flanking them, yeah?
Go in there, create distraction.
Yeah, you go in there and create the distraction.
Da. Walking in.
He's going to go ahead and come up around this way.
Scar gets to the door. Schnell, schnell, schnell! Huh? This guy turns. Huh? This guy looking. What the hell's this, sir? You cannot be. Oh, Mr. Freetooth! Da da da! Hail, hail, Skardolf! Hail, Skardolf, buddy! Walking over. Comedy skit in full session here. What do we owe this pleasure? Smiling at them.
Clive sneaking around, he puts the silencer against the back of this guy's head and pulls the trigger.
The black security guard, seeing Clive out of the corner, was like, "What the hell is this guy gets shot?" Starts charging right at Clive.
Mein Führer, the third one.
As he shoots the black security guard.
Scar Stadman slashes this guy's throat with one claw. Writhing on the floor.
Very good, my Führer. Very good.
Steps on this guy's head to stop the gagging, crushing it.
And here we come, our prize.
As he holsters the Luger.
Okay, how will we get the truck in here to carry it out, mein Führer?
Agent von Carter haben keine Chance. Agents of Carter have no chance.
No, they do not, do they, mein Führer? And they never will have any kind of chance against the Fourth Reich.
Warten here, warten here, warten here. He walks out. Gets in the fucking truck. And just backs it through the fucking building. Smash it, boom!
I like to imagine Clive is just standing completely casual, looking around, checking his watch every so often. As the car or the truck comes backing through, he's still completely casual about it.
Shell, shell, shell! Gesturing to the robot, lowering the crane.
Let us move, mein Führer. We only have a limited amount of time.
Down here in the office, the robot's following Pequod and Julius's insistent. Julius, I think she's okay.
Just check again for me, please. To check if her wound is okay. For me, please,
The
bots.
two robots look at each other, shrug, and start undressing her wound. Here we go again.
Thank you, thank you. Just gotta make sure it's okay. Just gotta make sure it's okay. He sits down next to Pequod and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
You knew this could happen. You're the one that had to go out and fight. You're too important to be fighting on the front line. Exactly. Looking over at down. Oh, he looks down.
And Julius nods. That was sort of her point, and she did make a very good one that I could not refute, even if I tried.
Scratching Julius's head with her free hand. So what's the big problem with Mom and Dad? They came up here. Good. And your mother walked into that room and stepped on a crack pipe. Ooh. Well, I'm the one that kind of hinted Mom come up and look. I didn't want her to do that. And your mother was devastated. So you remember when Nicole had the wasting sickness in her mind? And your mom was like a complete wreck?
Yeah, of course. How could I forget?
That's exactly what your mom looked like, only worse somehow. And your dad, you see those dents in the wall, which I didn't think a normal man could make? Your dad made all those.
Julius looking at the dents in the wall.
Well, Dad is very strong.
And very angry. Towns putting his hands up, extremely angry.
I don't doubt it.
Julius just closes his eyes and shakes his head.
I wanted them to come up and see. She'll shrug as it checks her wound again. So they put a stop to this ridiculousness. I pushed Mom to come up and visit today while Julius was sleeping. Oh, well, next time a warning would be appreciated.
Fair enough, yeah. Well, there isn't going to be a next time, since if another person, dies and someone asks for a resurrection to happen, it's not going to happen, and it's going to be an expulsion from the family.
Like I said, works for me. She shrugs, drinking her water, but your mother looked terrible. Well, I didn't want to send her up to upset her. But Nicole, Davine motherfucking Rain. Ow, you mother! Looking at the robot. Davine motherfucking Rainfall is the only person that girl will listen to. So, Pequod shrugs.
I mean, she loves me and Pequod. Don't get us wrong, but if we asked her to, stop and just erase Benny from Elizabeth's mind, she would probably laugh in our faces and tell us to screw off.
May I suggest a ban on Davine and Hunk's offspring from ever joining our military?
I second it if anyone wants the third.
I just don't think Davine has that mental fortitude that is required to accept loss. No, she doesn't.
Julius clicks his tongue and shakes his head. She never has and will never have it.
So, when you go down to the lane, your dad's probably gonna beat you up. Pequod laughs! He won't beat Julius up. He'll just be angry. Sasha, I told them that we gave her the drugs. Maybe he will beat Julius up. Looking at Julius!
It's not a maybe. He's gonna beat me up. I just gotta be prepared for it.
Oh. What do you do when the deity of time, aka Nevermore, comes demanding something? You give them what they want. Like, she shrugs. I don't. We said no at least 70 times, and then at some point it's like she's gonna freak out, blow up the station, and we're all dead.
Exactly. And the station would be no more. And any of the trump cards that we have would be gone. Strat would just be free to run. We made the right decision, I think.
We will never be able to live with it, but yeah, we made the correct decision with the information we had given to us.
Julius shakes his head. Honestly, I still think I deserve to be beat up for giving my little sister drugs.
No. Pequod shakes her head. She sighed. We deserve to get beat up for tolerating the notion of the resurrection thing and not just holding a vote at the beginning, after he died, before anybody talked to Elizabeth. Cooler heads tend to prevail, Julius. All we had to do was, how do we handle this right now? Feelings are raw, but vote with your head, not your heart.
We should have held a vote. We should have. Julius scratches his head. I don't necessarily think that was the issue with Icy, though. Even if we held a vote and we all decided, no, we can't do this, and Icy went in there, me and Icy went in there, and she asked if she could resurrect Benny. Call it a gut feeling, but she still would have said yes.
Sasha, they've always been close. At least my recollection of Elizabeth and Nicole. I guess they kind of grew apart when Elizabeth decided to join the military for friends. Looking at her water bottle dejectedly. Pequod, oh. Elizabeth hurt the family, but they've always been close, Pequod.
Julius nods. I mean, like, think of it this way. You're the youngest for years. I'm sure there's JJ there, but honestly, JJ seems like far older than his age suggests. And then Elizabeth gets born. And she's your little sister. There's bound to be an immediate connection there with sisterhood, little sister, everything like that, and then you see her start to suffer. And wouldn't you want to do anything in your power to fix that kind of suffering?
I would. She looks at Julius, shakes her head sadly. I definitely would.
And Julius nods. I can't blame her. I seriously can't blame her for wanting to help Elizabeth. If I was any kind of spellcaster, it wouldn't even have to be a powerful one. Like, if I was Carter's level of spellcasting, I would be in there trying to help. I don't know if I could, but I would be trying to help. Because she's my little sister, and I don't want to see her suffer either. It's been rough on her, that's for damn sure. He chuckles and shakes his head.
Part of my inherent built-in, people call it greed, but maybe it is. She'll shrug. But if it's greed to make sure my family has money to face any issue, then I don't know. Then I'm fine with it being greed. Part of my greed was to make sure we always had the money to tackle any problem. And here I sit, with a hole in my shoulder, and all the money in the universe that can't do anything. Bring the kid back, do anything like that. She shakes her head.
Julie shakes his head. Like I said before, honey, never question the money you've made for this family, if it's been useful or not. Let me tell you this. It is the most useful and beautiful thing that you could have ever provided for us, honey.
She'll go in to kiss Julius, the robot redressing her wound. God fuck.
Julius closes his eyes, inhales through his teeth. It's just a robot. As he goes in and kisses Pequod. Are you still hurt?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's seared, but when they start poking at it with their little hand.
Julius nods. What if they didn't sear it correctly?
Pequod, I don't know. Sasha, these robots are made to operate on. They're medical surgeon robots. Like, they're made to just check her again. Yes, Ranger General. Starts undressing her wound.
Julius nods. Thank you. Yes, check her wound again. Make sure you guys seared it correctly.
Do not tell me you're eating that. Coming into the room. Saris, I personally like Unit Express. I'm sorry. God, she rolls her eye.
And Saris gets what Saris wants. I mean, there's far worse food out there.
Look at Clive's face on the cup. Saris, wait, what the hell? Looks over at Pequod. not the best afternoon.
What happened?
Oh God, what didn't happen? Your son's a fucking hero, that's for sure.
My son is a hero.
Damn
Julia-
straight.
Julius nods. Just as my son, Sasha's son, basically all our kids are heroes. They defended uh, they defended a very important structure from hordes upon hordes upon hordes of xenomorphs until I was able to get there and kill them all.
Mega town shrugs a planet. A massive outbreak overnight, apparently.
Oh. And no... Pequod, you went down? Both of you?
My men were fighting. She looks over at Ash.
Damn straight. Are you alright? He's gonna set his food down and walk over.
It's my unlucky fucking shoulder. Serious. Oh, looking at it.
Oh my god, that's exactly where the apex of the mouth of the raptor got you.
Right as things were looking really bad, it got me in the shoulder. And then, well, it was like a half a second later, Julius showed up and it was all over. But prior to that, your son and our kids defended that air traffic control tower for quite a while against a lot of swarms and a Praetorian, that's what they're called.
And they didn't have Sasha or JJ or aerial support.
No, we tried to fill Sam and JJ's shoes. I think we did an okay job. I don't know, Julius. She looks at Julius.
Julius shakes his head. Oh no. I don't think I did nearly enough screaming and shooting of a grenade launcher to fill Sam's shoes. I don't think I did a good enough job.
You definitely intimidated your son.
And you definitely don't have the hair to fill JJ's.
Damn straight. Handsome young man. Shaking your head. That poor guy. How are they? Saris goes back after holding Pequod's hand. Oh, jeez. Sits down.
That good, huh?
Sam is going berserk. We decided to come home for the weekend.
She, the last one we did, she sat there for, what would you say, darling, 45 seconds to a minute just stabbing the face of a dead man?
Ugh. Town's face spawn. Saris, yeah. But luckily, JJ is like the fire to her ice. He can melt her, and that's all we need.
That's all we need. Just, I've brought everyone home on very good advice from everyone there.
Good. I think everybody involved could use a weekend off. The whole weekend. Yeah. Saris nods her head. Where is Ricky? He went home. I sent the kids home as soon as their mission was over.
Anyone,
They earned it.
anyone else hurt?
No casualties on our side at all.
Your shoulder is the only thing on our side that got pierced.
Well, Memory Ann got fucked up, but she's okay, just like roughed up. She got picked up by a big one. Carter's sword produced some type of mantra magic gust of wind that chopped it in half. I don't understand my son. She shrugs, but it worked.
I don't understand magic half the time, so I'll just take it as it is.
What about the dragon? Eating a piece of chicken? She sighs, looks blankly at the table.
If there was a dragon, I wouldn't have needed to gone Mushin, I think.
The strange thing is, it was like, we stayed on the planet, Ash, 45 minutes after the fight concluded, thanks to Julius. No xenomorph attacks. She puts up her finger as it keeps working on her shoulder. How many times do you want this checked?
Julius looks up at the medbot. He looks at the shoulder, then up at the medbot. Check it again.
He looks at Sasha. You heard him. Again. Okay. He goes back to checking her shoulder. No attacks, no retaliation. I think given the two large hordes, there was two hordes, Ash, that numbered in the millions. Julius took out one by himself. We held back one for a while, but I think given Julius's grand entry, I think we wiped them all out in one go.
I would not be surprised if you had, having seen him in battle. I would still advise doing some high-level scans across the planet just to make sure.
I actually was prepping to send ships out to crack it. Now I'm gonna send exploratory teams and see if the planet's clean, and if it's clean, then you don't gotta crack a damn thing.
If you're correct, that you can see he's actually sitting back, looking happy for the first time in about 3 weeks. Takes his helmet off. We might not have to crack as many planets if you can just wipe them out like that.
Well, I was always holding Julius and Nicole in reserve for when it got real bad, and well, today was the day.
Julius nods. I think we could probably consider, like, from here on out pretty bad at this point.
It happened overnight. Towns puts up his finger. They must have fed off local wildlife, or whatever you call it, bred off the wildlife. Because there wasn't that. I've looked at the planet's police records. There were some missing people, but not that many. And that was a big planet with a lot of wildlife. But just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, in the middle of the night, they attacked. And by the time news got to Gateway, you're talking early morning here. By the time Julius and Pequod got out there, you're talking mid-afternoon. And here we are in the evening, so yeah.
That's... Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's different from how they normally operate.
It was definitely surgical. Looking at the robot annoyed as it checks her wound again. They attacked with surgical precision. Problem was, we just had better tactics.
Big ones acting as generals again?
Yeah, and then when the first big attack failed, the king was there. And it was under the ground, making fissures with its tail to let little ones out. Clever girls and boys, those things are.
Well, that's bloody brilliant. Now we not only have to worry about them swarming, but always have to assume that there's a king present.
How are Laz and Oz doing? I haven't seen Laz in, I feel like, weeks. Because you guys don't show up to muster, you just go out to work, which is fine. She's her mother's daughter. She's fine. She's managing. Smokes a lot, though. Like, way too much, probably. Pequod, I never thought I'd see my girl smoke.
She always hated it.
She smokes more than I do. She's doing well, as well as can be. She's, honestly, I think her and Laz and my darling wife here are the rocks JJ needs to be the rock for Samantha.
JJ's having a rough go. It's not easy to see your wife going through something like this. But as I said, he's the fire to her ice. He melts through that cold, murderous intent in her eyes so easily. I scream at her and she just keeps going.
Julius nods. He has always been good at that sort of thing, especially with her.
Pequod looking like dad helps, yeah.
That is very true. Looking like dad definitely helps.
How are we doing on the bench? Oh, go ahead, Ash.
I might ask if I can get a soundbite of you yelling her name, Sasha. Maybe then Ceres can play it to get her out of a rage at some point.
Yeah, I had to do my Sasha impression to break it. And it break her stabbing a guy's face. Pequod grimaces hearing that. And it worked, but then once she realized it was just me, if JJ wasn't there on the ground waiting to hold her, she just would have went back to doing it. Sasha duly noted. Great.
And we need I've sent her armor up to the best dry cleaners to get it cleaned, because it's gonna need it.
How are we on the Benny front? Huh. Shoot me now, save me the trouble.
How has it gotten worse?
Hard drugs.
Hard drugs, heroin, crack, cocaine, meth. You name it, she's done it.
And their parents came up here and found out about it. And you see those dents in the wall? Those are hunk. Titanium steel this room's made out of, mind you. Sarah's looking eyes wide with noodles hanging out of her mouth. I don't think I could have done that when I was a vampire. Yep,
that sounds about right.
And Davine completely devastated because her daughter is doing this, and it just all blew up. And then, and it did get worse when I mentioned that Julius and Pequod are out fighting hordes of xenomorphs. Yeah.
Oh boy, I do not envy you. I feel bad for Icy. I wish she wasn't doing it, but at the end of the day, all I can say is she is a grown woman. And the time deity. I will let her do as she wishes.
I don't know if Mom and Dad will share that opinion, unfortunately for young Istrom. Looking at the robot, God damn it, as it just starts to dress her wound again.
Julius looks at the wound, then at Pequod, and he tilts his head.
Scar removal, ma'am? No, I like to keep them.
Julius nods. Let her keep it. He smiles at her. Just makes us more and more like each and every one we get, right, honey?
This one's real ugly, though.
I think it's hot.
You got it defending your people and fighting alongside them. Those are the best scars, fighting alongside friends.
Exactly. He smiles at her, fighting alongside friends, protecting all your children while you're at it, and all the children's significant others and friends. I gotta say, honey, that is pretty hot. He leans forward and gives her a kiss.
She kisses him back. I tell you what, credit where it's due. I did my own thing. She shrugs. I did my own thing. I had my men to rally. Those kids didn't need me looking out for them. They had the situation under control. As much as you can have a massive siege of bugs under control, they did. Multiple times we wiped them. Huh! Turning her water bottle in her hand. I'll have to look at that combat footage. I'll be interested.
As will I.
Sounds almost like the Kamul siege, doesn't it?
Only difference is, well, way different than Kamul, I guess, but only difference was, I don't know, I never thought I'd be fighting alongside Ash's son or our children, but I guess inherently you're always worried as a parent, but I wasn't worried for any of them at all after I saw them just take that first wave.
They've grown.
Well, I mean, honestly, think about it. I'm pretty sure they've fought xenomorphs more times than Alpha 9 ever did, right?
Easily, Sasha says easily.
And at that point in our careers, boy, I know I would have been dead at that point in my career.
They never broke, they never buckled. Your son zips around and kills shit. Carter cuts a swath with that gigantic sword. Our daughter, Jesus Christ. Colt's basically his mother 2.0. I mean, she shrugs. And towards the end, after Memory Ann got back up, she was kind of knocked out for a while, knocked around. She started, it was like mini Suletta. Pequod laughs. Ice volley. Rah!
We got a whole ass squad of mini-me's going around fighting xenomorphs.
Basically, except our daughter. She's me and you, well, you, but I could never do something like that. Moonbeam, she did some type of thing that wiped them all out like a tidal wave.
Julius nods. Our daughter is extremely powerful. Yeah, it makes me feel good to know that she'll never have issues protecting herself, but a little worried for her at the same time. Oh no, I guess it's just a father's thing to worry about their child like that.
I think Carter misses Samantha, chuckling as the robot dresses her wound.
Julius chuckles. I wouldn't doubt it. Him and Samantha winning combat, they worked quite well together a lot of the time, and I definitely think he misses that.
I would miss my safety blanket too.
Yeah, I would as well. I mean, could you imagine Alpha 9 getting sent into combat without Julius?
No thanks. Eating her lo mein.
Or even worse, Icy.
Oh, God.
Our healer, she chuckled.
Yeah, or your mother. Any of them, no thank you.
Oh, God, Mom is gonna be... She's either gonna be so angry at us she wants to strangle me and you, which is... Look, it's perfectly understandable. I take a strangle from her. Or she's gonna be so devastated I can't look at her. Because I'll just cry. Devastated.
I think devastated him.
Julius looks up at the ceiling. Oh, I wish it was strangling, because it would just be so much simpler, but it's devastated.
I mean, it doesn't help that the certain people remind her of the way she treated Nicole all the time back then. But not just Nicole, all of us. And you couple that with, that's never going to stop. Sarah's laugh.
Julius shakes his head. No, that's not gonna stop, Ceres.
My daughter's making a whole fucking curriculum about that.
As she should. It should be taught, I was about to say beat, but taught out of the next generation.
Beat is okay too. Just saying. Shrug it.
That is true. Yeah, no. Next generation, especially with Thomas, I'm not gonna be scared to beat him if need be, if he really deserves it.
Where are we on the Clive front? Covered up. Looking over his shoulder at Pequod. Has it been confirmed? Go ahead,
What's covered up? What did he do this time?
Did you hear about that fire station that got attacked?
Yes, of course. We only got word of it more recently because we've been out, but we heard.
That was the Fourth Reich. The murder at the museum, Fourth Reich. The murder at the other Nazi memorabilia museum, not the tank one, Fourth Reich. It was Clive. I'm 99.9% sure.
But didn't you say they called it a ceasefire?
Never make deals with Nazis. I can't believe I'm saying that.
I'm sorry I even asked that. You're right. I cannot believe it.
We don't know for sure. 99 is not 100. Okay. Shrugging.
I mean, Pequod, those killings did happen right before and right after they turned into Nazis.
I hope it's not them. I really hope not.
Julius grimaces. I hope it's not them too, honey.
If it is, the one time I'll say this, we cannot put all of the blame for this one on Carter and Davine.
Let's say you're a normal person who can't fucking do anything, and your family is devastated. Who would you become to make sure your family survives? Ruthless fucking killers. That's what they are, I'm telling you. It's no coincidence that fire station there was a potluck paid for and food provided by Carter Rainfall. How they found out, I don't know.
I suppose, but if I was to choose someone who is ruthless, I'd probably pick someone other than the bloody Nazis.
Well, he shrugs. Sasha puts her hands up. I don't know why they picked the Nazis, but I'm telling you, they're the ones behind this murdering spree. Local PDs are in fucking confusion as to what happened. In all murder scenes.
Wait. The museum had a tank and planes stolen, correct?
2 planes. Sasha puts up 2 fingers looking at Julius and Ash. 2 planes. Luftwaffe Interceptors is what they're called. Tiger tanks stolen. Yeah. 5 Nazi uniforms stolen from the memorabilia museum and a Luger. And some weapons too. MP40s, Sturmgewehrs, MG42s, Kar 98s.
And what attacked the fire station?
Something that left a gigantic hole and bullet holes in the ground that were shot from well above the station itself. No survivors, so we can't interview anybody.
I'm just going to say, attacked from above with giant holes sounds like a tank and fighter aircraft. And attacked right as there was a potluck paid for by your son. It was Clive.
God, I hope not, Julius. Jesus Christ, that's all we need.
Yeah, no, that's all we need.
How much of it is a stretch to believe after the volcano? Towns puts his arms up. He murdered all those people at the volcano.
Not that big a stretch, honestly, to believe that Nazi Clive is going around murdering people, honestly.
If you count kill count based on just humanoid, not xenomorphs, he has a higher kill count than Carter and Ricky and Memory Ann. And if you take in the whole volcano into effect and all the people that died because the result of the explosion, she snorts out a laugh.
The only ones at this point who may have as big of a kill count are like Sam and Laz and JJ.
And that might even be pushing it. I don't know for sure. I'd have to look at combat records. But either way, the guys are now responsible for well over 400, in the neighborhood of 450 deaths. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. How can today get any worse?
We have to go home.
And there it is.
That man is so lucky that he married Suletta Rainfall.
Fucking Nazi climb murdering people. It's not that funny, Saris, please. Fixing her crotch. Sasha starts laughing.
Julius looks over and he covers his mouth and starts laughing.
Sasha Scar has a bloody comb over and a pencil and a toothbrush mustache.
Oh, believe me, I know. He comes up to see me once a morning to greet me with his hand up, and then he just walks through the teleporter backwards with his hand. She blinks, crossing her arms, thinking about it. Oh, flashing down here. Okay, Oz says lightly. Feeling better, Samantha? Yeah. Turning around with her Unit Express, opening it to JJ to eat.
JJ will go ahead and take a couple bites of the chicken and eat them, give her a wink, and put some of the chicken up to her mouth.
She'll take a bite, and then JJ looks in here.
JJ looks in there and sees his mother fitfully asleep, holding her two girls, who looks completely exhausted and just terrible altogether, and Elizabeth, who looks as she always does as of late. And he just looks over, his mouth open slightly with the food still in there. He closes his mouth, closes his eyes, and shakes his head.
That's why I fight. Looking into the room. Because if I had to sit here for 7 days a week and see that, I would never stop blaming myself.
JJ nods. He holds Sam's hand. And that is why I fight with you, my love.
But a break, Jesus Christ. Oz looking in. Your aunt looks terrible.
Laz, with her hand over her heart, shaking her head. She really does. As much as I hate to say it, all of them don't look very spectacular right now.
But at least putting his arm around Laz, at least a break is necessary. It's not at least. A break is necessary. Now we have it. 2 days, and then we'll be right back out there.
Yes, a break is necessary. I fully and utterly agree with that.
Your father is probably fuming.
JJ nods. Oh, I most definitely think he is. I wouldn't be surprised if we went into like the kitchen or somewhere and found it completely thrashed.
Coming in, seeing. And it is thrash, Sam. Yep. Looking around the room, the table's broken, some being propped up, most of the chairs broken. The floor back here burned because of shit he threw into the fire, and then the fireplace, and the fire started to spread. Yep, looks like an F5 tornado hit this place.
Yeah, told ya. Oh dear Jesus.
Wow, then this other time hunk angrily holding Jace. Then this other time hunk may say to Frederick, wow, Frederick, so fat of you. And Frederick say, thank you, me like being fat. Ho ho ho!
Oh, I do like being fat.
You think we ever get to make Marshall Fredson? Are you listening to me, Hunk? Huh? He looks over at Krellin. Must listen to when me speak. Last Star Child, things ain't so bad, right? Well, my daughter's on hard drugs, my wife is broken, and my other daughter is a living corpse. Wow, me Himmler, Rebecca. Looking at Rebecca!
Himmler. And she sort of scoots back away from him.
Why are you scared of me? I'm the greatest hero of Europe.
She grimaces a bit, and not knowing who the Nazis were, she just shakes her head out of pure instinct.
Never be fearful of your favorite uncle. Picking her up, holding her. Holding baby make me feel better.
Rebecca's face sort of drops as she hugs around Krellin's neck and pats him on the head.
Why don't you just set her down, Krellin, okay? Fine. Sets her down!
She looks at Samuel and says, Thanks.
It's the uniform, isn't it? Gesturing!
She nods.
Well, what? Everybody's so jealous of me great uniform. Even JJ jealous.
JJ's just staring at Krellin, blinking slowly. You still don't know what that uniform truly means, do you?
Oh, the uniform of heroes saved Poland and France.
Yup. With them. Oh, he just covers his face and starts to cry.
Did your dad even notice we're here? Looking at Hunk.
I don't think so.
Dad, she says loudly. Who's there? Huh? Oh!
Hi, Dad. You doing okay, mate?
Bad day, son. I can take Jace if you need it. That's your girl. You want to be with her?
Jace looks at Hunk and then over at Samantha. He tilts his head and smiles at her.
Krellin, would you please do the honors? Wow, levitating baby. Levitates Jace over to Sam.
Jace, noticing that Sam is having a very hard day, doesn't do his normal thing and just sits in her arms and holds one of her fingers for her.
She'll smile and give him a kiss on the head and start picking at the food. Bad day, son. Bad day. No luck for you guys?
JJ shakes his head. No, sir. No luck.
Oh, goddamn. Ain't that just our luck?
Laz nods. I would have to say it is a running theme among the rainfalls as of late.
Everybody okay? Yes, the ranger mage is fine. Miss Saris, they returned home. We somewhat talked them into taking the weekend off and spending some time with their family. Breaks are good, Samantha. Yeah, they are. Leaning on to JJ, holding JJ.
JJ hugs around Sam and by proxy Jace as Laz nods. Yes, breaks are very good. Very important to take a lot of breaks.
What ruined your day? Looking around the room, Nicole is on hard drugs. Like hard stuff. Heroin, coke, that kind of stuff. Sam lets out a whimper.
JJ just closes his eyes extremely tightly as he holds Sam tighter to him, and he looks over at his father. I take it once that was discovered, Plan A was thrown out the window and Plan B was enacted, yes?
Not quite. She's got one more week with no drugs, and we have unfiltered access to that room, which you don't want to go in that room. Up on Gateway where she does the work, and if she doesn't do it in 1 week, then we all have to learn to live with the consequences of Benjamin's demise.
Laz leans forward and rubs her cheek. She's not going to be on the drugs anymore, though, right?
No, not allowed. No drugs whatsoever. And no drugs. Grandma and me laid down the law. Doesn't mean we don't feel like horrible parents, though. But yeah.
Laz nods. She's going to stand up off of Waz's lap, go over to him, and give him a hug around his neck.
Oh, that feels good. He'll hug her back. Your grandmother's asleep. I don't want to wake her up. She was... Oh, man. She stepped on the crack pipe. Sam crack pipe.
Oh, God. I take it her arms look like, mites were biting her, if you will.
Yeah, I said like bed bugs, but yeah, mites, bed bugs. Yep.
Right. Right. He just closes his eyes and shakes his head. That is just wonderful to hear, isn't it?
Like I said, it's why I go out and fight.
And that, again, he cups her face with his hand, is why I will always be there to fight with you.
I think it's a good suggestion. Am I going to make it? Oh, what suggestion does Heinrich fucking Starchild Himmler have for us? Should be Clive going after Spender. She just glares at him. Oz's head slowly turns to Krillin. Not Ash. That man is the most capable man I've ever seen in my life, and you fought alongside him. I thought you were his biggest fan. Me am. But think about it. The Fourth Reich going after Spender, never able to predict his movements. You think Clive walk into trap like Carter did? No.
I'm a bit ashamed to admit it's crossed my mind once or twice.
And all orders come from Scar. Can't have minds read, either Clive or Scar. You can't read their minds. Can't be predicted, like today. We're just sitting there. Then he stands up. The Führer say, as he puts his arms out, blah, 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 blah. And Samuel say, I want a statue built to me in this courtyard. So we build statue. So random. Sitting down.
And JJ opens his eyes. What courtyard are you building a statue to Skardolf Hitler in?
Secret location only known to the highest ranking in Nazi Germany.
I didn't know we were in Germany.
We're in Peru, holding Thomas's hand, kissing it.
What? What's a Nazi?
That, pointing at Krellin.
Oh, that explains a lot. I don't like him when he's dressed like that.
Is the most secret location ever. Cannot divulge or have to send you to constant. Enough! Okay.
Yes, I think that is plenty of information to give out. Quellen, please. He holds Krellin's hand and nods towards him.
Where is the, he'll kiss Laz on the cheek. You can go sit back down with us. Thank you, honey.
She smiles at him and goes to sit back down with Oz.
Where is our mighty Führer? Don't know. They tell us leave, tend to family. Then we come in, see Davine and Nicole and start crying.
Yeah, it's we have no idea where the Führer or his general is right now, but he told us to leave for the day and be with the family, and hey, we're taking that opportunity.
Carter and them showing up. Oh, God.
Carter just looking in, seeing the image in front of him. He just starts to rub his face and shake his head. It's really hard to see. Does Grandma look like way worse than she normally does as of late to you guys?
Yes, memory and crossing arms. Yes, reminds me of when Aunt Nicole got sick.
That's exactly what I was thinking. She shakes her head. This is not good, guys. Not good at all.
Maybe we should go in and... Actually, no. Let them rest. They're actually all sleeping, it looks like.
Carter nods. Any amount of sleep that on IC and Grandma Davine can get right now is going to be very good for them.
Pequod, alright, I'm ready to get choked by Grandma. Or Mom. What's going on? Looks in the room.
Julius looks in the room. I don't think either of us are going to be choked by her today, honey.
No, probably not. But I'm willing to accept it if she feels the need, if it would help her.
Julius nods. As am I. As am I. I fully understand why they would want to do so to me.
Where's everybody else in the kitchen? Oh yeah, Dad destroyed the fucking dining room and kitchen. Look, Carter. Pequod leading Carter's group up here.
Holy shit. Yep, he completely destroyed it. Fire started to spread a couple times, if you can notice that.
Jeez, I'll have it paid for and fixed. No worries. They're coming in one at a time. Oh, Carter here.
Carter freezes in the doorway as he shakes his head. Hi, Krellin, how are you?
Hi, Himmler, picking up his daughter, getting her away from Krellin.
Rebecca immediately hugs around Colt's neck and so tightly it almost starts choking him as she just lets out a Papa.
Papa's here, don't worry. He's nice, just not... I won't let him hurt you when he's in that uniform.
Good.
Wow, Carter looking so gallant today. Have to say nice things, cause truce.
Carter nods. Yes, we do have a truce, and thank you for saying nice things to me.
Sit next to you, General. Me. Gesturing here. Oh, what an honor!
Right, it's such an honor to sit by the general. As he's walking up to the seat, he puts a hand onto Sam's shoulder, looks down at her. You good, Sam?
They sent me home. She rolls her eyes.
He thins his lips. Probably needed a break.
Everybody's getting that break, and yes, she did.
Oh, good. I'm happy you're taking time to take a break. Don't work yourself too hard, okay? He puts a hand onto the top of her head, smiles at her, and he's gonna go ahead and move over to his seat with his quote-unquote general.
Wow, me fighting many battles. Oh, yes, so are we, actually. Sam, you guys did something? What'd you do? What happened to your shoulder? Look shocked. Long story. What the fuck? Seeing her shoulder. Here we go.
Julius nods. We had to fight off a xenomorph invasion.
Just wait till your mother sees that!
Julius closes his eyes. Oh, yes, trust me, Dad. I realize. I realize it's not going to be great, but it's going to be fine, Dad. I had the medbots check over it 15 times, and that's not exaggerating. She's going to be fine. The wound is going to be fine. It's just going to probably take a couple days to heal, alright?
He sits back down angrily. Wow, look at her shoulder. Of fighting enemies of Carter. Something like that, son, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. We had to fend off invasions of xenomorphs on a planet called Omega. It's not an EarthGov planet, but it's in EarthGov space. We got there, and they were coming from two invasions. I went to the west to take out one of them by myself, and the kids and my wife stayed to protect the relay link that was providing all of the information to the evac ship so they weren't flying blind. They fended off for a good long while. I am extremely proud of them all. Wiped them out a good number of times. And then a king xenomorph appeared, and my wife got pierced through the shoulder, and then I dealt with them as quickly as I possibly could.
He handled business. Looking dejectedly at Krellin's uniform.
Cutter nods. Handled business in about half a fucking second.
And that was it. Sam, sounds fun. We just killed a lot of dudes all week. Just kill and kill and kill and kill.
Julius looks down at Sam. He leans forward, puts his lips on the top of her head, and lets go of it and pats her on the head. And I'm sure you did a very good job at it, sweetie.
What's gonna happen when we find him? I mean, we get to kill him, then what? Then you start your life with JJ, Laz, and Oz away from all this. She smiles and nods.
You get to run the production company, just you guys, and you you could do basically whatever you want, as per my own wife.
We'll as soon as you're out, we're gonna get the new logo going. Sam, what, you don't want Scar raising his hand saying "nah da da da" as your logo?
Yeah, no, we're good. We definitely think you kissing the camera and it fading out would be far better.
We want to make lots of credits and not scare people away. Scar's so ugly in his new outfit. He wear fat suit to make him fatter.
Just like the real Adolf.
That's sad. Sitting down on Julius's lap next to her father.
Julius pats Pequod on the thigh a couple times, looks at his dad, and holds out his hand just in case his father wants to hold his hand.
Bad day. Holding Julius's hand. Very, very bad day.
Julius nods. I would have to say it was a pretty bad day for you guys, yeah.
It's time, Dad. It's over with Benny. One more week.
Julius's head slowly turns towards Hunk. What was that?
What I said, one more week. That's what your mother and I agreed upon with your sister. Sister was lucid, mostly, and we tried to talk her out of it. She said 1 more week, no drugs. Oh, and we can cameras in her room, and we can come up and look whenever we want. No drugs, no alcohol. She can have cigarettes. But if she comes demanding drugs, you say no. And you know what, son? If she blows up, then that's life.
Julius nods. Okay. I agree. If Mom, of all people, thinks it's okay to do, then I definitely trust her judgment when it comes to Icy.
And just literally 1 more week. Starting Monday, counting down till Sunday. And that's over. And we will never speak of it again.
Never again, especially when Elizabeth has Benny wiped from her mind.
The Third Reich. I'm sorry, not the Third Reich. The Fourth Reich making their way through the house. Everybody sees them. I don't know what happened to their tokens, but that's okay. They're a little off, but that's no problem. Oh, and there's the goddamn Führer. Wonderful.
Well, I was sort of hoping we wouldn't see the Führer and his general today.
Da! 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 Waving at Carter with his hand up. Da!
Hi, Führer. How are you today?
Guten Tag, Carter. Da! Da!
Guten Tag, Herr Führer.
Hail, Skardolf, standing up, saluting.
Yes, I agree.
He clicks his heels together, salutes.
Herr Skardov.
I'm gonna go get your mother. We need to have a little family meeting right now, okay? So I'll be right back. He walks off, letting go of Julius's hand. Wow, so gallant of you, Clive. Sam starts laughing, looking at Krellin.
Oh, danke, Herr Himmler. I am quite thankful that you have decided to say that about me.
See Frederick Fat?
Frederick, yeah, I mean, he is always quite fat, but that is just the sign of a healthy and alive Reich, don't we all agree?
Siletta putting her hands together, sitting back, crossing her legs. Where have you been, Clive? Looking right over at Clive, Ava would like to know.
Miss Ava Braun.
He smiles at her with a hand on his chest.
We were doing something that was required of us by Skardov himself, which we cannot reveal to you all now, but trust me, it will be a good surprise for all of us. Nothing bad, I swear to you, nothing bad at all.
We were met die Postmanfeist. Doing charity work. Looking over at Clive suspiciously.
Charity work, yeah. It was supposed to be a surprise, but we were doing charity work for very certain people, yeah.
Honey, hunk hand on Davine's head.
Her eyes shoot open as she hears Hunk. Oh god, I feel like I just woke up from the worst dream and then I woke back right into it.
Yes, you did. We're gonna have that meeting with Elizabeth about Elizabeth and what to do, how to help her. So, if you would let me carry you into the room, you can have the meeting, and then I'll bring you right back here with these two.
She puts her arms out, almost like a kid, waiting for herself to be picked up by him.
He'll pick her up, cover Elizabeth and Icy up with his other free hand, and carry her in. And the Reich is here, honey. Okay, Clive and Scar.
Oh, wonderful. If there's one thing I wanted to see today, it was definitely Clive Rommel.
Loudly clapping as Davine enters the room. Thank you.
Clive will click his heels together, salute. Hail, Davine.
Hail, Davine, saluting. Ah, hailing Davine.
Oh, thank you so much, you very kind gentleman.
That is not an honor. I think your mother never thought she would get. Hey, slow down on the soda. Thomas and Hale drinking the giant soda back.
Thomas looks over at her, continues to drink it, and then hands it back over to Hale.
She takes it, start drinking it. Oh God. Okay. Hello, mother.
Hi, darling. She reaches out and places a hand onto Pequod's cheek. She looks down. What happened to your shoulder?
Fighting xenomorphs.
Why were you fighting them? Darling, You were put into harm's way. If we lost you, we would be lost, darling.
Men were down there fighting and dying. I had to be there.
Naveen closes her eyes. I understand you wanted to be there for your man, but please do be more careful for me, darling, yes?
Well, I didn't do much of the heavy lifting, and I will be. If there's another time, I'll be more careful. But I only went because Nicole is out of action. If Julius can handle it, but we prefer to send Julius and Nicole.
Of course, darling. I completely understand it. Is everyone else okay?
Perfectly fine. Ricky's fine. Everybody's fine. All the kids. No problem at all. I cannot take this conversation serious. She's just looking at Scar, hand held over JJ's head.
JJ just with his lips thin, shaking his head as he looks up. Yep, it's still there. And he looks back down at his plate of Chinese food.
All right, perfect. All right. Memory Ann, hand me a bucket of KFC. She'll slide one to Carter. Dear, I'd like you to eat a little bit of the chicken, please.
Davian looks at the chicken, picks through it for a couple seconds, takes out a leg, and starts to eat it.
Okay, so we gathered everybody here today to talk about Elizabeth. Now, we got a 1 week rule. Everybody's been 1 week. You're late to the party, Clive. Nicole's got 1 more week to bring Benny back, and if he doesn't, we're done with it. We gotta move on. She's doing drugs. Oh, gasping loudly in shock.
The drugs.
Stress. She's never been good at dealing with stress, and I guess she feels like she has the weight of the universe on her shoulders.
9. Too much to put on a small girl as that.
I agree. Unfortunately, it's fallen onto her. So she's got 1 more week to resurrect Benny, then it's all behind us, and we have to live with those consequences. That being said, if that's what happens, and she doesn't get him back, we're in it for the long haul with my daughter. If she recovers, I think it will take years. I'm not a psychologist, but I would bet you it's at least 4 or 5 years. If that, yeah.
And Julius nods. Quite possibly double or even triple that, honestly.
And if we have to face that long road together as a family, we need to brainstorm ideas how to help my daughter. So, any suggestions as to how we can go about helping her? Every character I play in the room raises their hand.
All of my characters, including the babies, raise their hands.
Okay. It's good. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Scar, is your hand raised or are you just saluting? Da, da, da. Okay, right. Your hand is raised. All right. Please lower your hands if the suggestion is make sure she bathes regularly. All my characters lower their hands.
All my characters, again, including the babies, lower their hands.
It was fucking horrible, and she's starting to smell that way. I'm sorry, mother, but
No, I understand. I
oh
understand.
god, she smells just like her too. I spend the most time with her sitting in that room, and that musk, it hangs low and heavy in the air. Sasha, that was fucking horrible. That gym, everybody hates that gym. Fine, I understand it. I like that gym, the way it was organized, set up, the way Davine organized, but every piece of equipment smelled like rotting, musky fish. Yeah, I agree. So disgusting. Nick?
No?
Nick? Nick?
No?
Wolfenstein, the New Order. Tonight on Fox.
Unistine, the New Order.
The Burger King bag was thrown at him.
And he has been dealt with harshly, Nick.
Given exactly what he deserves.
Do you understand the repercussions of your actions, Nick? Because if you don't, we will throw another Burger King bag at you.
And we will fill this one with rocks.
Yes, with rocks.
So disgusting smell.
Right, of course. That is wonderful. Her eye starts to, Davine's eye starts to twitch as she looks at Hunk. Mark, they're making quite rude comments about me.
Yeah, I know. Just give me a second to get the situation under. I mean, I thought we were dead. And I mean, I agreed with Uncle Zap. It was a bioweapon sent by Tawaz. When I saw my husband get hit with, wafted with that air, I knew, I think he's dead. I will mourn him as soon as I get my children out of here, because my children are not dying.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, I thought I was dead immediately. Do you know how close? I actually did throw up a little bit. I don't think I ever told you guys this, or, well, none of you guys noticed since either you were running away, which I'm very glad you made that decision to protect our children and all, but I started throwing up afterwards. The smell was so bad.
It's Rosanga Zinghat. It smelled much like Stalingrad during the war.
Oh, imagine the smells of Normandy
Laughing loudly.
and multiplies them by 10. At least that is how those smells have been described to me.
But only after dead bodies sit out for at least like a month. That's what Davine smell like.
Yeah, no, it was pretty damn gross. I'm an android. I could go into things that smell like actual shit and get through them quite naturally.
My mask had built-in sensors and they broke. I'm sorry, Frederick, go ahead, patting him on the shoulder.
Yeah, no, that's good. But I went in there and, well, I'm pretty sure I fainted because next thing I knew, I was sitting with my head in Quellen's lap and he was fanning me to try and wake me up.
Well, that's the thing. She sits up, gesturing to Frederick. All that stench sunk into that gym equipment. 5 years after we left Alpha 9, that gym equipment still smelt like it. I had to get all new equipment when B Squad moved in.
Davine, with the chicken leg in her hand, she crushes it in her hand and her entire body starts to shake.
All right, I'd say that's enough. Thank you for your very casual and poignant observations about the smell my wife gives off when she doesn't bathe for a couple days. Dad, it was like 5 months.
It was not a couple days, Father.
Okay. Does anybody have any actual suggestions? No. We had these same similar discussions during Snarf. No. There's nothing that can be done.
Julius shakes his head. I don't think any of us have any ideas. Like Suletta said, nothing can be done about this.
Time heals all wounds. Hopefully, given enough time, her wounds would heal, and if they don't, I don't know what you do.
I don't either, but Laz looks around. I guess all we can do is hope that she does eventually start to get better. If not, then, well, she shrugs. I guess we're just gonna have to deal with that too as well, right?
Do you think she'd get better, Memory Ann? I know you're prepping to study. No, I don't. Shaking her head, I really don't.
Julius thins his lips and nods. I'm not prepping to be a psychologist or anything, but I agree with Memory Ann.
I don't think she'd... I think she would do what's called self-delete at some point. Yeah, we've been worried about that.
Julius sighs, and at that point we would have to put her on a watch. At least one of us with her at all times, no matter what.
And that's no way to live for either party involved. So, at that point, wipe him from her mind. And live with it. Learn to live with it.
Which, as bad as it sounds, I think eventually we will come to terms with it. It might take years upon years upon years to do it, but eventually we'll probably come to terms with what we did and who we erased.
Any volunteers to help the bathing process of Elizabeth? No. Looking at Hunk! What? No, I'm sorry, sir. I don't want to say... I mean, of the girls, you know what I mean? No. Looking at Hunk! No. Memory Ann says.
Sol and Laz look at each other. Laz just looks at Hunk and shakes her head. Sol sighs. I can do it if need be.
I think your aunt could use a rest from doing it as your father and mother could.
Most definitely, I can do it then. And Laz sighs. I can also do it. I can.
Hickford and Haven, gesturing back to himself. No, thank you, Fira. No, thank you. No, thank you.
He did not just say what I think he said, did he, Mark?
I will help. Samuel said, turning to look at Davy, then back at the Fira.
And Davy shakes her head. No, thank you, Farah. We have plenty of volunteers as is, thank you.
Da. Rubbing JJ's shoulder happily.
Yes, my Farah. Plenty of volunteers, as he pats Scar's hand twice. Strangely comforting.
Sam, giggling slightly under her breath, looking up at Scar. That fucking toupee.
Fucking toupee, and I guarantee you he just cut the bristles off of a toothbrush and glued them onto his upper lip.
Kampmänner, wieder halber Asa Sontunen verheiden Ram des Reich. Come, men, we have work to do for the glory of the Reich. Wow, standing up.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, Forstreich, move out.
Oh, goodbye, Rommel.
Goodbye, Miss Ava Braun. You look as beautiful as always.
Thank you very kindly. Side-eyeing them as they leave, disappearing. Alright, honey. I'll take you back to the kids. He'll take her back to Icy and blah, 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 Elizabeth and set her back down and cover her up. You good?
Davy nods. She puts her arms around both her girls and looks up at Hunk. The more important question is, are you good?
Oh, I think neither of us are.
Davy smiles. Then we can be not good together then.
And I am sorry for trashing our goddamn dining room and kitchen.
Oh, that's fine. I sort of wanted to do it myself, but I just felt really weak at that moment.
And we'll sleep in here tonight. I'll sleep on the other couch.
Davy nods. Yes, please, darling. I would love to sleep with my 2 girls. Please.
Okay. He'll kiss her on the lips. Just get some rest now.
Of course I'll get some rest.
He'll leave and come back into the room. The Reich's gone. You can relax. Patting Rebecca on the head.
She lets out a heavy breath and will say, Thank God.
Sitting back down. Oh. Miss me, Carter?
Carter chuckles. Oh, Sam, always. I guarantee you didn't miss me, though.
No, I do. Nodding her head. I miss being with the squad. But I would probably do this to every room in our house if I had to sit on Gateway. It felt good to go out and do something proactive.
Carter nods to get our hands in some action and finally feel like we're able to do something.
I mean, to pass the time, Ricky and Carter started the 75-part documentary series that Pequod just released. And it's a hit. The Saint. It's just called The Saint.
No, yeah. Hey, didn't I guarantee you that would be a hit if we released it, Pequod?
Yes, you did. And one day you'll be the one signing the final documentation. Soon. Soon. Very soon.
Yes, ma'am. Sooner rather than later, God willing.
Give me a piece of goddamn chicken, Carter. I gotta eat something.
Carter will hand him a couple pieces of chicken and hand the plate over to him.
Thank you. He'll start sadly eating chicken as much later that night. 1, 2 a.m. Live, and the Führer sitting. What the hell? Zap being brought in at gunpoint by Krellin.
There he is, mein Führer.
Nah, Joseph Goebbels.
Joseph Goebbels.
He stands up and gives a bow.
Please, take a seat, Herr Goebbels.
Putting his gun in his holster. Oh, where the hell are we? Sitting down next to Scar.
In a secret area known as the Eagle's Nest, Herr Goebbels.
Schnell! Gesturing to dismiss these three.
Himmler, please take the other 2 and go off somewhere. I do not care. Let us speak alone with Herr Goebbels.
We go to tend to the family. This family will prevail.
This family will prevail.
They leave. Oh, is this coffee for me? Nah.
Please enjoy it. It is Mussolini's favorite espresso.
He stops drinking. I see. Setting the cup down.
Very good, yeah.
Oh, one of the finest I've ever had. Looking down at the cup.
Very good, very good.
He sits up in his chair, adjusts himself a bit.
Goebbels, we must ask you something. Something that only your capable hands can accomplish, yeah?
Oh, yeah, sure.
We need you to work on a little thing that we have procured, me and the Führer here have procured. It is called, we have named it Unit Prime.
Oh, I recognize that piece. That was done made at the height of the Cold War. They was done trying to make that thing. It's old school, old world robotics. Before there was even really a robotics, what would you say, division or anything like that.
Yeah, we know because we made it the Nazis.
Right. Turning the cup slowly. Yeah, I remember.
We need you to assist us in fixing up Unit Prime here. Because we need to save France from Karen and Carter. You understand, yeah?
Who the hell Karen? That fat woman right there? Is that Karen?
This is Karen, leader of the UCF and direct associate of Carter through Hazel. This is Hazel's mother.
Oh, I didn't know. Taking his hat off.
Oh, don't worry. Most people don't, and most people she's able to convince otherwise, so do not worry about it.
I thought you killed her at the volcano, though.
An ancient magic that an ancient magic that she somehow found allowed her to survive. She commanded with her mind people from a ship nearby to carry her onto their ship and resuscitate her and so on and so forth, so that she could live. Herr Goebbels.
Carter's verwenden voodoo. Carter used voodoo. Oh, I see. Sitting back in his chair. Well, that's a goddamn shame. I don't know what that robot can do for you, though. I mean, he's old, you know.
Well, that is why we need you, Goebbels. We need you to really suit it up. Suit it up so it's capable of invading Paris, France.
Invading? Da. Yeah. I don't
So-
know. You guys could hurt people with something like that. He was made to fight the Chinese and the Russians.
Yeah, we know we could hurt people. We want to hurt Karen.
I see. Okay. Maybe I could take a look at it if I have some free time. 9. Pointing at the picture.
Are you refusing us, Herr Goebbels? As he stands up, and he doesn't pull it out of the holster, but he makes it very clear it is there, the Luger.
He's already been held at gunpoint, his eyes wide.
Are you refusing us? Because if you are, that is treason of the highest degree and dereliction of duty, Herr Goebbels.
Sie wurden run am die Uben Reisem Project zum Rahmen des Reichs Attribution. You will work 24/7 on this project for the glory of the Fourth Reich. Oh, Jesus. Look at that, Clive!
What?
Look, Clive, I don't know if this is a good idea, you know what I mean? Attacking Paris ain't high up there on most people's list.
Clive points the gun up into the air and fires it off twice.
Jesus Christ, he jumped!
He points it right at Zap's head.
So you are refusing us, aren't you?
No, I'll done. Just lower the gun. Tell me where I'm working. I need to know. And I can't work 24/7. I got a wife, and we gotta be watching after the little ones, because the family's broken. Because Carter killed Benny, am I right? Leaning on the table.
Yeah, you are right.
As he lowers the gun slowly.
Okay. Maybe not 24/7, but as much time as you could possibly dedicate to the creation of Unit Prime. That is what we want. You will be working at a place formerly known as Groom Lake, now known as Berlin.
Nodding his head. Da. Oh, the capital of our glorious fatherland. That sounds wonderful. I might need some specialized equipment. Da. Gesturing for him not to worry.
Anything that you need, the Führer will provide to you. So is the glory of the fatherland.
I heard Berlin's pretty difficult to get into. Snap. Yeah. Handing him a simple tumbler lock key. Oh.
Just use that key at the front door of the base, and you will be able to get in. Do not worry.
Okay. Looking down at the key. I suppose I can do this. It might cost us a lot of money. No worries.
The Reich has enough money for you to make any adjustments that you might need, Herr Goebbels.
Scar putting up his finger. Spiking is mat Nambelinda Ndrubra. You will not speak of this to anybody. Okay, you top secret stuff. Trust me, I ain't gonna say a goddamn thing. Look at Clive's Luger.
Good. Because you know the punishment if you do end up being a blabbermouth. Yeah, Herr Goebbels?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. For the glory of the rack, that's what I'm saying. Holding up the coffee cup.
And for the glory of the Reich, and for the glory of Mussolini's favorite espresso, yeah?
Yeah! Putting his boots together, saluting. Yeah! Putting his boots, clicking his heels, saluting.
Clive does the same. He clicks his heels and salutes. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Julius. Speak what? It's fine.
I just want to make sure it's okay, honey. As he's checking on the wound himself, looking at it up and down, he looks at her. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm perfectly fine. The wound is fine. Lighting a cigarette.
Julius looks back down at the wound. He looks at it up and down. All right. I think for right now it's okay. But if it starts hurting, you let me know, okay?
You know you can cause more damage when there's no damage by constantly taking the bandage off and putting it back on, right?
Oh shit.
The med robot tried to tell you and you ignored it.
Julius clears his throat. I was worried about my wife. She just got stabbed through the shoulder. Again, I'm sorry.
What a, I want to say dumb play, but valiant play. You are everything your father wasn't. And I was always a fan of your father, don't get me wrong. Pequod smiles.
That is for sure. I mean, you didn't see good old Johnny Rico fighting with us against the Void, but you sure as hell did see Patricia Rainfall fighting with us.
Technically speaking, the last time Dad ever suited up for combat was when he, she'll air quote, battled the Arnaki clones at his estate and saved the planet, that thing we set up. God.
Oh, right. Oh my god.
Those were good days, though. Far better than what we have now.
Oh, far better than what we have now. I love everything that we have now, don't get me wrong, but what I wouldn't give to just relive one of those days as dramatic and as worrying as those days truly were.
Things were so much more simpler back then. They were all children, not grown adults wanting to fight. It was us, the 7 of us, the original Rainfalls. No Clive, no Norman, no Reich, no God knows the Clive Goblin. Pequod chuckles sadly and sips his soda. Thomas and Hale didn't fit.
All we had to really worry about was Memory Ann carrying off Carter a bit too far while we were out together.
Out on the beach or something like that.
Exactly, yeah.
Now it's just pathetically depressing. Picking a chicken.
I think that's an understatement, honestly, Auntie.
Probably going to be more fighting, like you fought today. Oh, you can count on it.
And just like today, I'll be there to help wipe the floor of those stupid fucking bugs.
Can't hurt to have the time deity at our disposal. But we won't have that.
Not at least for a week. Julius crosses his arms and shakes his head. Honestly, probably even longer than that.
No, 1 week. Shaking your head, 1 week. I'll make sure they stand to that 1 week. Even if I gotta beat the fuck out of Nicole.
I'm sure they're gonna stand to the 1 week. Icy made that deal, I think she's gonna stick to it. What I'm not so sure about is how much this is gonna affect Icy. I mean,
You've heard it from herself multiple times. She failed with Snarf, she's not going to fail this time. This is just going to be another failure under her belt in her eyes.
Oh. She looks down at her lap. Well, then she best not fail.
Julius nods, and he picks Pequod's chin up with one of his fingers and smiles. But she's not going to fail. Because when the hell has our sister ever actually failed?
Not often that I can remember. Shrugging, I mean, I'm trying to think, but not often.
Exactly, not any times that I can think of, especially in recent times, so I have faith that she's going to succeed, just as we all should have faith that she's going to succeed. He nods. And no matter what, we're going to be there for her, and for Elizabeth, and anyone else who might need comfort during these trying times.
What's the word on Clive and the Reich? 99% certainty they're the ones that have been going around murdering people. Oh, Clive. Looking blankly at the table.
99% certain they're going to renege on their deal with Carter, the ceasefire, and just attack him in some way, somehow.
Oh, God, I am married to a Nazi. And I am forever sorry for that. Because it's my son's fault.
As am I. It is our son's fault, and I am so sorry about that, Soletta.
It's quite alright. What's another 20 years? Thomas and Hale. Can you believe she talked to Davy? Oh, God, here we go.
Julius chuckles. It was probably just the little girl discovering she had a power, and she wanted to use it on the person closest to her. Right, Auntie?
I agree. Yes. Trust me, I think you will be her favorite. Trust me. When she comes to understand how much money you've spent on her and how much care you give her, just continue doing it while she's a baby.
Julius nods. He smiles at Pequod. And just given, like, stuff you did today, hell, she's gonna think you're a badass, honey.
Well, that's kind of cool. Looking at her shoulder. Didn't do it to be cool, though, but yeah.
No, you did it to lead your men and protect your men. And trust me, honey, as a leader myself, I fully respect that.
Keep this up and you'll never need a re-election campaign. She laughed.
That is damn true. Just keep fighting on the front lines like this, taking out xenomorphs left and right, and boom, smooth sailing for the rest of our lives, which is forever.
Leading out this way. Pequod with the drink. Julius sees Hunk staring in the room.
Deja vu.
Huh? Pequod looks at Julius.
Julius nods towards Hunk.
Oh. He's looking in on them. He's worried. Dad? What's up? He looks back at Pequod.
Julius walks up next to him, and places a hand on his shoulder and looks in. Oh, they're not there.
No, I woke up, saw they weren't there, looked around the house, couldn't find them. Now I gotta go find them.
Julius shakes his head. I got a good idea of where they are, Dad.
Yeah, we'll go find them. They're in Nicole's home. That would be appreciated. I'd like to get some sleep.
Julius nods. Go to sleep next to your wife. I definitely think she needs you holding her right now.
We'll get Elizabeth and Nicole, don't worry. Alright, son, give your dad a hug and I'll go.
Julius gives him a hug, a very tight and reassuring and caring hug.
Alright. I'll see you in the AM. He'll walk in the room.
See you in the AM, Dad.
I'm returning to my room here. I'll be awake in the morning to tend to Elizabeth. She walks off smoking, as Julius and Pequod will walk off. Yep. Pequod under her breath. There they are.
Yep. He shakes his head, hands in his pockets. Dear Jesus. He's gonna pick Pequod up and float her down with him as he starts carefully and trying to make as little sound as he can, making his way up to the Jurassic Park machine.
That can't be good for her, especially if she's hurting her bones from the constant spellcasting.
It's not good for her. Julius will gently put
Stop. Grabs Julius's arm. Promise me we will never raise a child like that. Not that weak.
Julius looks behind himself.
Or we stop having children right here, right now.
He stands up and puts a hand on her cheek. I may not be the best father, but if there's one thing our children are not, it's weak. All of them are strong in their unique ways.
So we will not survive another one of these, Julius.
No, we will not. And we will never raise a child like that.
Poor thing. Like a goddamn tiny raccoon.
Like a squirrel.
Really, yeah. All she needs is the nut.
Julius chuckles. Just give her a couple acorns and it'll fit her right up.
Laughing to herself, waking Icy up. Morning already?
No, sweetie, no. He picks her up gently as to not hurt her that much. I'm gonna go ahead and set you down nearby. You don't need to go far, but put you down on a table or something. It's more comfortable than sitting in there, and I'll take over for right now, okay?
That would be much appreciated. Put me in the ball pit. Just throw me. I'm gonna need to get off the drugs.
Julius chuckles. Okay, yeah, I'll put you in the ball pit. Is it really that comfortable in there?
Yeah, way more comfortable than this. I don't know how this girl sleeps like this.
Depression will do that kind of thing to you, I think.
She'll kiss Elizabeth on the head, and Pequod will pat Icy on the head and sit in the machine with Elizabeth shaking her head at her.
Julius sighs as he'll go ahead and carry Icy over to the ball pit. He looks at her. You're gonna be alright, kiddo. He tosses her in and leans forward on it. That's a promise from your big brother.
She smiles at Julius, tilts her head back. We got one more week. You keep Mom and Dad off my back. And he'll be back. She looks up at Julius, eyes wide. He'll be back before Sunday. But keep them off my back, Julius.
Julius nods. Well, stay off the drugs, and if you really are doing something worrying, he looks around, which I don't want you doing, but if you do, you best make sure you have a good loop on those cameras.
No drugs. No more. I won't hurt Mom and Dad like that.
Julius reaches forward and ruffles her hair. Good.
But they're gonna dog me, so keep them off my back.
Oh, please. I think I can keep those two off your back pretty easily.
Thank you, kindly. Sinking into the ball pit, falling asleep.
Julius, who was just smiling at Icy, lets the smile fall as he goes back to the Jurassic Park machine, sits in it, takes off his jacket, and puts it around Pequod and Elizabeth as he crosses his arms, leans his head back, and tries to close his eyes to go to sleep.
Pequod will stay seated, put her feet up on the table portion of the machine, and put her head back to sleep in the machine, and we cut there.